She was so nice and so open-hearted and generous that these monsters took advantage of that.
A brutal killing.
There was blood spattered all over the walls, floor, bed, everywhere.
Identifying her body was one of the most difficult things that I've had to do in my life.
A dark mystery with multiple suspects.
He was stalking her. He would not leave her alone. He was constantly calling her.
You have another woman involved, maybe seeking revenge.
He was an absolute animal who now, I hope, burns in the hottest part of hell.
The truth will be revealed.
You know, he kind of had a smile on his face, and he called it the perfect murder.
Every day in North America, dozens of people are murdered. The key to solving the toughest of these homicides lies in the final 24 hours of the victim's life. To crack the case, detectives must reconstruct that critical timeline. The minutes and hours containing evidence that can help unlock the mystery and catch the killer. Clinton, Louisiana. A tiny town just north of Baton Rouge. Home to less than 2,000 residents.
Clinton has a reputation for being a very comfortable, very safe, small town.
It's really a quiet parish with a low crime rate.
It has a small downtown, but once you leave the town limits, it's pretty much a rural area.
On the morning of June 26, a woman co-workers called and asked that we go check on her.
The woman is 42-year-old Janora Gillery.
They were just concerned because normally she kept in constant contact with them.
When our first deputy arrived at the house, the side door by the carport was partially opened and had a dog tied up under the steps. Once he made entry into the house, when he walked around the corner, he looked in the room, and that's where he found Miss Gillery, covered with blood and on the floor.
The room was in total disarray. Lamp had been shattered. There were what appeared to be bullet holes in the window. There was blood spattered all over the walls, floor, bed, everywhere. She had a nightshirt or a nightgown that was pushed up. It was a scene of gruesome violence.
The job of finding Janora's killer falls to sheriff's investigator, Don McKee.
This case was really my first homicide to work, and the scene was really bad. Miss Gillery died from the beating. She had also been shot several times, and she had also been stabbed several times. You just have to do your job and try to put it to the side.
His first task is to notify Janora's family.
Disbelief was my reaction when I heard. When we arrived, we had to face the crime scene. Her father and brother remained outside of the home. I went in and ultimately had to identify the body for the family. was one of the most difficult things that I've had to do in my life. If you walk into a room, you see someone and you can recognize them within a millisecond. I had to spend about 3 minutes, 4 minutes comparing things like her lips and the finger structure. And by taking little bits and pieces like that, only then could I make a definite identification. Janora was a very intelligent, very attractive woman, very, very full of life. She was an administrator for a major insurance company. She worked very hard, enjoyed living in the country, and she remained true to those country roots all of her life.
You never heard anything bad about Miss Janora. What we learned is she would help anyone that needed help and do whatever she could for people, and she was just a caring person.
She just couldn't say no to human or animal. I think Janora just couldn't pass up an animal that needed help. That's why she ended up with, 20 or 25 dogs and a giant kennel on her property. That's why she ended up with, horses.
Many of her animals were strays, particularly the dogs and cats. She purchased the horses, enjoyed riding and enjoyed being just around those horses.
In order to find the killer, Detective McKee begins the difficult task of reconstructing the last 24 hours of Janora Gillery's life.
When you're building timelines, you have a very open mind. A timeline can be filled in by almost any kind of information. You don't know how far back you have to go until you find somebody to fill the puzzle in.
The only timeline we had was when she left work early that Friday to come home. Her co-worker advised us that she did leave early that Friday. It was shortly after noon. The autopsy shows that the homicide could have happened anywhere from noon on Saturday to noon on Sunday.
With a wide window of time for her murder, Detective McKee looks to the scene for clues that may lead him to the killer.
There's blood by the drawer where the knives were. There's blood on the counter. I think at one time she tried to get a knife or something to defend herself with. The pattern from the side door showed spots of blood to where she ran towards the front door. There was keys in the front door. It was a deadbolt lock. There was blood on them keys that indicated she was trying to get out of that door, that she was trying to run away. Her phone was knocked off the hook. There was blood on the wall there.
Despite the violence, there is no physical or forensic evidence pointing to a potential suspect.
There was a gun involved, there was a knife, and some type of blunt object. And none of those were found on the scene, so the perpetrator took them away with them. The fact that no murder weapons were left on the scene means that the perpetrator at least had the presence of mind to try and cover their tracks.
There was no forced entry, so she had to open the door. The dog was tied up, and we learned real quick that that would have never happened with Miss Gillery.
It appeared that someone had secured that dog while they made entry into the house.
The indications that we got was basically that she was killed by someone she knew.
Police begin to canvass the area to see if anyone saw or heard anything during the window in which Janora was killed.
Miss Gillery had very few neighbors right in the area, and the closest neighbor was across the street from her, and that turned out to be the Skippers.
Amy and Philip Skipper live with their newborn and a young man they had taken in.
Philip Skipper was the guardian or sort of de facto stepfather to a teenage boy named John Aoyo. The Skippers and John Aoyo were very cooperative. Philip Skipper said that he and John Aoyo had been helping a neighbor move on Saturday and didn't arrive home until late that night. Philip said that he, his wife, and child were at the Skipper's trailer across the street after that, and they didn't hear anything.
Amy was emotionally destroyed, talking about how well Miss Gillery had treated them and how much Miss Janora had done for them and helped them out.
The relationship between Janora Gillery and the Skippers was close. They saw each other all the time, and Janora did whatever she could to help them out because they were poor. They initially lived in this really dilapidated trailer. She helped them get a newer one. She sometimes bought things for them, especially for their baby, diapers, some baby food, formula. She even decided to go ahead and name her good friends across the street as the beneficiaries of a life insurance policy.
They would also, in return, do things for Miss Gillery that when she would have to go out of town for her job, they would take care of the animals.
She gave them money. They cleaned her house. They were in constant communication all the time.
During their interview with the Skippers, they never could come up with anybody to lead us to anybody that would do anything to Miss Janora. They advised that she very seldom had company, so they was unable to give us any names or anywheres to look for a suspect.
Despite their willingness to talk, something seems off.
Philip Skipper was just overwhelmingly trying to assist the family. He talked good about Miss Janora, but then he would constantly go to, I'll clean it up, I'll do this, I'll do that, I'll take care of the dogs, I'll take care of the animals. I've never seen somebody that was willing to help as much as Philip was. I felt that they knew something.
Detective McKee observes something that needs explaining.
We'd noticed some scratches on his arm. He said that him and his stepson were wrestling in the yard. And John did have scratches on his arms also, and his story was the same as Philip's story, which was really suspicious to me.
So they need to look at the neighbors and see if they're actually involved in it.
Bloody scratches on the arms of two of Janora Gillery's neighbors has police questioning if they were involved in her murder.
In a case like this, in which the victim struggles with the assailant, it would not be unusual that there be some blood from the victim scratching the assailant.
When pressed for an explanation, Philip makes an unusual admission.
He said that Miss Gillery had argued with the Skippers due to the fact that a dog had killed one of the Skippers' goats. And they was blaming it on Miss Janora's dog. And Miss Janora was sure it was not her dog. She had told the Skippers that they was no longer welcome to come to her house, that she would stay to herself, they needed to stay to themselves.
The argument took place just 1 month prior to her death.
Tension between neighbors, that's always kind of a red flag that goes up. But you need something in a murder, you know. Why would you do it? You need a motive, an opportunity. They had an opportunity, they were right across the street. They had a semi-motive that was a tension. But it's kind of like cutting the arm that feeds you. You know, she was helping them a lot. You know, why murder her?
They ask both Philip and his stepson, John, to take a polygraph.
In some cases, when you're investigating murders, you will use a polygraph as an investigative aid. It is to send messages to the person. You don't believe them. Why would you ask them to take a polygraph otherwise?
My advice to anybody who's asked to take a polygraph is say, sure, I'll take it. If you're an innocent person, the police are going to say, well, you're no longer a suspect, so take the polygraph.
Both Philip and John Aoyo had no problem with taking a polygraph. The questions related to the case were, did you kill Miss Janora Gillery? Did you stab or shoot Janora? Can you take us to the gun that was used to kill Miss Janora? Both Philip and John Aoyo passed. Once they passed, we had no other evidence to pin them to the murder.
Detectives need to find who Janora might have been in contact with in her last 24 hours. Her co-workers provide the name of a recent boyfriend, Tommy Alexander.
Basically, they met through horses. Janora owned horses, Tommy Alexander owned horses. They met at the feed store in the nearby town. They started dating. They dated a little while. Then that ended when Janora found out that Tommy Alexander had another girlfriend. That opens up all kind of possibilities. I mean, you have another woman involved. Maybe Tommy would be mad about something. Maybe the other woman would be seeking revenge.
It's a crime of passion. People act without thinking. If you can show me a love triangle, I'll tell you have a potential homicide on your hands.
They bring Tommy Alexander in.
Tommy, when talking to him, he was calm. He was saddened by Miss Janora's death. He was saying how good of a person she was, just like everybody else we had talking to had said.
They question him about his most recent interaction with Janora.
Tommy Alexander told the detectives that he had spoken to Janora on Wednesday. They had seen each other. One was transferring horses to another. There were some papers to sign. So that was the last time he spoke to her, was on Friday.
Police must confirm his whereabouts during the time in which Janora was killed.
He had an alibi. He said he had been home all weekend with his girlfriend, which turned out to be true. She backed him up on that story. They were able to eliminate him in the investigation as a possible suspect.
He was really upset. Nothing to raise an eyebrow to think that he was involved in the homicide. Based on his story and the lack of evidence we had, we really had to start looking other places.
So it was going back, did she have anything out of the ordinary happening in her life?
Looking for answers, they turned to Janora's phone records.
We had a phone call that would have matched the last day that Miss Janora was alive. We traced it, we tracked it. It was associated with someone named Steve Williams.
The call was placed at 8:27 a.m. that Saturday, potentially making Williams the last person to speak to Janora alive.
Steve Williams was a Baton Rouge police officer. He pestered her at work to the point where she eventually agreed to go on a date with him. When she got back, she told her coworkers that she never wanted to see him again. She said he was too free with his hands. He kept grabbing her and touching her, and she didn't really want to see him anymore. At the time all this was going on, Steve Williams was actually married. He and his wife had a child, but apparently that didn't stop his romantic pursuits in other areas.
Janora's friends say he was relentless.
We were told that Steve Williams basically was stalking her, was real aggressive towards Miss Janora. Steve had been coming to her work in Baton Rouge and had actually made everybody in the building feel uncomfortable about the way he would show up to meet Janora when she would get off from work, show up at lunchtime. He was really aggressive towards Janora, trying to get her into a relationship with him.
The thing about stalking is there is an obsession, and he's demonstrating that with multiple phone calls, showing up just unexpectedly. So if he's obsessed with her, he may not be satisfied with the level of attention that he's getting from her, and he may progress that to aggression.
That was a huge red flag for the investigators. I mean, when you have a domestic situation like that, it really puts them on high alert. So they really began to focus on Steve Williams. You know, you have a sort of a jilted boyfriend who keeps bothering her, who keeps wanting to come by and see her. And all of a sudden, he's going to come by whether she wants it or not, and then she's never seen again.
Baton Rouge police officer Steve Williams, who once dated homicide victim Janora Gillery, is now the lead suspect in her murder.
Police officers don't like investigating other police officers. It's something you want to shy away from. You know, they don't like to think that another cop would be involved in some kind of criminal activity. But cops generally have a very intimate knowledge of, you know, law enforcement and how crimes are committed. So a police officer can be a more wary suspect because you would presume that he or she knows what not to do, what evidence to make sure it doesn't get left. So they make sort of dangerous criminals. They're so knowledgeable about the investigative process itself.
His potential involvement comes down to the call he made to her the day she died.
When the detectives questioned Steve Williams, you know, of course, he denied having anything to do with Janora's death. He said that they were friends, and he resented the fact that he was characterized as sort of a stalker. He said that he did call her a few times a week, but, you know, just to do some friendly chit-chatting.
They narrow in on the one call they're interested in.
Steve admitted to calling her Saturday.
He said that although he did call her, he was going to come by Saturday, he never made it. So the detectives were sort of left with, you know, is this guy telling the truth? He very well may have been the last person, you know, to see her alive. I mean, he could be the killer.
Police learn of another call between Steve and Janora, witnessed by her colleagues.
So the Friday before Janora was killed, Steve Williams called her at work. Her co-workers said they engaged in an argument on the telephone, and then she left work. So, you know, whether that argument played into her leaving work early or it was strictly just to go do some chores around her house, you know, nobody really knows. But there was a verbal altercation on the phone, and then later Steve Williams says that he was going to come by. So, you know, from the investigator standpoint, you know, this is looking more and more like he's the #1 suspect in her murder.
They interview his co-workers and discover a disturbing trend.
Steve Williams had a reputation, a history of this sort of overly aggressive pursuit of whatever love interest he had. in the Baton Rouge Police Academy, there was a female recruit who made the complaint against him.
We interviewed his co-worker, and she was able to give us some information about how Steve Williams acted towards her.
She said he kept harassing her, would call her at home, off duty, about academy class type business, but she was in a relationship with somebody and she didn't want him making these late night calls.
Based on the information we got about Steve Williams going after her, it was basically the same way that he went after Miss Janora. So it showed a pattern of aggressiveness and jealousy.
We look at the past to look to the future. People are creatures of habit. So it's an indicator. It's patterns of behavior and tells. In and of itself is not evidence, but as a trained investigator, you're looking for that because that will lead you to ask certain questions.
So he had a reputation for this kind of behavior. And of course, the police have to look at this and say, well, this time they could go even a step further. Did he kill her?
Believing Steve Williams had both motive and opportunity, they bring him in again, this time for a polygraph.
Anytime you investigate a police officer, you got to be careful because you don't know their state of mind. You're telling this man that his career as a police officer is about to come to an end because he's suspected in a murder. He didn't do good on the polygraph.
His results indicated that he was lying about one or more things in his answers.
And that's when he advised us that he was not going to talk to us anymore without a lawyer. So we obtained a search warrant and went to his residence. We actually seized his police car and had it towed to the crime lab for processing. What we was hoping to find was a murder weapon or some bloody clothes or any other type of evidence that might help us in the investigation. But unfortunately, we came up with no weapon that would have matched what we was looking for.
A drop of Janora Gillery's blood in Steve Williams's car or house would have convicted him. I mean, there's really no other excuse for that.
I really thought that Steve Williams was the man I was after. Just did not have enough to do anything with.
All you have is odd circumstances, him making the phone call, leaving a message, him sort of harassing her at work, but you know, none of that's a crime and they couldn't charge him.
That's really when the case came to a complete stop. We just had nowhere else we could follow up to.
Not every homicide case can be solved or will be solved. We have to be realistic. You do as much as you can to the best of your ability. You will get frustrated.
In this case, they talked to the co-workers, they talked to the neighbors, they talked to everybody that they could find, but they didn't have any physical evidence or a real motive.
I was getting aggravated because I wanted to solve it, and I done told Mr. Gillery that we was gonna solve it. So there's nothing I could tell the family, except for we're working on it. We're waiting for a break.
Janora's death took a tremendous toll on her family. Illnesses, divorce, directly resulted from this murder. But this matter never went cold for Investigator Mackey. We trusted Mr. Mackey tremendously. We knew that Mackie was doing a great job.
Over a year after Janora's death, police receive a call that sets the investigation back into motion.
The detectives got a tip from another jurisdiction. They went over to interview this alleged witness, a guy named Donnie Fisher.
Initially, what indicated to the police officers that Donnie Fisher may know something about a homicide in East Feliciana Parish.
He had given some details of the murder. I knew exactly what murder he was talking about. When interviewing Donnie, he at first didn't want to cooperate. What I done was I laid pictures of the crime scene and got on to him and said, this woman did not deserve this. She was a good woman. After I showed him that, he told us what was told to him.
He was friends with Philip Skipper and John Aoyo.
Fisher says Janora's neighbors took him to her house after the murder.
Donnie Fisher told us that Miss Janora's family paid them to clean up the house.
Philip Skipper told me, what would I think if I killed Gillery? And I kind of took it as a joke at first.
And what did he tell you?
You know, he kind of had a smile on his face, and you know, I knew. He didn't have to just come out and say it. I knew in my mind. He called it the perfect murder.
And then he said that John Aoyo had taken him into the house and told him step by step how they killed Miss G. When he was taken to the house, what was he saying?
He was saying where the blood was. He was telling me everything.
If Fisher is telling the truth, this means Skipper and Aoyo lied about where they were the night she died.
Fisher started giving details of the murder that he would not have knowledge of.
And one of them held the dog back, knocked on the door, hit her with a baseball bat, knocked the teeth out, cut her up, shot her in the head.
Donnie Fisher implicated Philip Skipper, Johnny Hoyt, Lisa Hoyt, and John Aoyo.
This information adds two new names to the investigation: Philip's sister, Lisa Hoyt, and her husband, Johnny.
That's the first time we heard of Johnny Hoyt's name was when we interviewed Donnie Fisher.
Johnny Hoyt was kind of a stocky guy. He was kind of a bigger built, muscular type guy.
So you have this little tight group of people here, and the statement from Donnie Fisher implicated them all in the murder.
Donnie continues, telling police of Philip's admissions.
Did he say who cut?
He didn't say, he just said we.
Did he say who shot?
He just said we. It was a gang. It's not, they're like one people, okay? He says it's a thrill. That's what he told me. It was a thrill. He says the best feeling you'll ever have.
The story that he told, it was no doubt in my mind that we was going after the right people this time.
But without any physical evidence, they need to find another way to prove beyond a doubt that the four people Fisher has named are responsible for the murder.
You play on what feelings of remorse they might have. You want to get them to confess. And they don't have to confess, of course. They can just ask for a lawyer and the whole thing's over.
Brought into custody, Philip Skipper, Lisa Hoyt, and Johnny Hoyt all refused to cooperate.
John Aoyo was the last person that we was able to talk to. It was a long interview. It was a couple hours probably. And finally he just broke.
Philip and Lisa, me and Johnny, we was going over there to see Miss G. They wanted me to watch them kill Miss G and hold the dog.
Did they say why they wanted you to watch?
It would be my true test of brotherhood.
A year after the murder of Janora Gillery, police have damning testimony from a 15-year-old who was witness to the crime.
John Aoyo basically told us it was part of my initiation to get into the brotherhood, was to go and participate and watch them kill Miss G. The brotherhood was a white supremacist group. It was a hate group, is what it was.
And the initials for the brotherhood was GFBD. God forgives, the brotherhood doesn't. And, you know, as with all gangs, they're created to intimidate, to scare people.
All right, what happens? When we got there, Lisa walked up to the door and knocked on it and told Miss G that she needed some money to get the baby some diapers. And when she did that, Johnny punched Miss G. The first time she got stabbed, Lisa stabbed her. And then Johnny stabbed her, and Philip. They all took turns.
When did they shoot her? Before they stabbed her or after they stabbed her?
Before they stabbed her, they was making me watch, saying that it would show if I was a true brother or not, or whether or not I could keep my mouth shut.
Aoyo explains this wasn't the only motivation.
He said Miss Gillery had a life insurance policy that was signed over to Philip Skipper and Amy Skipper.
The growing fight over the goat and the dog incident made Philip Skipper realize she's going to change the beneficiary on that policy or just outright cancel it, and we need to get over there and kill her so that we benefit from that policy. Two people who live in a trailer out in the middle of the woods, $25,000 was pretty significant. I think race and money played kind of equal parts. If Janora Gillery had been a white woman, I doubt they would have killed her.
I think John finally broke because he did feel bad about what happened. I think he realized what he had done was wrong.
I thought it was pretty sick myself. I was crying, but I was also just trying to shut up so they wouldn't get worried about me telling on them. Because they said if I ever said anything, they'd kill me.
Armed with Aoyo's confession and a complete understanding of the timeline, detectives now have enough to press charges against the 4 conspirators.
Miss Gillery left work that Friday to come home. Saturday, Philip Skipper, Lisa, and Johnny Hoyt, they had been popping pills, drinking all day long.
They determined that they wanted to go over there and initiate John Aoyo into the brotherhood.
Midnight, 1 o'clock, they all go over there. Lisa knocked on the door. When Miss Gillery came to the door, Johnny Hoyt punched her. They chased her in the bedroom. That's when they took turns shooting her, stabbing her, and then beating her with the bat. After they killed her, they went back to their house. They burned their clothes and shoes. Gun used, they said they threw it off in the river.
The district attorney charges all 4 suspects with murder.
Lisa Hoyt pled guilty to manslaughter and was sentenced to 25 years in prison.
Philip Skipper went to trial, was found guilty. Second-degree murder, he got life in prison. Johnny Hoyt also went to trial and was found guilty and is serving life in prison.
John Ballio cooperated. He was a juvenile when this occurred, and he pled guilty to second-degree murder and was sentenced to juvenile life.
Janora was so nice and so open-hearted and generous that these monsters took advantage of that.
It is a dumb dog that bites the hand that feeds it. And Philip Skipper was a dumb dog, a swine, an absolute animal, who now, I hope, burns in the hottest part of hell.
I feel a lot better now in this case that we've done our best. The DA done his job, and we got justice for the family. And I feel that the family's happy, so if they're happy, I'm happy.
We work for their families. I just want to make them sleep better at night. You know, they need to put this behind them.
And I would not want us to forget the life, the lively, happy, smiling, beautiful person that Janora was.
You just don't wake up one morning and commit a crime of this nature. Not this demented and sick and evil.
A brutal killing.
An innocent young girl should not have to worry about being murdered in her own apartment.
A dark mystery with multiple suspects.
There was this kind of bad blood between them.
He was a registered sex offender. He paints himself as a great guy, but he's lying, he's lying, he's lying.
The truth will be revealed.
He is a walking time bomb. He is just incredibly dangerous.
Every day in North America, dozens of people are murdered. The key to solving the toughest of these homicides lies in the final 24 hours of the victim's life. To crack the case, detectives must reconstruct that critical timeline. The minutes and hours containing evidence that can help unlock the mystery and catch the killer. In the early morning hours in Arlington, Texas, emergency services respond to a frantic 911 call.
A citizen living in the apartment complex heard glass break. They assumed that was a burglary, so the Arlington police were called.
When our officers showed up, they saw the smoke and the flames in the apartment.
The fire department arrives. They do what they're supposed to do, and that is put out the fire.
Once the flames are extinguished, the true horror of the scene is revealed.
The apartment was destroyed. It was a mess. I went into the bedroom. There was a young woman laying on her back on the bed. And the very first thing I saw was a circular round puncture in the middle of her chest. It was clear to me that there's a stab wound.
She was burned enough to not be recognizable, but not to the point that it concealed the injuries that we found. She was lying on her back on a bed, and that part of her in contact with the bed was relatively spared from the heat. Right away, we're going to treat it like it's foul play.
The Tarrant County Medical Examiner's Office had the responsibility for positive identification, and they were able to do that with dental records.
And that's what led to the discovery that it was Missy Grubauer. She was 19 years old, 2.5 weeks from her 20th birthday.
Arlington police detectives Tommy Lenore and John Stanton are tasked with finding her killer.
In order to catch the assailant, you want to know about your victim. So I learned a lot about Missy right off the bat. As a father myself, she is the daughter every father would want. She was a wonderful, wonderful kid. She was a freshman at the University of Texas at Arlington. She was an honor student from a nearby high school. She was also in the band. She had very strong religious beliefs. A young lady with incredible integrity.
We found out she was also known to still be a virgin, which she apparently was not ashamed to tell people. The people who she worked with and associated with, they all were told that she had made that decision, that she was going to wait till after she was married.
Someone has robbed Missy of that future.
There were some effects to her body from the smoke, but you could still see that she had been beaten. Her legs were sprawled, hanging off the edge of the bed. She was wearing a shirt or a bra, but it was pulled up to her neck. It was burnt. Her panties were around her right ankle, and there was a pair of pants also on the floor. You could also see what appeared to be ligature marks.
To solve the murder, detectives will need to trace the last day of Missy Grubauer's young life.
Missy worked 2 different restaurant jobs, was working her way through college. We learned that within 24 hours or so of Missy's death, she worked.
She would stay and kind of decompress from her night's work, and then they would all call it a night and she went home. The last anyone knew from the workplace was that she had gone home alone sometime after 11 o'clock at night.
Detectives work to establish time of death.
In these type of cases, what you really want to find out is, was she killed before the fire or was she killed after the fire?
If a person is dead from a fire, they will have almost certainly inhaled some soot and smoke, and we'll see that to the naked eye. And so if we analyze the blood, we will see that there's an elevated saturation of carbon monoxide in their red blood cells. In Missy Gruber's case, there was no soot to be found, and when we ran the laboratory studies, there was no carbon monoxide detected. She actually died of a stab wound to the chest that perforated her heart. She She was dead when the fire got to her, and she had not begun to decompose. It could have been minutes or hours.
So, in order to establish the time of the fire, we rely on the arson investigators. I rely on their expertise and their forensics.
Arson experts determined the fire started moments before the 911 call at 3:30 a.m. With Missy arriving home sometime after 11, this gives investigators a 4 to 5 hour window for the attack.
When someone attaches arson to their crime, there's two reasons to set that fire, and usually they go hand in hand. One reason is to destroy evidence. Another reason is to do what we call staging, and that is to try to disguise the death as something other than what the assailant actually did.
There was information coming in from the arson investigators that the source of the fire was the front door. And then there was a trail of accelerant that led back to the bedroom where Missy was found.
If a fire is set correctly, it can have devastating consequences for an investigation as far as forensic evidence. Investigating a death in which fire has been introduced to the crime scene makes that investigation 10 times harder.
Fortunately, there was less than complete destruction there at the apartment.
If fire doesn't have oxygen, it'll go out. And what happened was the assailant shut the bedroom door, left the apartment, and the absence of oxygen in the bedroom put the fire out. You can't help but destroy things when you set it on fire, but he didn't destroy what he intended to destroy.
We were able to collect a sexual assault kit that was usable.
A key piece of evidence from this crime scene was DNA, collected during the autopsy from the vaginal swabs. But in 1994, it usually took a minimum of 6 to 8 weeks to get your results back.
DNA is a very helpful tool in investigating a death, but it's only helpful if you have something to compare it to. When you have a suspect and their DNA, you can compare the DNA that you've collected from the body.
The very nature of this crime, the arson, the sexual assault, the brutality of it, and the violence really led us to worry that we have a serial killer or a serial rapist running around.
We've got someone out among us who is a violent offender. You've got a bad individual out there, without a doubt.
But what we find is people who stage crime scenes, especially with arson, they were always either associated or related to the victim.
There did not appear to be any forced entry that gave us some direction as to maybe this is an associate of Missy's.
The careful work of forensics uncovers a key clue.
We actually found some letters in her apartment. The letters were of a romantic nature. From reading it, you could tell this was a male.
They were seemingly like boyfriend-girlfriend type letters.
You could also see in the body of these letters that she was battling with her abstinence. You could see Missy was confused. You know, she wanted the romance, and she didn't know if this individual was going to settle for the limitations. She went a little too far with him, or was going to go a little too far with him, and she was feeling bad about that. The letters also expressed anger and maybe a little animosity towards Missy. Well, they were breaking up. We identified the person who was corresponding back and forth with Missy on these letters, and his name was Ivan.
Detectives learned that Ivan and Missy were co-workers at the restaurant.
This guy was a very primary person for us right away.
We did a background check on Ivan. We found that Ivan was a registered sex offender. Ivan was convicted for having a sexual relationship with a minor. The fact that Ivan did have a criminal background, the fact that There was a little bit of a volatile nature to their relationship. It's certainly a red flag.
Some people have a very hard time letting go of someone they're involved with, and they would rather see that person dead than with somebody else.
This makes him a really good suspect because that horrible sexual assault and brutal crime could simply have been triggered in an explosion from him.
Arlington detectives have identified their first suspect in the hunt for Missy Grubaugh's killer, her boyfriend, Ivan.
We had very limited information, just the letters and so forth. But because of the state of their relationship, he's certainly going to be a primary focus at that time.
The detectives bring Ivan to the station.
Ivan's demeanor was very polite. He was very open, somewhat preppy, soft-spoken. Was certainly not a gangster or a tough guy. He seemed just somewhat, actually, to the point where he was rather meek. You could tell Ivan had feelings towards Missy, but he was also upset.
Despite their strained relationship, Ivan swears he had nothing to do with Missy's death.
Ivan said he respected Missy. He was leaning more to terminating the relationship as opposed to pursuing it. He wasn't aggravated. It was basically fading away on his part. Missy did not want it to go away. He did.
Ivan tells Lenore he was home alone on the night of her death.
Ivan did not have an alibi for his whereabouts during the time frame that Missy was killed.
You've got his background as a person who's been convicted of sexual assault, and you've got no alibi, and you've got a dead body. That makes him a very strong suspect.
In this particular case, we had forensic evidence.
Ivan did not have any problem with providing blood, hair, all of those samples necessary to do comparisons with the samples that were taken at the autopsy.
But I knew there was not going to be a forensic exclusion of any person of interest prior to 6, 8, possibly even 10 weeks. But during the interview with Ivan, he was very suspicious of an individual who he believed was responsible for Missy's death. That individual was Jeff Smith. He had worked with Missy at the restaurant. Ivan had told us Jeff Smith saw himself as a ladies' man, and Jeff Smith was pursuing Missy and did so in probably not the most respectful manner. She did not respond to his advances, and that just fueled his animosity towards her.
Jeffrey was someone who sort of had a grudge against Missy because of something that occurred at the restaurant.
He's fired from where they work together, and he immediately assumes that Missy is responsible for getting him fired.
If you were to go back in history, I think that love and lust and betrayal would probably be the #1 reason why people end up dead.
Ivan says Jeff Smith's anger soon took a disturbing turn.
Smith started issuing threats to actually harm Missy.
Many death threats are emotion-based over domestic issues, financial issues. Is it important in an investigation because it tells you the mindset of the individual the day they said it? Yes, it's important. It's evidence. And it should be treated as such.
We were trying to find Jeffrey Smith, and he seemed to never be where we thought he was going to be. When we would show up to try to interview this guy, he was always somewhere else. The more time goes by that he doesn't make himself available, it takes it to a more suspicious level.
I was actually able to locate his girlfriend. They were living together in an apartment in Arlington, and she agreed to come to the station and speak with me. The girlfriend informed us that Jeff Smith was emotionally unstable. He was also very volatile. He had a hair-trigger temper. She was very cautious of him, actually somewhat fearful of him.
Normal, non-controlling men don't typically commit murders. It's a certain type of person who gets jealous, gets angry. And so if friends and family members describe a man as being controlling, that has some significance if you're a police officer or a lawyer trying to figure out whether the person did it.
Jeff Smith's girlfriend implied that she believed that Jeff Smith could have been responsible as well for the murder of Missy Grubauer. Now we have somebody that has motive. We have a very recent situation that could have easily exploded into violence and a sexual assault. That's everything this guy could have done.
Detectives press the girlfriend for details on Smith's timeline.
Jeff Smith was supposed to have been with her on the night of Missy's death, and he was not. And she couldn't find him. And then the following morning, she found a note on her windshield from Jeff Smith, who was apologizing because he didn't come home, claiming that he was with some friends. So the fact that Jeff Smith should have been at the apartment and he wasn't, and that was the night that Missy was killed, and you add that into this volatile relationship and the threats towards Missy, becomes a primary suspect at that point.
Jeff Smith's girlfriend has given police enough to make him the prime suspect in Missy Grubauer's murder.
The additional information that Jeff Smith was supposed to have been with her on the night of Missy's death, and he was not, added fuel to that suspicion. I started thinking that we may be pretty close.
After days of chasing him, his girlfriend helps detectives track him down.
I think the best way to describe him is a con man wannabe. He was cocky, he thought he was cool, he thought he was a smooth talker, thinking that he's gonna sit in there with me and just blow smoke all day long and I'm gonna believe it. Jeff Smith downplayed the alleged threats and so forth towards Missy. Matter of fact, he turned it around and said that she was the one pursuing him. She was the one who had the hots for him, which I knew was an absolute lie. Jeff Smith denied any allegation of being violent and volatile. I mean, he paints himself as a great guy. I'm a good guy. Sure, I have problems like everybody else, but no, I wouldn't hurt anybody. Whoever's telling you this is just feeding you a bunch of bull. I don't think there were two words that came out of Jeff Smith's mouth that I believed. We have someone who is violent towards women. We have someone who wants to be controlling towards women. We have someone we definitely know does not like to be rejected by women, which makes him a really good suspect because sexual assaults are power plays. I can picture him as the kind of guy that thinks he's smarter than the police. So he's the guy that's gonna set the fire and fool us and send us off in another direction.
However strong the detective's suspicions, everything hinges on where Smith was the night of the crime.
Jeff told me that he was with his girlfriend that night, after midnight. I knew he wasn't because the girlfriend said otherwise. That just solidified what I knew about this guy, and that is, he's lying, he's lying, he's lying. What's interesting, though, is he does agree to give me his blood and his hair and his saliva, knowing that it's going to be compared to the sexual assault examination of Missy Grubauer. I've had guilty people over the years cooperate. The bad part about that, we don't know the answer for 6 to 8 weeks down the road. So I continue the investigation, working on my victimology, wanting to know more about Missy, wanting to know more about what her lifestyle was. Who could have done this?
Detectives learn that a colleague from the restaurant stayed with Missy in the weeks prior to her death.
His name was Charles. Charles, frankly, is probably one of the closest to Missy that we knew, other than Ivan. He was kind of down on his luck, didn't have a lot of money, needed a place to stay, and Missy, having the incredible big heart that she has, she actually allowed him to stay with her at her apartment, and he slept on the sofa.
Charles soon takes advantage of Missy's good intentions.
Charles steals the money out of her tip jar. Missy, being the good and wonderful kid that she is, she's also not going to put up with anything as well. She called the police department. The Arlington police made a report, and they actually issued a warrant for his arrest for theft. And Charles fled. We believe that he was still in Arlington at the time of her death. Obviously, the motive here is revenge. And he is certainly an individual that we need to find and talk to. But of course, we're on edge because we don't know where he's at. We found out that he's reportedly fled Texas.
If you're already focused in on an individual and they disappear or take off somewhere for an extended period of time, it would be of great interest to me if they were a suspect. The person has a lot of explaining to do as to why they didn't commit the murder.
Police now have 3 of Missy's work colleagues, all under investigation.
At this stage, Jeff Smith is still my primary suspect. We certainly are interested in waiting on lab results to come back on Ivan. And we would like to catch Charles, who is a fugitive. But we don't have forensics on him because we haven't had the opportunity.
Good police detectives will keep an open mind. If there are numerous suspects, you've got to investigate each of them equally with the hopes that at some point in the investigation, you're going to catch a break against one of them.
I go by the belief that you just don't wake up one morning and commit a crime of this nature. Not this extreme, not this demented and sick and evil.
We want to be able to efficiently and effectively find out who this offender is. As bad an individual as this person is, they need to be removed from the general population, and I'd like to keep them away from my son and daughter as well.
What happens next takes everyone by surprise.
Jeff Smith kidnapped his girlfriend. You leave the police department, you're telling me what a great, wonderful guy you are, and now he kidnaps his girlfriend. I mean, this guy is just out of control, but he's out of control in a very violent, felonious way. He is a walking time bomb. And if he's capable of doing what happened to Missy, he can do it again, especially now, because now he's really just incredibly dangerous. He's a fugitive, nowhere to be found. And he's a wanted felon, so to say that we were on edge is an understatement. And to say that there was an urgency to find Jeff Smith is an understatement.
Before Smith can be found, his terrified girlfriend surfaces.
He did eventually release her, but he didn't turn himself into the police. We found out that the girlfriend is okay, but in speaking with her, we were not able to get any information that would have led us to Jeff Smith's whereabouts.
Trying to find him was very difficult, and he was in a lot of trouble for what occurred.
At this stage in an investigation, when you have a primary suspect and you feel very comfortable that you're looking in the right direction and you can't lay hands on them, knowing how volatile they are, we had an investigative team that collectively was focused on getting Jeff Smith apprehended.
As the manhunt continues, the DNA tests on Jeff Smith and Ivan return. Both are negative.
If you're innocent, you're really glad there is DNA evidence available, because the same things that are such strong pieces of evidence to convict a killer can clear an innocent person.
We're humans. We have hope. God, I hope this is him. I hope this is him. But at the same time, we also know DNA is as solid as you can get as far as excluding somebody. I've also learned through my experience, you are usually going to clear a multitude of suspects before you ever find your actual perpetrator. Charles is still a primary suspect. We don't know where he's at, but you have to always be aware of the possibility that there are other suspects. That we could also have a predator out there that's not known to anyone. And we are on pins and needles.
Statistically, solvability continues to decrease as time moves forward. So you've got to get the offender located and prosecuted as soon as possible.
Going in the many different directions we're going was when I received a phone call from Missy's mother that completely changed the entire course of this investigation. Just like everybody else, other relatives and friends, she is just beating herself up saying, who could have done this, and trying to remember anything. And she recalled the day of the murder, Missy telling her on the telephone about a man whose name was Luis. And Luis is a 32-year-old man who lives in the apartment complex. He has a common-law wife, and he has a small child that Missy babysits. Well, before the mother finished all of that, she has my attention, because this guy came out of the blue. The mother continues that Luis would come over to Missy's apartment during the early morning hours, sometimes late at night, 11, 12 at night, wanting to talk to Missy, telling Missy that he believes his wife is cheating on him. And he wants to talk to her in person because he's afraid his wife would hear him talking on the telephone.
But that on this day before the incident, he was apparently over at her apartment and they were joking around. And they had what Missy described as a sort of a pillow fight.
I'm thinking a 32-year-old man over here getting into a pillow fight. When I heard all of this, I mean, my stomach dropped.
Detectives learn that Luis Aoyo also works with Missy at the restaurant.
So he works with her, he lives in the same complex, she babysits his child, comes over late at night, and he's 32 years old and she's 19. This was jaw-dropping. We need to talk to this man. This is just not normal.
Detectives have focused their attention on the strange behavior of Missy's neighbor, Luis Aoyo.
Asked if he'd come speak with me. We sat down, he was polite, cooperative, you know, fairly good-looking guy, looks in shape, good manners, very pleasant individual, very smart individual. I explained to Luis that I was investigating the death of Missy Grubal. He projected himself as just, oh, it's horrible. He was sad. I knew her. This is really horrible. I hope you solve the case. What can I do to help? So I just started explaining to Luis what my goal was, and he immediately asked me if I found the gas can. The cause and the origin of the fire was not public, all right? No one said anything about a gas can. No reason he should have known that.
When somebody tells you that they have information that's more than what you would read in the morning newspaper, you need to sort of take another tactic and look at this person in a different way. That changed the complexion of this interview to where Detective Lenore had to advise Luis that the things that he might say could be used against him in a court.
With Missy's call to her mother confirming his visit the previous day, police need to determine if he was in the apartment the moment she died.
I explained to Luis, the way I'm going to exclude the innocent in this particular case is we have forensic evidence that will not only identify the perpetrator, but it'll exclude innocent parties. That's when Luis started getting very nervous. And he said, what evidence wasn't she burnt up? And I said, well, Luis, the problem with the perpetrator in this case is he didn't do a very good job at destroying evidence, if in fact that was his goal. Because we do have evidence. We have DNA evidence that the perpetrator left behind. But Luis, the good news for you is this DNA will also exclude you, and then I can move on. So with that said, I would like you to give me your blood and your saliva sample so that we can compare it to the DNA and get you excluded. And he said, well, I can't do this right now. I have to take my son to the park. And I said, Luis, come with me for a minute. I had Luis stand up, and we walked over to a window, and I said, it's pouring down rain. You're not going to the park in pouring rain. He goes, well, I've got to go. I just remembered it. I have to leave.
It was very odd that suddenly this individual who was thought to be agreeable to having his samples taken and do whatever it would take, in his own words, to get himself eliminated as being involved in this murder, suddenly wasn't able to make the time to provide the samples.
We had no probable cause. I had no evidence to arrest him. I mean, I don't issue an arrest warrant based on my gut. I issue it based on evidence. So I said, well, are we going to do this? And Luis said, yes, we're going to do it. And I said, when? And Luis says, call me tomorrow, and we'll set it up. I said, okay. And he left.
With Aoyo now their top suspect, the detectives go back to the co-workers he shared with Missy.
One of the employees was talking about how Luis was so distraught over the death of Missy Grubeau, and that he really hoped they'd catch the killer that raped and murdered Missy. The fact that Missy was sexually assaulted was not public. It wasn't revealed to Luis Aoyo when I interviewed him that day. We just simply said we have DNA and that it wasn't burned up. That can be anywhere. That could be anything. But he specifically said to co-workers that she was sexually assaulted. Only the killer would know that.
When police visit Arroyo's home, they hit another problem.
He had left. And at that time, his wife wasn't sure exactly where he went, but that he'd gone out the previous evening and she hadn't heard from him since then.
I had to explain to her, listen, I'm investigating the murder of Missy Grubeau. I need to speak to Luis because he knows her. She babysits y'all's son. Because of that, he's a suspect. What can you tell me about that night?
So Louise's wife came to the station voluntarily and provided a lengthy written statement.
On the night of Missy's death, about 10 o'clock at night, Luis's wife heard Luis go out. Now that's not unusual because he normally goes for a jog. She's awakened later by the sound of Luis coming inside and taking a shower. In her mind, he's done his jog, but then he leaves the apartment a second time. He returns, he takes a shower again. So she gets up, she demands to know what's going on. Luis tells his wife that while he was out jogging, he heard a woman screaming. Running in the direction of those screams led him to an apartment. And he sees that the door is ajar, so he runs in there and he sees a woman laying nude on the bed. There was blood in the middle of her chest. There was no pulse. So he attempts CPR, but he couldn't stay there because the smoke and the fire was so overwhelming. And he told his wife, I believe that was Missy, who I saw. He didn't call 911. Why would you not call 911 after you've seen all of this? All of this was very suspicious. The bond between a husband and a wife, that's tight. And by nature, even in illegal acts, they'll want to cover for their loved one, or they'll want to protect them. I have to ask myself, well, why didn't the wife come to me and tell me this the day of the murder? Was it denial? And so as I'm explaining to her what we know, I believe that during the course of that interview with her, she just realized, my God, he did this.
The wife of Luis Aoyo's statement to police places him in Missy Grubaugh's apartment. They must now track him down.
She informed me that Luis is in San Antonio and he's staying with her parents. He was arrested by the San Antonio Police Department and transported to the county jail. When I came face to face with Luis, this was not the same person that I had talked to a short time earlier. Completely different human being. Incredibly withdrawn, slumped over, head down. I guess one of the ways you want to describe it is just a beaten person. I don't know what made Luis suddenly just open up as much as he did, because what's interesting is this, he does open up.
Luis started with that they were going to have consensual sex and that it was completely agreed upon by Missy that that would occur.
He claimed that it was a tender, wonderful moment, which we know to be absolutely hogwash. That didn't happen.
He had found the knife, which was just a kitchen knife. We pretty much allowed him to indicate where he stabbed the victim.
And then he puts on what I believe is this show of falling on the floor and crawling around and acting like you're losing your mind. That was just a show. With all that said, he provided enough to solidify and to support evidence it was him, that he did do it.
With Aoyo's confession in hand, detectives put together everything they know of the events leading up to Missy Grubaugh's death.
At approximately 10 p.m., he leaves his apartment under the pretense of doing his jog. After 11 o'clock, he goes to see Missy. He knocks on the door. He does that all the time. She's not alarmed by it. She allows him inside. And during the time Luis Aoyo is in that apartment with Missy Grubaugh, he rapes and murders her. After he kills Missy, he has to do something. He has to destroy the evidence. So he gets in his car, he goes to a gas station and fills up a 1-gallon gas can. Goes back to Missy's apartment, goes into her bedroom. He douses her with gas and all around the bed, in the apartment, in the bedroom, up to the door, lights the fire, shuts the door, and leaves. He goes back home. He showers. After he showers, he wants to go back to the apartment to make sure that it's on fire. He goes back to the apartment and it's not on fire. The reason being is because there was not enough oxygen in that room from shutting the door. He sets a second fire. After that, he goes back to his apartment again. He showers, cleans up. Luis Aoyo is a textbook psychopath. I mean, this guy's a predator.
A case like this is a sad thing. It makes you angry that somebody would waste somebody else's life like this for such a thing as a sexual assault.
The DNA analysis returned, and as we expected, the matches were statistically amazing that it would be anyone else but Louise.
Despite the overwhelming evidence, Aoyo backtracks.
Luis Arroyo pled not guilty. We had a trial. The defense tried to explain the actions as something other than the psychotic predator that he is. And the jury didn't buy it and convicted Luis Arroyo of capital murder.
In January 1997, Luis Arroyo is sentenced to life without parole. Charles was never prosecuted for the theft charge. Jeff Smith was sentenced to 4 years in prison for the kidnapping.
What's justice? I mean, nothing compares to what happened to Missy Grubau. Nothing.
It would never bring back your family member. It would never bring back a daughter. But in the society in which we live, that's about all that we can hope for. That we do identify the offender and let the justice system do the rest.
I feel better knowing that Luis Arroyo is no longer on the streets. But once that sense of comfort wears off, the fear sets in that there's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of Luis Arroyos running around out there.
It was so callous, like she was an animal, just murdered in cold blood.
A brutal killing.
We were all floored. She was very beautiful, just a sweetheart of a person.
A dark mystery with multiple suspects.
I mean, this guy matches so many people in Houston.
His close relationship with her would have provided for opportunity. You have the woman scorned. She started acting crazy.
Here's a man that just killed his girlfriend. He's telling us this.
The truth will be revealed.
We asked him, do you have any idea who may want to harm Jennifer Lewis? And without hesitation, he said yes.
Every day in North America, dozens of people are murdered. The key to solving the toughest of these homicides lies in the final 24 hours of the victim's life. To crack the case, detectives must reconstruct that critical timeline. The minutes and hours containing evidence that can help unlock the mystery and catch the killer. Houston, Texas. The southern metropolis. Home to 2.3 million.
Houston is a fine city. I love it. Lots of good people here. But it's one of the largest cities in the United States. And so you're gonna find, crime.
There is no community that I'm aware of that all good people are in. It just doesn't happen. And some of these cases are really horrifying.
Even for experienced detectives, some murders stand out.
We had a young female walking along with a friend from a parking lot to the front door of Houston Community College for Health Professions. And all of a sudden, she is shot in the back.
The victim is 27-year-old nursing student Jennifer Lewis.
By the time homicide investigators got there, Miss Lewis had been transported to the hospital.
She was dead on arrival.
Homicide investigator Clarence Douglas begins the search for her killer.
Jennifer's case was one of those horrible cases. Why would someone want to shoot this young woman that's going to a nursing school to be an RN?
We were 6 weeks from graduation. Going around innocently in life, thinking nothing like this will happen to me. Jennifer and I met as nursing students. It was an automatic chemistry. We would study together. We would talk about these transitional issues of 20-year-old women, boyfriends, and dreams and hopes. Jennifer was energy in a human being. She was just like a magnet.
Here you had a woman that was innocent, totally innocent. And then all of a sudden, this tragic event takes place.
Investigators begin the task of tracing the last 24 hours of Jennifer's young life, starting with the shooting itself.
We knew that we had a witness, Cheryl Allen, that was walking right beside Jennifer.
That day we drove up to school. We parked in our normal spot, hopped out. The day was bright. There was lots of people, school buses. We had our arms intertwined, and we both heard this loud blast. I said to her, "Did you hear that car backfire?" There was seconds of a pause, and she says, "No, I've been shot." And when she said that, her body immediately got limp, very heavy, and she couldn't take any more steps. So I laid her down, and everything slowed down. It was a very beautiful day in the midst of an extremely tragic scene.
From all appearances, Jennifer did not know the shooter, because when she was shot, she said, "That man shot me." She didn't call out a name or anything. At that point, Cheryl could see the blood coming out of her chest there, the front of her chest. Cheryl was trying to help Jennifer.
I said to the teacher that was doing CPR, "Stop, she's dead." When I looked in her eyes, I just already knew she was present with the Lord. I did see a figure running away from the corner of my left eye.
But she couldn't really get a good look at him because she was trying to assist Jennifer. We have witnesses that heard the gunshot and then saw the shooter run away. Told us he wasn't afraid to be seen. All the witnesses agree that it was a thin black male. They agreed that he had a dark hat on his head. It's not that he walked with a limp or he had one arm. I mean, this guy matches so many people in Houston.
Witness accounts do yield a key detail.
After the shooting, he ran and got into a red car, and as the red car sped off.
We weren't close enough to see who was in the car. They could only see a silhouette of the driver. At this point, everybody's a suspect. Everybody.
Detective Douglas turns his attention to the crime scene.
Containing the crime scene is very difficult because the containment starts when the first officer arrives on the scene. Things that happened prior to his arrival, we can't control that. Things like the nurses, instructors that came out to give Jennifer CPR and tried to keep her breathing.
When a crime scene has been altered, either because of resuscitative efforts or because she was shot while she was in this crowd, it makes the crime scene workup much more challenging.
One of the things that you look for at a shooting scene is firearms evidence. We didn't find any spent shell at the scene. So we believed that it would be a revolver, not a semi-automatic weapon. But also, there was no bullet. It went from her back through her chest. It came out right below the neckline here. You couldn't find the bullet because there was so much going on at the scene. But from the size of the exit wound and the travel of the bullet from the back to front, the estimate was that it was a .38 caliber handgun.
Homicide investigators found her cell phone. She was carrying her lunch with her, and that was found there. When you don't have direct evidence to connect to a suspect, it can be very challenging for homicide investigators to develop leads because it is a real whodunit.
There is one conclusion they can draw.
There was no confrontation at all with the shooter. No words spoken. The person with Jennifer was not harmed. This was a hit on Jennifer alone. Somebody hated her. So we had the challenge of finding out who that hater was. To try to solve a case like that in a huge city the size of Houston, we knew it was going to be difficult. So you got to go figure out who does she associate with, who is her friends, who is her enemies.
Cheryl gives detectives insight into Jennifer's timeline.
Every day, I would pick her up before school started. School started in the afternoon, something like 5. And her home was in the direction of the school, so it was nothing for me to go by there. That day, she needed me to drop her boyfriend off at home.
Melvin Reed was an associate minister at a church in Houston. And he had a good job as a postal worker. He met Miss Jennifer Lewis at church, and things took off from there. She was going to marry Mr. Reed.
Cheryl told us that she picked Jennifer and Melvin up, and they drove Melvin to his apartment. Then Cheryl drove her straight to the parking lot of the school.
So he's on the timeline, very close on the timeline, and he would know her daily routine. He knew how she traveled. and he knew that she would be going to school on certain days and at certain hours.
It's often standard to investigate the spouse or partner of a victim for a number of reasons. Primarily is because that person may be the one responsible for the murder. They may have hired someone to commit the murder, and police have to pursue that. They have to go down that avenue and see if that person has any sort of direct or indirect involvement in the crime.
Detectives discover Melvin recently filed a police report that his gun has gone missing.
It was suspicious. It could be, you're dealing also with human emotions. So they needed to take a closer look at his relationship with her.
Detectives investigating the murder of Jennifer Lewis have identified their first person of interest, her boyfriend, Melvin Reed.
What you do in that case, you talk with him and you ask him questions. Did you have anything to do with her getting shot? She just left your place. Have you had any arguments with her?
Police asked Melvin for his account of what happened in the hours before the murder.
He said they read the Bible. Jennifer got ready for school. Cheryl picked them up. And they drove Melvin to his apartment. Jennifer waited for Melvin to run upstairs and get his cell phone and bring it back to her. They embraced one another, kissed. Cheryl and Jennifer drove off.
Melvin denies any knowledge of a red getaway vehicle and says he had no means of getting to campus.
Either he didn't have a car or his car was in the shop being repaired.
He said that when the shooting happened, he had just been dropped off and he received a call from a relative of Jennifer telling him that Jennifer had been shot. There was very, very few cell phones at that time. So they called him at his landline and he was home.
Police need to determine if Melvin had enough time to commit the murder.
Melvin's house back to campus was maybe 10 minutes.
We didn't think that he could follow them, shoot Jennifer, and run back to the house that quickly. And the gun that he had didn't really match. It's a .380 semi-automatic, not a revolver. Melvin was upset. He couldn't believe that this had happened to Jennifer. There was really no reason at that point to think that Melvin was actually involved. But we also had to look at other people that he may have been involved with or knew. When we asked him the question, do you have any idea who may want to harm Jennifer Lewis? Without hesitation, Melvin said yes. My ex-girlfriend, Sheila Dillard. She and I have a son together, but we've been separated for about a year. When he said that, it gets your attention. Why would he say that about his ex-girlfriend, the mother of his child?
The police will always look at family members to see who has an axe to grind. And it's usually pretty easy to find out because if you don't like a family member, those feelings aren't usually secrets.
What happened was Melvin and Sheila had broken off their relationship. But because they had a son together, they would see one another. Sheila still looked at him as her man.
Melvin recounts a specific incident from months before.
On one particular day, Melvin had his son, who he calls Little Melvin. He tells Sheila, when you come to pick up little Melvin, call me. But instead of Sheila calling, when she got to the apartment, she went upstairs. She saw Jennifer. Melvin introduced her to Jennifer. It's my girlfriend. From that day, Sheila began to call him repeatedly. And then just before Valentine's Day, a few weeks before the murder, Sheila's over at Melvin's, and he tells her, I'm gonna ask Jennifer to marry me. Sheila was hysterical. She went into his apartment and she took a photograph that he had on his dresser there of Jennifer. And she ripped it apart.
Melvin reveals another key detail about the day of the murder.
That day, Jennifer told Melvin that she had received some telephone calls where the person would just hang up. Nobody was on the phone.
Those calls came between 2:30 and 5.
He suspected it was Sheila. But if Sheila Dillard had anything to do with Jennifer's death, she hired someone to do it. Because all the witnesses identified the shooter as a young black man.
So after talking to Melvin, you have to talk to Sheila. And that was the next step that we did in this investigation. She agreed to come down to the Homicide Division. We talked to Sheila extensively. Her alibi was I was at home fixing my mother's hair.
Detectives need to confirm her alibi with her mother.
The mother was an angry person.
Police went to Sheila's mother's house and there was a big argument.
When people prevent you from doing your job, that's borderline obstructionist. But it's rare for the police, even with all the lying that goes on, to charge people. Because if you start charging people for lying to you, then you may have people who will not cooperate with you down the road.
We still had to get more information on Sheila. So we asked her if she would take a polygraph test.
Guilty people sometimes put themselves forward and willingly offer to do a lie detector test or a polygraph. And the reason they do this is because they're basically saying, look, I'm innocent, I didn't do it. And I'm willing to do this test as a means of covering for themselves.
She admitted that, yeah, I was upset. Melvin hurt me. And she said she wanted to go back with Melvin. That was her child's father, and she wanted to be with him. We asked her, did you shoot Jennifer Lewis? Do you know who shot Jennifer Lewis? Were you there when Jennifer Lewis was shot and killed? All those questions were asked, and she passed all those questions according to the examiner, as showing that she was not involved. We knew Sheila didn't shoot her, but we believed she somehow had some kind of connection, and we still had to figure out what that was. We wanted more direct information that would try to connect her to that red car, to the shooter. Sheila had a small Ford, and it was kind of a goldish color. And she denied having anything to do with the red car. So we called a special unit that's attached to Houston Police Department and asked them if they would do surveillance for us.
As they do so, detectives receive a new lead.
Another officer that worked the street in uniform called us and said, you need to look at Jennifer's ex-boyfriend. His name is John Johnson.
I remember her talking about him a lot. It was months before Melvin. I don't know quite how to define the relationship, but they were extremely fond of each other. She talked about him all the time. They did a lot of writing. She never talked about any specifics.
They discovered that Johnson murdered his girlfriend, a woman named Paula Hunter.
Now, here's a man that just killed his girlfriend. We just wanted to get his side of the story as far as he and Jennifer was concerned. How did she fit into that murder?
Detectives follow up on Jennifer Lewis's ex-boyfriend, currently in jail for murder.
John Johnson had a girlfriend named Paula. He was also seeing Jennifer. One night, Jennifer spent the night with Johnson. Johnson gets up, takes Jennifer's car keys, and drives to his girlfriend Paula's. Ended up shooting and killing Paula. As he leaves, one of the witnesses writes down the license plate number. They put the license plate number on the police radio that came back to Jennifer Lewis on Daphne Street. The police go to Daphne Street and they question Jennifer about her car being at a murder scene. She tells the police she don't know anything about it because she didn't realize that he had taken her car. She talked John into, look, turn yourself in for what you've done. John turned himself in, and he was put in Harris County Jail where he was awaiting trial.
If Johnson knew that she would testify against him and provide damaging testimony to him, you would think that he probably would want to eliminate her, you know?
We learned that prior to his murder case, there was a civil case that John had received a $9,000 payment. Of course, we looked at that as a possibility that he could use this money maybe to harm Jennifer.
It's relatively common that a person in jail recruits somebody else to commit crimes on the outside. If you serve time in a federal penitentiary where other people around you are in there for violent crimes, it's easier than you might think to find somebody who's willing to kill somebody else for $2,000 or $3,000 or $4,000.
Detective Douglas pays Johnson a visit.
In the interview with John, John acknowledged, yeah, I did get that money. It was a civil case that I was involved in, and I gave the money to my mother.
Douglas probes into the pair's relationship.
John Johnson confirmed that he had been involved with Jennifer Lewis.
She would visit him every Tuesday and Friday. They also wrote letters back and forth. Now, here's a man that just killed his girlfriend. He's telling us this. I would never harm Jennifer. Jennifer was special.
Johnson shows police the letters she sent to his jail cell as evidence he's telling the truth.
He had no animosity toward Jennifer. There wasn't any ill feelings for him being in jail.
They find no evidence of a hired hit that would place him on the timeline.
They just could not make a direct connection between John Johnson and the murder of Jennifer Lewis.
You feel frustrated, but we still had a lot of work to do. Somewhere there's some connection from Jennifer to the person that shot her. What we have to do is to, through Jennifer's connections, put that person back at the scene shooting Jennifer.
As Douglas continues to probe, he gets a call from the surveillance team watching Sheila Dillard.
They watched people walking back and forth, people going up to the apartment and coming down. Then they see a small red vehicle pull in. They see the vehicle pick up 3 females. Take those females to a parking lot of a store. Sheila gets out of the car. The driver looks like a thin black male wearing a cap.
They knew that a red car was involved. Now they could connect the red car to Sheila Dillon.
Police surveillance has identified the potential getaway vehicle seen on the day of Jennifer's murder.
They got a license plate number. And that license plate number registered to a Broderick Franklin.
We ran Broderick through the national database. We found the location of where he lived with his mother. She said he doesn't live here anymore. I don't know where he is, but when he calls me, I'll tell him that you all want to talk to him. Wasn't long that Broderick did call us. Said, I heard you're looking for me, something about some murder or something, I don't know nothing about it. Well, we asked him if he'd come down and talk with us. Eventually he did come down. And he said, I don't know a Sheila. So, well, you dropped her off at her apartment on this day, at this time. You showed him a picture, I don't know her. Well, you picked up 3 females. Oh yeah, I remember that. I took them around the corner. But I don't know no Sheila, and I don't know nothing about no murder.
Broderick says he was nowhere near Jennifer's college on the afternoon of the shooting.
So we asked him if you'd take a polygraph. Because your car, we believe that car was involved in the murder. He said, sure, I'd take a polygraph. He takes the polygraph, he passes. We said, okay, well, look, we need to examine your car. Would you allow us to do that? He said, well, that's gonna be a problem. But why is that a problem? Well, the car was burned up. What do you mean it was burned up? On May 8th, the car caught a fire down on Main. It burned up. We followed that lead. We went to a junkyard where the car was taken to, only to find out the car had been cut up into pieces. We couldn't examine the car to see if it would lead us back to the murder itself.
They had nothing to go on at this point. I mean, they had no evidence to tie him to the scene. So they was back to square one.
So what do? You continue to work, you continue to look at your case. You cannot harass the suspects, you can't harass the witnesses. So you have to wait.
The months after Jennifer's murder, you're not the same. Nothing's the same. I would stop by from time to time to see her family. My father would call the police station just as much as her father would, wanting to know what happened, because we all did not know why, who. Was it random? So you have all of these questions. I remember being angry. How this could have happened, not a clue. And I just can remember being really so naive, not to think that that type of evil would cross your path.
These cases are not easy. When you get working in homicide, you know right away that your responsibility is first to the victim and to the victim's family and to the rest of the community. The families always want clarity. I felt frustrated, but I never lost faith. You just have to do your job and try not to leave any stone unturned.
13 months after the murder of Jennifer Lewis, investigator Douglas receives an unusual call.
Patrick Carey was a jail inmate at Harris County Jail. He talked to a deputy, told him that he had information regarding the girl that got killed about a year ago at the school. And he wanted to talk to the homicide detectives. You have to be suspicious, but you have to also interview that person and find out what it is they want to tell you.
A jailhouse informant is the lowest of the low. You cannot trust a single word they say unless it can be corroborated by external pieces of evidence. The simple reason is, if you're in jail, you'll do whatever you can to get out of there earlier.
He was, very calm. He said that a couple of days or a day after the girl got shot, he said Sheila came to their house. And Sheila tells her friend, Samara, come here, I want to talk to you. They went into the bedroom. He said he listened at the door.
He talking Sheila Dillard and his friend talking about the death of Jennifer Lewis.
Patrick Carey said you need to talk to his friend, Samara Dobbins. He believed that she knew what was going on, she knew what had happened. That was really like a bell going off. Wait a minute. Samara is a young lady that I knew from working in uniform.
Douglas's knowledge stems from Samara's long history of drug abuse.
A homicide investigator went to visit Samara at the rehab facility.
I decided, since I knew her so well, that I would not interview her. I wanted someone else to interview her to see what she would say. What you're looking for in that interview is something that Samara can tell us about the murder that we don't know, that has not been on the television, that has not been printed in the news media, that has not been on the radio. We learned that Samara had been staying with Sheila for a while. She said that the day that Jennifer was killed, she was watching Little Melvin. She said Sheila left in the morning, driving her car. Sheila came back late in her little red car.
This blows a hole in Sheila's alibi and clearly links her to a car similar to the one used in the murder.
Sheila was very upset. She was pacing back and forth. Sheila told her, she said, I got that bitch.
Detectives honing in on murder suspect Sheila Dillard have found a witness who can break apart her story.
Sheila tells Samara what had happened. Samara was friends with Sheila's brother, Darrell Dillard. The day before, Sheila had gone to the crack house where Darrell was selling drugs. At the crack house that day, Darrell introduced Sheila to a man they call a hitman, Gary Chop.
Here, Sheila made the deal that would seal the fate of Jennifer Lewis.
Sheila paid Darrell $700. Darrell was going to get $400. Chop was going to get $300.
It was so cold-blooded and callous. The amount of money that was exchanged between the mastermind and the hitman were ridiculously low.
Samara provides the final pieces of the puzzle, explaining what happened as Jennifer's timeline wound down to zero.
Sheila had written down Jennifer's address from a letter that she had seen in Melvin's apartment. She knew the phone number. Sheila and Chop decided to call the house and see if Jennifer was there. Jennifer comes to the phone and they hung the phone up. They drove over to Daphne Street where they parked and they watched the house. The red car belonged to Daryl's girlfriend.
Cheryl shows up, Jennifer and Melvin gets in the car and they drives off.
So they followed Jennifer to Melvin's apartment. And they watched Melvin get out of the back seat. Jennifer and Melvin hugged each other and kissed. Jennifer gets back into the car. They drive off to the school. So they follow them. She said that she told Chop, there she go, can you get her? So Chop said, yeah, I can get her. Chop got out and he walked in the parking lot. He shot him. Chop came running back, he jumps in the car and he tells her, go, go, go.
Sheila's brother Daryl then disposes of the gun.
And Daryl throws it into the bayou. I tried to get the dive team to locate the gun, but the gun was never found.
Samara says that Sheila claims to have passed her polygraph by mixing anxiety medication with beer.
It's possible with the spectrum of therapeutic drugs out there that there can be a medication that could reduce the anxiety and therefore allowing somebody to pass it even though they're not being truthful. Another possibility here is that she passed the polygraph test because she's a pathological liar.
Police now have everything they need.
They got an arrest warrant for Sheila Dillard, her brother Dale Dillard, and Gary Lane Chop.
Sheila was found in Melvin's bed when we arrested her. The fact that Melvin said over and over that he was going to marry Jennifer, and to learn later, started a sexual relationship again with Sheila. That was very upsetting. We secured confessions from Sheila and Chop. The only reason that Sheila could give was that it's her jealous rage. She wanted Melvin, and she was going to do anything to get him.
Sheila Dillard figured by having Jennifer Lewis murdered, she could continue to be with Melvin Reed. In the end, she lost because she went to prison. Sheila Dillard pled guilty to murder. She was given 50 years. Gary Lane Chop pled for life in prison. Dale Dillard, her brother, he went to trial. He was found guilty of tampering with evidence, and he was given 20 years in prison. Jennifer, her life was so precious and ended, all because a woman could not accept the fact that her lover had decided to move on.
Several days before, Jennifer and I were driving somewhere carrying on our 20-year-old shenanigans, and she said to me, if I died, Cheryl, today, or tomorrow. It'll be okay. And I said, why would you say something like that? She says, I know that heaven is my home, and it'll be okay. And I didn't know that she was speaking to me then. About today. And she needed me to know that she was going to be okay.
It was such an ugly deed. I want to believe that she never knew what happened.
A brutal killing.
There's never a motive to kill a 16-year-old high school cheerleader.
A dark mystery with multiple suspects.
Did she get kidnapped? Did somebody pick her up on the road?
It's almost as if he was trying to insert himself into the investigation.
He had a reputation of being on the criminal side of the law.
You know those kids know things. You know those kids talk.
The truth will be revealed.
We said, you made all those choices, and you need to pay the price.
Every day in North America, dozens of people are murdered. The key to solving the toughest of these homicides lies in the final 24 hours of the victim's life. To crack the case, detectives must reconstruct that critical timeline. The minutes and hours containing evidence that can help unlock the mystery and catch the killer. The border between Texas and Oklahoma is one of the least populated in America.
Montague County, Texas, and Jefferson County, Oklahoma, are only separated by the Red River. You've got farming communities on both sides, working class for the most part. You really wouldn't know if there wasn't a bridge and a river there that you were crossing a state line.
There was a rancher and his granddaughter who were crossing the bridge. And the rancher looked out into those murky waters. And he saw something floating. And he thought that there was a calf that had fallen dead in the river. Then his granddaughter said, "Grandpa, I believe that's a body."
When police arrive, they find the signs of a violent slaying scattered across the landscape.
The victim had sustained severe trauma, and all of it from the rear. The back, the buttocks, the shoulders, the head. It was consistent with a high-powered shotgun.
They were shot 9 times, which is not normal. That's overkill.
We were able to determine from the autopsy that the particular brand of shotgun shell was used, and it was Winchester.
And the forensic odontologist compared the dental records with the x-rays of the victim, and they matched up perfectly to the missing cheerleader from Waurika.
7 days earlier, Heather Rich had vanished from home 37 miles north in Waurika, Oklahoma.
Heather was a 16-year-old girl that wanted to be popular. She was pretty. Everybody knew her.
Heather was an intelligent girl. She had a good, caring, loving home. Came from a good family, good people. There's never a motive to kill a 16-year-old high school cheerleader.
A joint homicide task force, including Lydia Williams from the Oklahoma State Bureau of Investigation, Lane Aiken of the Texas Rangers, and Chris Hamilton of the Montague County Sheriff's Office, must now determine how Heather's young life ended.
It's imperative to establish a timeline in a disappearance. You have to come to know the victim. You have to come to know the victims' families and their acquaintances.
Waurika is this small little town.
They took a lot of pride in their football team. They took a lot of pride in their kids.
Everybody knew everybody else. Everybody knew everybody else's business. It's just a little bitty community that was very close-knit.
It was like any other small town. They were not used to experiencing such a horrific murder. Her parents were shattered by the events that had occurred, and they were exceedingly cooperative with the investigation. Heather Rich was last seen at home on the night of October 2nd. It was a Wednesday night. And based on the evidence that we gained from the medical examiner's office, we believe that Heather had been in the water for about a week.
This suggests Heather was killed within hours of when she was last seen that previous Wednesday.
The night she disappeared, her mom came in and had a $300 phone bill, and she was not a happy camper. The last word she said to her was, "All you do is cost me money." And she's always regretted that.
An hour later, she had already washed her hair. They said it was unusual for her to wash her hair before she went to bed. She normally did that just before she went to school in the mornings.
Heather got ready, supposedly ready for bed. Then we believe she snuck out the window.
The next morning, Heather's parents go to wake her for school.
They went into her room. Her bed was made, and Heather was not in the bed.
Parents' initial reaction was panic.
They even said she'd done it before. She'd sneak out, but then she'd come back. But that didn't happen.
Another family member then recalls an incident that had taken place the previous evening.
She'd taken a phone call, and one of her brothers had, as little brothers will do, I think he was kind of snooping in.
He heard his sister say, "Oh, isn't that sweet?" Little brother asked Heather, "Who are you talking to?" And she said she was talking to Carly, another cheerleader. We were able to go back and look at the call logs, and it showed that that call had come from a payphone. And that was about 10 p.m. that night.
Most people are harmed by people they know.
So our first thought was that whoever made this phone call was likely involved in the murder.
They focus their attention on the woman Heather claimed to have been talking to.
Carly and Heather were best of friends. They were on the cheerleading squad together. According to Carly's mother, Carly had been grounded, so she did not have the opportunity on the night of October 2nd to have made a phone call from a payphone.
When they ask Carly who she thinks Heather was speaking to, she gives them 2 names.
Carly knew that Heather's past boyfriend was Randy Wood. And Carly also knew that Heather's current boyfriend was Josh Bagwell. Randy and Josh were friends, and they both had fond feelings for Heather. Carly told us that in Randy's mind, the relationship between Heather and Randy had been extremely serious. But that was not the case with Heather. Heather had actually broken off the relationship and then had taken up with Josh Bagwell. That type of situation is wrought with difficulties.
Either one of those 2 would have been easy choices for who she was talking to that night.
Being in love is a dangerous thing. You can't necessarily anticipate how you're going to react if you're spurned or if someone else steps into the love triangle.
All I knew is she had talked to somebody. She sneaks out the window, and you can't really assume anything after that.
Detectives focusing on the murder of cheerleader Heather Rich have their first 2 suspects: her new boyfriend, Josh Bagwell, and her ex-boyfriend, Randy Wood.
Randy Wood was an impressive-looking young man. Dark-haired, physically fit, looked like a typical high school football player. Randy was highly regarded in the community. He had even been elected homecoming king, so he was very popular on campus.
He lived with his grandma, who supported him. Randy didn't have a lot, as opposed to some of the others.
As football practice was closing, I sat down in the locker room with Randy. He recited what he recalled of his activity during the night when Heather came up missing. He said he was with Josh Bagwell. There was a trader, a travel trader. We learned that 3 guys were at that party: Randy Wood, Josh Bagwell, and Curtis Gamble. And they had been playing dominoes and drinking.
And then like 10:30 at night, Curtis and Josh and Randy had gone into a little town named Comanche, bought some food, and then came back, and they had just crashed at the camper. But they had not seen Heather. So the next thing we wanted to do was to talk to Josh and Curtis to see what their stories were.
They head to the home of Josh Bagwell, Heather's current boyfriend.
Josh lived with his grandparents. They were highly regarded, had been anchors of the community.
Investigators speak to Josh's grandmother, who owns the trailer.
She basically was telling us They had set up camp out in the travel trailer, playing dominoes. Perhaps they were drinking a little much, but they were not involved in any nefarious conduct, according to her.
What did Josh say? They're all drinking a little, we get some food. Very same story.
Their final stop is the third man at the trailer, Curtis Gamble.
Curtis Gamble was known around town as the rebel, the one who people liked to be around, but at the same time people feared.
He'd been through juvenile system before. Curtis tells us, I'm over at Josh's, haven't seen Heather. There wasn't really anything suspicious.
They pretty much corroborated what they were doing that night, and it didn't concern the death of Heather.
So now we're thinking, is there somebody else out there that we need to go talk to? Because somebody in this town knows something.
Investigators return to Heather's high school for new leads.
The professional staff at the school was very cooperative, from the principal superintendents all the way down.
The high school athletic director said that he had seen Heather in a pickup going down the street with former high school students.
It was in the early morning hours after the disappearance, which obviously is big time as far as the timeline goes. He said he met a vehicle belonging to Jody Freeman and then a passenger, Eric Thompson, and claimed that in the vehicle with Jody and Eric was Heather Rich.
Detectives need to question the young men about the sighting. They start with the owner of the truck, Jody Freeman.
Jody admitted they was out riding around, messing around.
But Freeman denied the fact that Heather had been sitting beside him.
Jody claimed he really had no relationship at all with Heather. He just knew who she was. So we go to Eric Thompson. He said he knew Heather, but he also claimed that Heather hadn't been in that vehicle, that he had not seen Heather that morning.
With both men's stories matching up, the team must find another way to determine if they are on Heather's timeline. They speak to Eric's girlfriend.
She claimed he was home the actual night of Heather disappearing.
This means he could not have been the person who called her from the payphone the night she left the house.
She was able to place him at home at the appropriate times. You get a good feel of how comfortable people are on what they're telling you, how they're able to recount the events of that day. Their stories were consistent with one another's, and the other facts and circumstances that we could confirm completely led away from them. So we were able to eliminate them as suspects. The athletic director was able to identify, of course, the vehicle and the person that was driving it, and he was correct in identifying the other male passenger. He just misidentified Heather. These people are doing their best to find Heather, just like you are, so that's where you get the false sightings.
As investigators continue to canvass the town, a new name starts to come up with increased frequency.
And I learned from my conversations that there was a man by the name of Craig.
Craig had a reputation of being a rough and tumble person that was on the criminal side of the law. Craig was older, full-time employment, wasn't a high school student.
We knew he was furnishing marijuana and or methamphetamine to some of the school kids. And he had allegedly furnished marijuana or methamphetamine to Heather Rich.
It was thought that there was some sort of narcotics transaction that he may have been involved with that Heather'd find out about.
Heather might have known something about that, and that's why she was killed.
So Craig is someone that's getting the finger pointed at him, and someone that we need to focus on.
Detectives searching for the killer of Heather Rich have identified a local drug dealer as a suspect in her murder.
Methamphetamine's a big problem. Where you know there's drugs involved, there's a very real possibility of a fatal consequence.
They bring Craig in for questioning.
Yes, he knew Heather. He knew her casually. They weren't in any sort of relationship together, didn't hang out together.
He did admit that he had provided her with alcohol, but he denied any knowledge, any involvement in any form or fashion with her death. Craig said that he hadn't seen Heather since a football game on September 20th, 2 weeks prior to her disappearance.
We focused on his timeline, where he was the night that Heather disappeared, what was his work schedule, who could alibi him. He is more than willing to provide his alibi corroboration.
Craig claims he was at home with his mother the night Heather disappeared and went straight to work the following day.
His accounts of his whereabouts and his activities leading up to the disappearance of Heather was corroborated through witnesses and through his work history.
There were some folks who believed Craig could have been involved because of his alleged drug dealing ways. But to me and to the other investigators, this was not a guy who would commit a murder.
Pursuing the drug angle further, investigators focus on Heather's peers.
The youth, the high school students, was a bit of a closed society. They were hesitant to talk to the police. There was an obvious mistrust of law enforcement.
Could be a number of reasons why that was. Number one, there was a little subculture in Warwick, Oklahoma, of narcotics.
One of the big reasons in small towns why kids get involved in drugs is absolutely, without question, boredom and lack of opportunity. People will wax nostalgic about small town America, but part of the danger is getting wrapped up in the drugs, the alcohol, and that closed-minded behavior.
These kids were going, we don't care who you are, we're not talking to you. It was the most bizarre thing I'd ever seen. You know those kids talk, they're on the phone. Heather was on the phone constantly. You know those kids know something, but they're not talking.
Hoping to break the silence, detectives take a different approach.
The main reason why we had the tip line was just to get the information to the investigative teams as quickly as possible. It wasn't as if we had hundreds of tips, but we'd have 20 or 30 tips every day.
One of the leads quickly catches their attention.
A marina employee who was working at a sizable marina on Lake Murray in Oklahoma called us and reported that he had seen Heather on I-35 that they were traveling the same direction, and he saw her in a vehicle as they passed each other.
This was on October 2nd, within 12 hours of Heather's disappearance.
We drove to Lake Murray and met with this young man.
The marina employee, Tyler Datton, immediately sets investigators on edge.
And in our conversation with this man, he became obviously nervous and was providing information which to us as investigators seemed to be a bit deceptive. The way he started reacting to my questioning and how nervous he got, you know, my internal lie detection meter started skyrocketing. It's almost as if he was trying to insert himself into the investigation.
When a person is overly helpful, you have to take a step back and ask yourself, why? What are they hiding? Why are they giving me all this? Often that's a defensive mechanism. That's just to throw them off the scent mechanism as well.
The local marina employee said he had met Heather when Heather's family had opened up a business through the summer at the marina. There was some sort of acquaintanceship there. What that acquaintanceship is, I believe, was very casual from Heather's side and probably a little more of a fixation from the employee's side. Maybe he had envisioned some sort of relationship with the victim that was just a vision and not a reality, and had acted upon that fantasy.
We offered him the opportunity to take a polygraph. And basically the questions would be, do you know what happened to Heather Rich? Are you involved in the disappearance or death of Heather Rich? And he failed the polygraph. So we continued to think that there was some possibility he had knowledge that he didn't want to share it.
It didn't add up. And you start questioning as to the motives. This person had a connection to Heather that was not normal.
After failing his polygraph, detectives are sure that marina employee Tyler Datton is lying about his sighting of 16-year-old Heather Rich on the day she disappeared.
We asked for consent to search his pickup. We went through the pickup looking for fibers, anything at all that might give us evidence or indication there was evidence that Heather Rich had ever been in that pickup, or that any fibers from that pickup might have been on Heather's body. But we found no evidence there that would connect the Lake Murray witness to Heather.
When asked where he was the night she died, Tyler says he spent it at his father's house.
We weren't able to verify that that was accurate. He did not have the opportunity on the night of October 2nd to have made a phone call from a payphone. So we were able to say fairly definitively that this guy did not kill Heather Rich. This is one of those things that happens so often in a high-profile investigation, because you have people who want to be involved just so they can experience the excitement And it's for us as investigators to be able to tell the difference. We were frustrated because we had gone through so many leads and we still didn't have anybody in jail. And there's this thought within law enforcement, if you don't have the bad guys captured within 48 hours, then the investigation may be going nowhere, that it may be classified as a cold case. My wife and I, we had a daughter at that time who was about the same age, bore some resemblance to Heather, and that daughter was a high school cheerleader as well. I could not help but think about my own children and the problems and the feelings that those parents may have had. And so, as investigators, we have got to provide those answers.
"19 days after Heather's disappearance, investigators get a break.
The owner of the local hardware store called and said, just prior to Heather's disappearance, 2 young men had come in, and that those 2 young men had purchased 4 boxes of shotgun shells.
They had actually purchased Winchester double-aught buck, the same brand and type of shotgun shell that was used to cause Heather's death.
And they provided us with a receipt showing those 20 rounds of shotgun shells were purchased by Josh Bagwell. The owner said that there were 2 young men came in. We showed the photo array to the owner. She reviewed those and she immediately identified the second person as being Curtis Gamble.
So now we've got some pretty substantial leads that is pointing in a direction that we were initially pointed from the very beginning, which was this party that may have occurred at Josh's travel trailer.
The party took place during the window of time Heather is believed to have left her house.
We had 3 guys, Curtis Gamble, Josh Bagwell, Randy Wood, were at that party, only a few blocks away from Heather Rich's house.
And we'd come to find out that Curtis did have a shotgun, and that apparently was pretty proud of it.
So we started looking at Curtis Gamble. We'd spoken with Curtis's grandmother, where Curtis was living at the time. She was concerned about a statement that Curtis had made to her. Curtis told his grandmother that he knew of someone who had been murdered.
The grandmother then reveals another damning fact.
Heather's body was found off the Belknap Creek Bridge. The grandmother knew that spot. She had been there before. She had taken Curtis there fishing as a child. So we're beginning to connect the dots in that he has a shotgun. He bought the shotgun shells. He knows where the murder scene is.
At this point, the investigation is closing in a particular area, and it's closing in very quickly.
So we decided to call Curtis in on the pretense of talking to him about the shotgun he bought.
I introduced myself to Curtis, and I started our interview. He denied any knowledge of Heather Rich's death. I asked him what kind of shotgun he had. It was one of the shotguns that we knew that could shoot 9 rounds without being reloaded.
They press him about the shells he purchased with Josh Bagwell.
Curtis had claimed that the shotgun shells that they had purchased, that he was just using that for sporting reasons, shooting frogs, target practice. He said he could take us to those shotgun shells. He knew exactly where they were. We drive back down to the north side of the Red River at his direction, and he takes us to various locations where he thinks that those shotgun shells might have been ejected after he had used it for target practice. We found all kinds of shotgun shells, but we found no Winchester buckshot, none whatsoever. At that point, I believe, he realized that we had so much evidence that he could probably never get out of it. We get back in the car, and I turn to Curtis and ask him, are you aware of what happened to Heather Rich? Finally, he admitted that he knew what happened.
Detectives believe they have finally broken through to their lead suspect in the murder of Heather Rich, Curtis Gamble.
Curtis told a story that he hadn't told before.
Curtis says Heather did party with them that night at the trailer and claims her former boyfriend, Randy Wood, sexually assaulted her.
Curtis said that Randy was concerned because he thought that Heather was going to charge him with rape. So according to Curtis, it was Randy's idea to shoot and kill her.
But after the statement had been taken from Curtis, we arrested Randy Wood, along with Josh Bagwell.
Josh lawyered up. He didn't want to talk.
When detectives turn to Randy, he offers up a very different story.
Randy said it was Curtis who fired the 9 fatal shots, and that he basically sat in the pickup with his hands over his face, knowing what was about to happen.
When you have multiple suspects, you have to find a way to corroborate who might have had the firearm on the fateful evening. You're looking for evidence that one or the other is in fact the killer.
Determined to get to the truth, the team scours the records of both men and uncovers something damning in Curtis's juvenile report.
Curtis had said prior to this event that he had fantasized about raping and killing a girl.
It had been Curtis's dream all along to commit a murder such as this.
After what we know about him and the physical evidence that we've already gathered, we believed Curtis was the person responsible.
Using the reconstructed timeline, the team believes they have enough to prove that Curtis Gamble was the ringleader in the brutal slaying of 16-year-old Heather Rich.
Randy and Curtis and Josh were all over at Josh's camper.
They were playing dominoes. They were just having a good time. 2 hours later, the 3 of them get in the pickup, drive to a nearby town to get something to eat or to buy more whiskey. About an hour or so later, Heather received a phone call from Josh Bagwell, her boyfriend, from a payphone. She snuck out of the house. She walked a few blocks to the party that was being had at the trailer. Later on, she was alone in that trailer with Josh, while Randy and Curtis drove around up and down Main Street. And then when they came back about 2 hours later, she was intoxicated to the point that she had passed out. And in that intoxicated state, I believe that both Randy and Curtis either did or attempted to have forced sexual relations with her. She remained passed out. They dressed her, put her in the back seat of that pickup. Curtis drove around the north side of the Red River to the Belknap Creek Bridge. And then he takes his shotgun and loads it up all the way. And then he unloads that shotgun on Heather Ridge. I want to believe that she never knew what happened when she was shot that 9 times and her body dumped into the creek.
I firmly believe it was Curtis Gamble, but the other two willingly participated into taking her from that travel trailer, putting her in the back of that pickup, and driving her to Texas, where they put her out on the bridge. And they all knew what Curtis was going to do and allowed it to occur.
On October 25th, 1996, Curtis Gamble, Randy Wood, and Josh Bagwell are all charged with Heather's murder.
Josh Bagwell never confessed. He denied to the very, very end. He never felt badly about participating in the murder. He provided the shotgun shells, he provided the alcohol, he provided the pickup, he provided the means to commit the murder. Curtis Gamble is the absolute epitome of evil. Gamble was the murderer. Josh Bagwell was his assistant. If there's anyone in the group who has any mitigating qualities, it would be Randy Wood. He lamented the fact that he was involved. Randy Wood was just there and didn't have the courage to stop it.
After lengthy trials, all 3 are found guilty and sentenced to life.
For you to take this girl's life and affect their parents, affect their family, affect their community, affect your own future, affect your own life, that's beyond me. I don't understand. What I have peace over is these 3 won't be killing again.
Our job is to seek justice in every avenue, but there really is no justice in the death of a child.
I don't know how you close a wound that's been so devastatingly opened. But her mother and father at least have some understanding of what happened to their child, and then those who caused those deadly wounds are paying the price.
Two people shot in the head, execution style. That looks like a hit to me.
A brutal killing.
The shocking part is that it was a family, newlyweds, starting out their life.
A dark mystery with multiple suspects.
She wasn't going to see him anymore because she was dating someone else.
They had an argument. He was mad, and he was going to kill him.
He had driven by the home. Is it a stalking situation?
He kind of ripped him off. And you don't do that to the Brotherhood.
The truth will be revealed.
He lived a very dark world, and he knew that he was going to be exposed.
Every day in North America, dozens of people are murdered. The key to solving the toughest of these homicides lies in the final 24 hours of the victim's life. To crack the case, detectives must reconstruct that critical timeline. The minutes and hours containing evidence that can help unlock the mystery and catch the killer. Holland, Michigan. One of the Midwest's oldest and prettiest towns.
It's kind of originally a Dutch community that was formed many, many years ago.
It's a small community. It's very common for you to leave your doors unlocked, leave your keys in your car. Just a good place, nice place to live.
But a double homicide changes that in an instant.
When I first got to the scene, I was approached by the responding officer. He informed me that there was a female victim in the house and that there was another victim in the automobile outside of the house.
The couple are identified as Rick and Gail Brink.
The victim in the house was lying on her back in bed. She had 3 wounds in her head. The male victim had 2 bullet holes in the left side of his head.
The passenger front window was shot out, so there was at least 3 rounds that we knew of that was shot.
He was lying face down. His torso was over the console, and his head was face down on the passenger seat.
Detective Lauren Wasink is now responsible for finding the couple's killer.
Your on-the-spot reporter, reporting to you from Ransom Street. This is the new residence of Rick and Gail Brink.
It was a family, just a newlyweds, lived out in the country, starting out their life. They recently just bought this house with the help of Rick's father, and the house needed a lot of work, and between he and Gail, they done the work over a period of months to get it prepared to live in.
Now that we've got that on film, at least soundtrack.
They had a lot of friends, well-liked. Gail was always a very social person. Rick was in sales in his company, very respected, was doing very well. The shocking part is the fact there was someone out there who was capable of killing this young family.
Rick, on the ranch, signing off.
Bye.
The key to solving their murder will be in unpacking every detail of the last day of their lives.
Whenever you're doing any type of investigation, it's just kind of basic that you do get a timeline where your victims were prior to their homicide.
The first indication that particular morning that there may have been a problem was when Rick didn't show up for work. His employer called a company where Gail worked, found out that Gail hadn't come to work. Someone in the meantime got a hold of Rick's parents. Rick's mother decided that she'd like to go out there and check. So the bodies were discovered by Rick's parents. Based on the medical examiner, stomach contents gives us a pretty good idea that they were probably killed between Saturday night late and early Sunday morning.
Detectives examine the crime scene to determine the events leading up to the murder.
Rick was dressed in his dress slacks. I believe he had on suspenders, a belt, and a shirt. And then he had on his work galoshes that he appears to have kind of slid on.
It appeared as though Rick might have been drinking a beer, watching TV. At some point, something caused him to put his boots on and his coat on and to go out to the vehicle. But the ignition was off. The window was rolled 3/4 down. Cold weather, why is his window open? Was Rick on his way someplace? And did he then encounter someone? At that time, we didn't know. We checked for casings inside and outside of the house. None were found.
So either the suspect cleaned up the shell casings, or it was a revolver and they remained within the gun. After autopsies, it was confirmed that they were .22 caliber rounds.
Gail's dress was basically dropped along the floor next to the bed. So it would have appeared that she would have basically disrobed and then crawled right in bed.
The contents of Gail's purse were emptied out. Rick's wallet was lying there open. There was $400 and some in a drawer, so we don't feel robbery was an issue at all.
That, to me, says it was somebody who knew the victim.
From there on, it was from the inner circle and going out, talking to family members and seeing what they knew.
As police continue to work the scene, Gail's brother, Ryan Wingarden, arrives.
Ryan and his sister always seemed to have gotten along well. He was obviously somewhat distraught over what had happened. Ryan indicated that he was with his girlfriend, Pam, all weekend.
Ryan said they didn't see Rick and Gail, and they didn't find out that they were dead until Monday morning.
Ryan is, however, quick to tell detectives about a turbulent relationship from Gail's past.
Ryan told us about Gail's ex-boyfriend. Lars was quite a serious boyfriend. In fact, they lived together for a length of time and were planning on getting married. Well, that fell apart when Gail met Rick.
Ryan tells detectives when they parted ways, things turned violent.
Lars had packed up Gail's belongings, knowing she was going to come and pick him up. They got into a confrontation about what she was taking. And he slapped Gail.
Gail's brother Ryan went after him, and, he backed off right away.
Jealousy can be a very powerful, potent emotion that drives people to do irrational things and violent things.
Ryan then adds something that potentially puts Lars directly on the timeline of the murder.
Ryan had told us that he talked to Lars at a laundromat on Saturday evening before this killing. Lars asked how Gail was doing.
Lars said he was going to the bar, what's called Calypso's.
It's the same bar where Rick and Gail went after attending a wedding earlier in the day.
So then you think, if they would have gone to Calypso's, they would have seen Gail's ex-boyfriend. Did he see Gail? Did it just kind of ignite all those feelings? Did something happen there?
If you're looking for some type of a motive, Lars would have had one.
Detectives have identified their first person of interest in the deaths of Rick and Gail Brink, Gail's ex-boyfriend, Lars.
Sometimes an obsession can start with a small kernel and grow. And it can grow to the point where people will commit murder.
We interviewed Lars. I asked him how he felt about Gail and about Rick. He said he would be happy if Rick and Gail split up because he still loved her.
At one point, he admitted that he had driven by the home just because, you know, he was really infatuated with her.
He indicated to me that he still had a wedding picture of Rick and Gail in his belongings.
Police shift their focus to his whereabouts on the night of the murder.
He admitted that he had gone with a friend to Calypso's, where the wedding party went after the reception. Lars said he actually recalled seeing some people come in from a wedding, but that he did not even know that Gail was at that wedding. Then he had actually, after that, gone home and was there for the night.
He said he might have got back at midnight.
Detectives must determine if Lars is telling the truth.
We started interviewing those people that were present at the wedding, trying to gain any information we could get, whether there had been some difficulties between the two of them.
Gail was not a really big drinker, and I think she had had some champagne and got a little tipsy. When you start adding alcohol to any incident, sometimes, you know, either people are gonna be happy drunks or they're not gonna be. But there was no fight that broke out. And everybody said Rick was just kind of, you know, good old Rick. Come on, I'm gonna take my wife home.
In talking to persons with Rick and Gail, they thought they left between 10:30 and 11:30 at night.
And that was the last they were seen.
This lines up with Lars' version of events, but doesn't rule out the possibility he went to their house later that night.
We polygraphed him. Lars was more than willing to take a polygraph. He passed without any problem. Looking at the whole scope of it, the polygraph, his demeanor, his feelings towards Gail, I'm convinced he would have never hurt Gail, even though he slapped her. People can wrong you. You don't go kill them. I felt in my mind that Lars was not involved and we should go on to some other place. And by that time, there was tips coming in, many calls about the person who lived there prior to Rick and Gail Brink.
Sid Colby lived there with his girlfriend, and they were about to lose the home, so they sold it. He was a road knight, which is a biker gang that was in existence in the Holland area. If ever there was anything going on that was illegal, a lot of times Sid Colby was involved in it. People were concerned, could he have been involved because of the fact that Sid was not happy that he lost this home?
He was always on the edge, always dealing in drugs. He'd try to impress people that I'm armed, you don't mess with me, you don't mess with my girlfriend.
Sid Colby, he was crazy. I mean, he was nuts. He was a habitual liar, and he was paranoid.
A lot of the paranoia, I think, was because he took a lot of drugs.
So it was definitely something you had to look at. It carried a little different priority level than just random guy that lived there.
They managed to track a skittish Sid Colby down at his new place.
We determined that that night, Sid said he was at a local bar where he hung out frequently, and then he said he went home. But once it got after midnight, we weren't too sure where Sid was anymore.
There's a lot of steps or hoops that a trained investigator is going to go through when they receive information, let's say it from a criminal. Lack of credibility is going to be a problem for them.
So we had a polygraph done. Polygraph was that Sid was telling us the truth when he said he was not involved in the crime. There was just nothing there that we could come up with which would cause any type of a motive. As strange as what Sid was, he didn't have any guts at all. He's scared, he's paranoid, and I don't think Sid could do it.
When detectives press Sid for information, he puts forward an interesting theory.
He told the investigators about people that were after him and his girlfriend, and he felt that they were the intended victims of this shooting. They had very dangerous connections with a motorcycle group out of Detroit. He'd sell them narcotics, but he'd either short them or he wouldn't pay enough, and he'd get in trouble because of it.
He had actually been shot at, allegedly, out at the local motorcycle club's house.
But it was one event in particular that led Sid to believe he'd become a target.
At one point, Sid had agreed to fix a car for one of the group's girlfriends. And Sid and his girlfriend, Chico, decided they'd be better off selling the car. They used the money for themselves, and obviously got into a lot of hot water with this group out of Detroit.
If you're in a motorcycle gang, you don't do that to the Brotherhood.
He claims that after that, these people came to his house to get him prior to this killing, and he ran them off with an automatic rifle.
Sid believes this may have led the gang to hire a hitman.
He'd be told where to go, and that there'll be a guy and a gal at that house, and their job would be to take care of the guy and the gal. And Sid believed that this was what happened with Rick and Gail, and that it was meant for he and Chico.
2 people shot in the head, execution style. That looks like a hit to me.
Michigan detectives believe the Brink murders may be a result of mistaken identity. A gang hit meant for the former owner of the house.
In the drug world, if you don't pay your drug debt, this is what happens. But in a lot of cases, no one's going to talk because the code of the street of not cooperating or helping the police, therefore becoming a rat, is very strong.
Detectives must find a way to place the gang at the scene of the crime. They contact a narcotics unit with agents placed inside the organization.
The informant we had was set up through the Michigan State Police. They had persons in this motorcycle gang that should have been able to determine whether or not this motorcycle group was involved. 2 names came up. One was Ghetto Rat, the other was Grizz. Grizz, within a week of this homicide, was shot and killed in Detroit. Ghetto Rat was interviewed. He said, if our club killed him, he said, I'd have been there. And he said, it didn't happen. Obviously, this is just a statement from him, but he was very believable. The scenario of this motorcycle group out of Detroit coming there to kill Sid Colby and Chico made some sense, but there was nothing there. So now you're weeks into this thing with a lot of hope, and all of a sudden that's gone.
Without any new leads, the case begins to stall.
There isn't anybody else out there that we could come up with that had any motive or any reason to kill Rick and Gail Brink. With a motive, it's pretty difficult to solve the crime. I would go back to the family, telling them we don't have anything more, telling them that we're going to keep working on it, and each time going back and not having anything to give them, I think was the most difficult and frustrating part of it.
In 1995, Detective Wassing retires after 31 years on the force.
I didn't like leaving with open cases. Some of these cases can wear on you. This one probably weighed on me the greatest of all of them.
In 2011, 24 years after the murders, the investigation is assigned to cold case detectives Venus Repper and David Blakely.
You had to go back into the books, relearn everything that they did.
We always had a philosophy that the person who did it is in there. It was a matter of going through the detective notes and putting those in order, doing it chronological.
In cold case investigations, you will, from time to time, find the killer in the original box, we'll call it, of evidence. In this case, the violence portrayed at the crime scene would suggest it was someone known to the deceased. Access to the crime scene, no sign of forced entry.
During their review, something odd stands out to Detective Repper.
When we looked through the crime scene photos, one of the questions, there was a pillow that was placed over Gail's face. The pillow was actually a pillow that would belonged in the living room. If it would have been put there beforehand, you would see some type of bullet holes. The pillow had blood residue, so it would have been placed there after Gail had been murdered. So we knew that it had to be the killer who put the pillow over her face.
Why is a pillow from the living room over the head of the victim in the bedroom?
That, to me, was more like somebody not wanting to look at him.
That emotionally says, I don't want to see this. The kind of individual you're looking at knew Rick and Gail very well.
This prompts the cold case detectives to focus on Rick and Gail's families.
You must look at the family. You have to eliminate them. Certainly if there's insurance, valuables, assets involved, we have a recipe for potential disaster.
We first interviewed Bud, Rick's brother. One of the things we found out was that if something happened to Rick, Bud would be the one to inherit everything.
Wills can tear families apart. That could be a motive for someone to get very upset and perhaps commit murder.
Those were questions that we posed to him as far as whether he was responsible, whether he was involved in the homicide. Bud was college educated, he had a good job. He himself was a success on his own. He said he and his brother really had a good relationship. As far as his alibi, he was actually home with his wife. There was no animosity. There was nothing to indicate that there was any issue between Bud and Rick.
They turn their attention towards Gail's family.
Gail had a very challenging childhood. She came from a very large family. Her mother, I don't think she was capable of caring for as many children as what she had.
I think there was just some real dysfunction going on there, and so the kids were the ones that were responsible for taking care of themselves.
They talked to Cheryl Murphy, Gail's older sister.
They had a really good relationship. She basically helped raise Gail. She does not live in the state and doesn't maintain everyday contact with her family. Before Dave and I got the case, another detective asked her, write down some conversations you've had or some things pertaining to this. She had some concerns about her brother Ryan. Cheryl would say Ryan's controlling. He wants you to do what he says, and her and him did not get along. They butted heads. She said, he's my brother, but he's a control freak. There were some red flags that we were like, that's not right. Something's wrong there. So we found out as much information as we could about Ryan.
Cheryl tells detectives about a family dispute that had been brewing the week before the murder.
Ryan was renting a house, and her parents and the younger siblings were living in a trailer in Ryan's driveway. He had indicated that his landlord had gotten upset about it and wanted him out of there.
Cheryl says this prompted Ryan to call Gail the day before she was killed.
He told Gail, you got that house, let mom and dad come live with you. And she basically told him, no, I'm not gonna do it. Rick won't allow it. It's not gonna happen. She had actually told her, he's mad, he's furious.
That had never been learned by the original investigators.
I interviewed Cheryl Murphy several times, but she never told us that Gail had called her on the Friday night prior to the murder and told her what a violent confrontation she and Ryan had had.
Cheryl goes even further.
She said that when her father had told them that Gail and Rick were dead, Ryan got up and went right to Rick and Gail's house. She's like, how did he know they were at the house? He didn't ask or anything. All these years, Ryan had gone under the radar and not really been looked at. He needed to be looked at a lot more.
Cold case detectives investigating the murder of Rick and Gail Brink have focused their attention on Gail's brother Ryan.
We wanted to have it where when we interviewed Ryan, we knew about him. We kind of thought there was something there.
They learn Ryan is now married to the woman he was with the night the murders happened, Pam Wingarden.
As far as for Ryan's alibi back in '87, he had indicated that he and Pam had gone to a laundromat to do laundry, 5 to 8-ish. And then from there, they went over to Pam's girlfriend's house where they hung out there. And I believe Ryan then took Pam home around 2 in the morning.
Aiming to verify their version of events, detectives bring Ryan and Pam in for questioning.
We made that tactical decision to interview Pam first because we knew Ryan's a control freak. He thought he was going to be able to be interviewed with her. So we told him to come back, but he said, no, I'll wait here.
Detectives ask Pam about the story she told 25 years ago.
She said basically, I don't remember, I can't remember. And I'm just like, well, we're just asking you to be truthful.
Pam was very reluctant. One of the things that Venus did was gain trust. She built rapport.
She finally admitted that Ryan was not with her that night. So we knew something was up. But at that point, she's like, I'm gonna go home. And I asked her, are you gonna be okay? Because I was concerned if he's this controlling, and you just told us that you lied for your husband. I mean, we gave her every opportunity. Well, she left. We knew Pam knew more than what she was saying, but wasn't really willing to share yet. We didn't feel she was responsible for it, but we weren't able to make an arrest. So we then brought Ryan in. And he didn't care for women. So actually, Dave took the lead on this interview.
His body language was total deception.
We told him, your wife said you weren't with her. Well, she's confused. No, she's confused. This is what we did.
He didn't want us to talk to Pam. He didn't want us to do a complete investigation.
He denied any involvement in his sister and brother-in-law's homicide.
If your brother or your sister was murdered and you had nothing to do with it, you would do everything you could to help. Here you have a blood brother not helping.
Pretty much after that, Ryan left.
With differing accounts from Pam and Ryan, detectives must find a way to verify his whereabouts the night his sister was murdered.
Back in 1987, Ryan was not only dating Pam, but he was dating another girl named Chris. So we then went and interviewed her. Talked to her about her relationship with Ryan and things that had happened. She said, Ryan wanted kids, I couldn't give him kids.
And so that was the demise of their relationship.
We kind of went through the interview. We were there for maybe an hour. And then we're kind of like, okay, anything else? No. And literally, we're like getting up out of our chairs, and she's like, well, there is this one thing. And we look at each other and we sit back down and we're like, well, what is it? And she proceeds to tell us about how Ryan came over and told her his sister had been murdered. And it was 2 days after they were found, and asked, can you go with me for a ride? And she's like, then he drove me around. We went to the park. And she goes, he sat there and he was crying and he was talking about what a terrible person he was. And she's like, you know, I was afraid he was gonna tell me he killed her. And we said, what did he tell you? And at that point she said that he had said he had a sexual relationship with her, that he basically had raped his sister. That it happened more than once, and that she wasn't willing.
That was huge. That was the aha moment. If Gail had told Rick about the abuse, Ryan was going to be exposed. The question at that time was, is the aha moment going to turn into a confession?
Detectives Repper and Blakely bring Ryan in for a second interview.
Dave started talking to him about his relationship with Gail.
I was repeatedly asking him to tell me about that. What happened there? And he would respond with, what are you getting at, Dave? It was a pretty intense time.
We sat there, it was like 40 seconds, just staring. It was a stare down. And finally, Ryan admitted at that point that he had a sexual relationship with his sister. And he said it was just kids play, kids play. We kind of threw out there, well, you told Chris that, you know, it was basically like rape. He again downplayed the abuse. It was experimentation. No one was hurt, it only happened a little bit, and that was it.
Despite this admission, Ryan remained steadfast in denying his involvement in the murders.
So we still didn't have enough, but we at least had now a different path that we were going.
Detectives must prove beyond doubt that Ryan pulled the trigger 25 years ago.
We basically interviewed people all around him. interviewed his friends. We found Jim Meacham. Jim is a good friend of Ryan's. They hung out, they'd known each other for years. They kind of ran in the same circle. We interviewed him, and he recalled how he found out that Gail had been murdered. Jim, he would go to Ryan's house in the morning and he would have coffee with Ryan before he'd go to work sometimes. And he said it would be really, really early. He had gone there the day the bodies were discovered. And Ryan was up and Pam was up, and he's like, they're both crying, tears and everything. And he's like, what's wrong? And he said that Ryan had said, my sister's been murdered. The importance of that is Rick and Gail were not found murdered until 11 o'clock in the morning on that Monday. So the only way he could tell Jim Meacham that they were dead that early is if he was involved in the homicide.
After 25 years of investigation, detectives have found a flaw in Ryan Wingarden's timeline that convinces them of his guilt.
So you've got motive and you've got opportunity. You've got them both in spades. But you're going to need more than that to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the person committed this murder.
Armed with their new information, detectives decide to re-interview his wife, Pam.
Along with the fact that she had lied to police about his alibi, we knew that she was hiding information. That's a lot of pressure on an individual.
But we said, you know what? She is a victim too. She's basically married this man after he may have done this horrible thing, and you have to get her to feel comfortable to come out with this information and share it. So at that point, Dave and I then made the decision to go to Pam's work. We just basically said, you know, we'd like to talk to you. And she said, yeah, I'll listen. We said, we are giving you the opportunity to come forward and tell us your story. The truth is going to come out. You need to do what's right for your kids.
And we said, Pam, you need to come clean on this deal. Which she did.
She basically came out and admitted that Ryan had come over that night, was all upset, and had said, I killed Rick and Gail.
Pam's confession, along with the reconstructed timeline, lays out the final hours of Rick and Gail Brink and how a secret between siblings was the spark for their murder.
On Saturday, they went to the wedding. A bunch of people went to the bar after the wedding, and they were at the bar till probably around 11-ish. They would have been home no later than 11:30. Rick and Gail were up watching TV.
Ryan came over. There was a confrontation.
I think Ryan knew that Rick knew about the abusive relationship that he had with his sister. And I think Ryan was jealous of the life that Gail was starting to get for herself.
Gail told Ryan to get out and not to come back.
Gail turned around, walked down the hall, went to bed. And at that point, Rick looked at him and said, you really need to go. So Ryan then left the home. Ryan came back to the door saying he had car trouble. And then Rick had slipped on his galoshes. He still had on his wedding attire, put his old work coat on, went, got in the truck in the driver's side. And that's where Ryan shot him with a .22 in the head. He then went in the house walked back to the bedroom. Where he then shot Gail in the head 3 times. Ryan then went back over to Pam's house. He then takes Pam back to Rick and Gail's home where he killed him. He then takes her back to the bedroom where he shows her Gail, and he actually is the one that puts the pillow on her head. And he indicates to her, if you tell anybody, this will happen to you. They then go back to Ryan's home. Ryan does take clothing items in the gun in a bag, and he discards them somewhere. You know, years went on, they had this secret. They just buried it.
Detectives have enough to arrest Ryan Wingarden.
I read him his rights, and I asked him no questions. But it was the look on Ryan's face.
He adamantly said that we badgered Pam, that she's only saying that because she wants a divorce, and, you know, and how dare she, just anything but accept responsibility for it.
His mode was jealousy, and that he was going to be exposed about his sexual abuse with his sister.
On March 28, 2014, 26 years after the murder of Gail and Rick Brink, a jury finds Wingarden guilty of 2 counts of first-degree murder. He is appealing his conviction.
When I look at Ryan, what do I see? I just see darkness. I felt like we had pulled a piece of darkness out of the world.
Dave and Venus, the cold case team, they worked their hearts out. I was thankful that they got to the bottom of it.
We brought the right person to justice, but it's always there, and I think it's sad for both families. The Wingarden family, you know, they lost their daughter by the hands of their own son. The Brinks, they lost their son, and they lost a daughter-in-law. It's just something their family will always have to deal with.
The amount of stab wounds and the force that was used was a very violent attack.
A brutal killing.
She didn't deserve this. She was totally innocent.
A dark mystery with multiple suspects.
She had come into a lump sum of money not too long before her murder. He seemed to have been communicating with a number of other women.
This guy is a cold-blooded sociopath.
I've never had any suspect be able to give me the chills like he did.
The truth will be revealed.
He said, "No, man, you got it all wrong." And that's when the most bizarre story poured out of him. You could not write this script for a movie.
Every day in North America, dozens of people are murdered. The key to solving the toughest of these homicides lies in the final 24 hours of the victim's life. To crack the case, Detectives must reconstruct that critical timeline. The minutes and hours containing evidence that can help unlock the mystery and catch the killer. "80 miles west of Detroit lies the city of Jackson, Michigan.
It's a blue-collar working town, and it's a very hard-working town.
It's a really safe, nice community. It was routine for neighbors not to lock their doors and for kids to just play in the yard, and everyone felt very safe out there.
I need somebody outside my house right now. My fiance, I think she's dead. There's blood everywhere.
Do you know where it's coming from?
I don't know.
Okay, can you tell if she's breathing?
She's not. She's cold. She's dead. She's dead. Oh my God.
The victim is identified as 28-year-old Frances Craig.
I was out mowing the lawn, and my wife was in the house. And she came out screaming with the phone in her hand. She couldn't talk. I went into like a shock. Frances was exceptionally good mom. She was independent. She wanted to do everything herself. She was pulling 2 jobs and taking care of her children. She was going to school, and she was about a month away from getting her associate's degree in marketing when this happened.
Frances was going to get married in the fall of 2014. She was living with her fiance, Eric Wolf, who had a child of his own, soon to be her stepdaughter.
They had just moved into this home, their dream home, the home they wanted to raise their girls in and be a happy family. She was so incredibly loved.
Detectives Andrew Sullivan and Brian Huttenlocker, along with prosecutors Katie Rezmirsky and Kelsey McKinney, are assigned to the case.
We want to track all of Frances's movements for the previous 24 hours to see if there was any type of confrontation or any type of disagreement she had to give somebody a reason to murder her.
When I arrived on scene, they pointed me in the direction of Eric Wolf, who was the fiance of the victim and also the 911 caller. During Mr. Wolf's interview, we asked him basically for a timeline. Mr. Wolf informed us that he worked an overnight shift at a local factory. He said he had been at work that evening from 6 p.m. till 6 in the morning. Stated he had found her not breathing, unresponsive, and indicated to dispatch that she was deceased. When I entered the master bedroom where Frances Craig was located, the first thing that caught my eye was the bed was askew from the wall.
The bed had a large pool of blood on it.
It did appear like there was some type of struggle.
We did observe zip ties on the victim's left wrist. The victim appeared to have been stabbed several times in the neck and chest area. And that's where all the blood was coming from.
The way that she was killed was a brutal, seemingly very angry stabbing.
It was really hard for them to determine which were stab wounds and which were slash wounds. She had so many of them, and they were overlapping all on her neck and into her shoulder area, collarbone area. Over 20 stab and slash wounds.
Also appeared that she had been gagged, and it appeared to be some type of scarf.
She had a robe on, but her robe was pushed up over the lower part of her body. The investigators needed to take all of these things, preserve them for prints and DNA, send them up to the lab.
As the forensic analysis gets underway, police examine the rest of the residence.
There appeared to have been no forced entry. It appears that no one or nothing else in that house was disturbed. So robbery doesn't seem to have been in play here. There seemed to be an emotion that went along with the killing that you typically only associate with a loved one or someone known very well to your victim.
It was something that was up close and personal.
This warrants a more detailed examination of her fiancé's story.
Eric stated that he left work shortly after 6. He stopped at a local fast food restaurant and then continued on home.
Eric saw her lying on the floor.
He thought that maybe she had had too much to drink and thought she had just passed out in that condition. We didn't completely buy that. Even if they thought they were drunk and passed out, they would still try to shake them to make sure they're okay.
But he made a decision to just close the door and walk away from that scene. At some point thereafter, Franny's daughters went to the bedroom. We know, unfortunately, that they saw her in the position that she was ultimately found. The girls then went downstairs and were able to get Eric fully awake and to let him know that something was very, very wrong.
Eric's interview raises a series of troubling questions.
Franny's last text to Eric was at 12:42 a.m. Something about the children and not being in bed.
We did consult with the Michigan State Crime Lab, and they did note that by looking at the blood that Frances had been dead for several hours. So we know it happened sometime after midnight, but before he'd said he'd first located her shortly after 6 in the morning.
He then called the police at 10:55 in the morning.
So it had been a period of time as Frances lay dead on her bedroom floor before 911 was called.
Police bring Eric into the station for further questions.
He wasn't super emotional, as in when somebody loses a close one. So we took that as kind of a clue.
A lot of things that Eric said didn't add up to us.
At some point in the interview, he makes a statement asking if she might have committed suicide.
That was the question. That didn't make any sense either. She was a happy, hardworking, on the cusp of great things kind of a gal, about to graduate, about to be married, had 3 young kids.
So he gave lots of contradictory statements.
Eric was suspect number one.
Confusing statements to police have made Frances Craig's fiancé, Eric Wolf, the first suspect in her murder.
He adamantly denied he had anything to do with it, and so the investigators were still trying to find anything to really link him to the crime.
Detectives examine the couple's relationship.
It appeared that both Frances and Eric had a lot of stress going on at this time. Eric was working 12-hour shifts, and Franny was taking care of the children and also working 2 jobs. We did learn of a couple incidents where other people had heard Frances and Eric arguing. Family members had seen them get in a pretty heated argument about how to discipline or raise one of the children.
Eric, he always knew the answer. You didn't know anything. You know, and it didn't seem like you respected women.
They might have just been at wit's end with each other and very stressed out about the upcoming wedding. One of them could have been having second thoughts.
They look to their digital lives for more clues.
Technology and internet open up a whole new chapter in how investigators investigate crimes. In this case, we got into Eric's iCloud account, we got into Franny's account, we pulled their IP addresses for their home internet to see what searches were done in their home from any devices that were connected to that IP address.
We were able to determine from cell phone records and cell phone devices, Mr. Wolf actually had been communicating with some other females outside of the relationship.
Eric's phone records reveal he spoke with one of the women at 9:08 p.m.
Definitely appeared that he was coming across as single, not someone that was engaged to be married. We also learned that on one of the sites he was actually using an alias, not using his real name, but exchanging pictures of himself.
There was some level of unhappiness or maybe lack of commitment on Eric's part in this relationship. It put him more firmly in the hot seat as a suspect. The detectives made contact with as many of those women as they could to determine their whereabouts in the hours leading up to this homicide, to determine what the level of their connection with Eric had been.
We were able to determine that they had no knowledge of the homicide or no involvement. In fact, we're shocked to even learn that Mr. Wolf was engaged. We were able to rule them out as having any involvement.
They need to take a detailed look at his alibi.
Eric worked the midnight shift. But it's one thing to say I worked that shift. It's another thing to sort of determine, were you in fact at that establishment that entire period of time?
So I do go to his work, did speak with management. They do have cameras on their time clocks, so I did ask if they could pull the cameras. I did view that he did in fact come in just before 6 p.m. and that he left shortly after 6 a.m.
This means Eric could not have been responsible for his fiance's murder.
So Eric, while had put himself on the top of our list, we had nothing to really tie him to the homicide.
They looked for other clues within Frances's personal life.
It was clear they had just bought this home. The detectives were interested in how did that come about, who paid for it, where did the money come from. They did find that Franny had come into a lump sum of money not too long before her murder.
investigators dig into the source of her newfound wealth.
As they peeled back the layers of that information, what they found was that Franny had actually been assaulted in the somewhat recent past at a clothing store that she worked at.
We spoke with family and friends to see what they knew of it.
The kids were in there trying to steal stuff. And my daughter kicked them out. And then the mother of the kids started beating on my daughter and another employee that was there. They were just hitting her, knocking her down and hitting her. And, I mean, she had a hard time. She couldn't even go back to that store again. She had post-traumatic shock from it.
They were criminally charged in the matter. And she ended up suing and received the large sum of money from this family.
Francis's courtroom victory only led to more bad blood.
And there were some threats made by one of the suspects. So that certainly perked my interest. They were obviously very angry with her and could have reason to want to harm or kill Francis.
There are thousands of threats that occur every day. Do we take them all seriously? It's one thing to say, I'm going to kill you. Does the victim actually believe you and feel threatened? Then it becomes a death threat and a criminal offense.
She was terrified. I mean, she didn't know what they were going to do. She just went crazy.
I went up to Lansing, met up with the detective, and she and I went over to the residence. They definitely had some disagreements with Francis. Shortly into the interview, I did reveal that Francis had been murdered. They appeared to be very surprised.
Investigators must determine if they were in the Jackson County area during the time Francis was killed.
They were able to give me a pretty detailed timeline. I did check with some cameras at the locations they said they were. Also check with their alibi witnesses. And I was able to, through all that, verify that they were, in fact, where they said they were.
Hoping to uncover clues about Francis's attacker, investigators begin speaking with other people who she interacted with during her final day.
We know that in the early part of the day, she spent time with friends and family.
I did speak with one of her friends she had been with. She remembers looking at the clock just before Francis left. The friend specifically noted she left at 8:09 p.m. Then she went and picked up her kids.
Francis and the children, along with a family babysitter, go to the Jackson County Fair. We were able to pull some pictures off social media that she had posted from the fair and also coordinate the cell phone, GPS, that she was in fact at the fair at the exact timestamp that the photo was uploaded.
We determined that she was at the fair until about closing time, which would be just around 10 o'clock. Figured she got home close to 11 o'clock in the evening.
Through the analysis of her movements by cell phone, they uncover a new lead.
We were able to determine that she communicated with a number that appeared to be for somewhat of a lengthy period of time.
The individual was Alex, who is her ex and the father of her 2 children.
We always look into the ex-husband, boyfriend of the victim, specifically when they have children involved.
He definitely fell right into the timeline of the homicide, as the communication between them was the day before.
Makes one wonder, was there contention between the two of them?
Investigators were able to speak with Franny's parents in regards to Alex. It appeared that their relationship might not have been the best.
I didn't think they got along at all, like two normal people would, you know, boyfriend, girlfriend. She tried to make it work, but he didn't want anything to do with it, so she said the heck with it and broke off.
When you're dealing with an ex, that ex has to come up with some very powerful alibi information. Otherwise, you are looking definitely at someone who could be a suspect.
The discovery of a rocky past between Frances Craig and her former partner has made him the latest suspect in her murder.
With him having a relationship with Franny previously and also still being involved in her life, being the father of her two children, it was somebody that we had to investigate further and either rule him out as a suspect or continue investigating.
There is a responsibility of any investigator to follow every lead, especially where there's a suspicion the suspect lies within the family circle. Most murder victims know their killers.
For Alex, the truth lies in his timeline.
He had his cell phone with him that particular day, leading up to the homicide and during the hours of the homicide. A cell phone can tell us not just who we're communicating with at any given time. Most all of them these days place us in time and space. They ping off of different towers, and they help us know where a cell phone is location-wise. Based on that information, investigators were able to determine that Alex was nowhere in the area at the time this homicide occurred.
We were comfortable enough ruling him out as having involvement in the homicide.
So far, the most viable candidate is still her fiancé, Eric Wolf.
We had the money motive. We had the love motive. We had the outside relationship motive. So we had all these definitely fitting motives. But again, we had no hard evidence to prove those motives.
It was wildly frustrating.
As investigators, obviously our motive is justice in the end, but we also want to get closure for the family and her friends.
It was very difficult for us to go through that. Frances was a good person. She didn't deserve this. Our relationship was great with the detectives. They told us as much as they could. And I think what made us the maddest is when people would say, well, why aren't you not trying hard enough?
The investigators in this case were tireless, literally tireless. There is not a stone that they left unturned.
Detectives get word the forensic analysis has finally been completed.
I received information from the Michigan State Police Crime Lab that they were able to get a DNA hit on the zip ties that were located on Franny's left wrist. The information I received was that it was a CODIS hit, which means that it was a known offender, and it came back to a Cortez Butler.
We all just looked at each other around the table and went, who? Have you heard of this guy? Do you know this guy? Is he connected to Jackson? Is he connected to Franny? Is he connected to Eric? Does anybody know anything about Cortez Butler? And the short answer was no.
We were advised that Cortez Butler is a hitman. He'll murder anybody for the right price. And that he has murdered people throughout the country. So at that point, we want to try to link Eric to Cortez. Our thought is possibly Eric may have hired him to kill Francis.
Detectives believe they've found the hitman who murdered Francis Craig, Cortez Butler. Now they have to determine what caused her to be his target.
We didn't want to tip our hand at anything, so we kind of had to hold it close to the chest and figure out what we needed to do with this lead and how it needed to be followed up on. We wanted to make sure that when we found them that we had all of our ducks in a row, because we knew we'd probably only get one shot to see what his involvement was in our homicide.
They contacted his parole agent to find out what they could find out about him, and immediately kicked out a search warrant for information, phone records, anything they could get.
Once we got Cortez's phone records, we were able to see that he had traveled from Detroit to Jackson within that timeline of 24 hours before the homicide. We were able to watch it kind of drive down I-94 and hit off of towers as it came. But then he turned his phone off. And he turned his phone off right at the time of the murder. We were able to then pick it back up, going back down I-94. About 2:11 is when he turned his phone back on.
At that point, we now know that Cortez Butler is on Francis Craig's timeline.
So we have him in Jackson, but we still don't know what his relationship with either Eric or Franny actually is.
To find that out, they must speak to him directly.
In the middle of the night, we get a call from a captain of Detroit PD.
Detroit police have tracked down Cortez Butler.
At that point, Detective Sullivan and I jumped in our car and we drove to Detroit.
We sat down with Mr. Butler, introduced ourselves, explained where we are from to see if that would maybe get a reaction from him, knowing that we were from Jackson. I asked him about any connections he'd ever had to Jackson, if he knows anyone in Jackson, if he would have any reason to travel to Jackson. He said no to all those. I slid the lab report over towards him and showing that his DNA was on the zip ties involved in our homicide. We did ask him whether he was hired by Mr. Wolf or whether he knew Mr. Wolf. Mr. Butler just kind of had a blank stare, and again, he repeated that he'd never been to Jackson. Mr. Butler was a cold individual. He showed no emotion, no reaction, and requested to return to his cell at that point.
With Butler refusing to cooperate, they must find another way of uncovering who hired him.
At Cortez's residence, among other things, several phones were located and confiscated, and ultimately they were examined.
We learned that he is having contact with one other person, and he's had contact with that person more than 200 times in a pretty short amount of time.
A search warrant is issued for that cell phone number. What comes back is that that phone is registered to an individual named, of all names in the world, Dorito Johnson.
We were pretty sure Dorito Johnson was not a real name and that someone had used a street name or a fake name for that phone. We asked our local kind of undercover drug investigators to look into this name, and they said, yes, Dorito Johnson is Clifford McKee. So Clifford was someone we then were very interested in because Clifford was also our first connection back to Jackson.
Clifford had ties to both Jackson and Detroit. And we were able to determine that there was a relationship between Clifford McKee and Cortez Butler. They had served prison time together.
If you've got an extensive criminal background and you've served time in a federal penitentiary where other people around you are in there for violent crimes, it's easier than you might think to find somebody who's willing to kill somebody else for $2,000 or $3,000 or $4,000. The problem is that a person who is willing to kill somebody for money isn't necessarily a trustworthy person. You better hope that no trail ever leads back to that hitman, because once that happens, you as the person who hired him are done.
Armed with Clifford's name, investigators returned to Cortez Butler.
At this point in the investigation, we were not able to connect Mr. Butler or Clifford McKee to Eric Wolf.
That's what they needed to do. They said to him, we know you had something to do with it. There's no way around that. Your DNA is on the zip tie. You can't get past that. We think you're the guy who carried it out, but we don't think you're the guy who wanted it carried out because you don't have any connection to this. And so they said, we need your help. We have a little kid who's in danger of going back to a guy we think hired you to kill Franny. And he said, no, man, you got it all wrong. And that's when the most unexpected, unanticipated, bizarre story poured out of him that you could ever possibly imagine. You could not write this script for a movie.
Detectives have hitman Cortez Butler cornered, but they have yet to confirm who ordered the hit.
Butler started to fill us in on the whole sequence of events and who the players were in this homicide. Mr. Butler told us that he was contacted by Clifford McKee, that he knew from prison, stating that his nephew Rodney was in trouble in Jackson and was facing a very serious charge based on the arson that he committed. He basically needed a witness to go away.
Ryan Marshall was the eyewitness to Rodney McKee's arson case. Ryan Marshall was the key to Rodney McKee going to prison.
Clifford McKee and Cortez Butler settled on a price of $10,000. $5,000 would be paid up front to kill Ryan Marshall.
As the investigators got this story from Cortez, this confession firsthand, Detective Sullivan was almost bouncing out of his chair.
Ryan Marshall and Eric Wolf were longtime friends. They were childhood friends. And at the point when Ryan's house is burnt down, he has no place to stay. Rather than putting him up in a shelter, Eric and Francis allowed him to stay with them. And then when they had bought the house, at that point, they kind of told him that we were helping you out while your house burnt down, but we're starting a family and we just can't stay here any longer. So Ryan leaves. Unfortunately, that information didn't get passed on to Cortez Butler.
Butler lays out in gruesome detail the events that transpired in the hours before Francis Craig was murdered, and how a perfect day came to a brutal end.
The 24 hours leading up to Francis's murder seemed as normal and idyllic as they could possibly have been. She spent this nice long time with friends and then was at the fair until it shut down that night.
Cortez comes over from Detroit to Jackson. His phones are hitting off of all the towers down I-94. He walks through backyards, goes through the side door of the garage.
Cortez Butler talks about looking at the time on the microwave in the kitchen at 1:42 a.m. Cortez described going all through the house looking for Ryan and not finding him. But finding Franny in her bed. He describes gagging her and binding her wrists with the zip ties and asking her about Ryan, but she kept trying to look at him. And so, in his words, he had to take her out.
Stabs her repeatedly, kills her, drags her off the bed.
And then Cortez, just as quietly as he came in, quietly leaves.
He described it so factually and so unemotionally that it appeared to not affect him at all. It was actually chilling, the calm manner in which he described it and his attitude towards it. It was surreal. I've never had any suspect be able to kind of give me the chills like he did.
He verifies that Eric Wolf had no take in it. He didn't know Eric Wolf, didn't know anything about Eric Wolf.
One of the most heartbreaking things for me about this case will always be that those little girls had to see their mother the way that they did. It's a tragedy. Sorry. Franny gets me, man.
We see a lot of really heinous crimes in our world as prosecutors. But very rarely do you have a victim who was engaged in zero risky behavior. I mean, Franny was doing nothing wrong, but at home, in her bed, taking care of those 3 little girls. And that because of 3 evil, heinous men, she had to lose her life. She's the definition of collateral damage.
On October 7th, 2015, Cortez Butler is charged with first-degree murder. Clifford McKee and Rodney McKee are also charged with soliciting murder and first-degree murder.
When we went to court, we didn't miss a minute of it. This involves my daughter. She would do it for me. It was a harder process, but at the end, the jury got it right.
They all received life sentences without the chance of parole.
Their convictions are currently under appeal.
Cortez Butler, he's got a special place in hell when he finally does die. I guarantee you that. This guy is a cold-blooded sociopath. He's just a good kid. I mean, couldn't ask for better. The detectives did a fantastic job. And all my thanks would go to them for at least giving us that peace of mind that these guys are behind bars the rest of their life.
This is just horrific. What they did to this person is just wrong.
A brutal killing.
It was just kind of like a dream, a bad dream.
A dark mystery with multiple suspects.
He built a reputation for beating people, hurting people.
Make no mistake, there were people there that witnessed this, that felt that it was wrong.
We're like, well, can you tell us who did it? He said, talk to the females.
She was irate. She didn't want to have nothing to do with us.
The truth will be revealed.
He tells everybody, if anybody speaks, the same thing will happen to you.
Every day in North America, dozens of people are murdered. The key to solving the toughest of these homicides lies in the final 24 hours of the victim's life. To crack the case, detectives must reconstruct that critical timeline. The minutes and hours containing evidence that can help unlock the mystery and catch the killer. Nestled along the shores of Lake Michigan lies the rural community of Covert Township.
Covert is very diverse. You have everybody from the fruit pickers that are coming in, the migrants, to the people that own several $100,000 homes.
A lot of families leave Chicago and come to Covert because we're trying to get away from that city life.
Idyllic perhaps, but there are always dangers hiding in the darkness.
Call was placed to 911 stating that a woman was hit by a car out on Blue Star Highway.
Responding officers find the 34-year-old woman still alive, barely.
The lady was identified as Deborah Boothby. She was saying, please don't let me die.
Ambulance arrived, and she ended up dying on the way to the hospital.
7 in the morning, just banging on my door. That's my grandmother and my cousins, and my grandma was just crying, and she was just like, your mom's dead. It was just kind of like a dream, a bad dream. I just turned around and went back in my room, lay down, and just was like, kind of in shock. My mom was kind of like the glue. When she passed away, everybody kind of just fell apart. I just cried all the time, all the time.
Despite their efforts, police are unable to identify the person who may have run Deborah over. For 9 years, the case goes unsolved, until Michigan State Police detectives Diane Oppenheim and Kyle Gorham, along with Covert Township's detective Jay Allen, take it on.
So when you open up a cold case, you have to understand the case from ground zero. You have to take it all the way back to the very beginning.
This starts with the original medical examiner's report.
Forensic evidence plays a significant role in cold cases. It may cause investigators to look at something subtle that wasn't picked up initially. Sometimes it could change the entire direction of the investigation.
There was a lot of bruising, and the body was mangled in such a way that it was consistent with a car running over the body. The autopsy report noted the high blood alcohol content. So the theory was she wandered into the road and got ran over.
It's a rural highway. There is a lot of tree cover, especially in the evening hours. It gets very dark where you can't see much of anything.
If it's a true hit and run, it's a vehicular homicide or manslaughter. It is a lesser charge than capital murder.
But it became apparent to us that there may have been some foul play that occurred prior to Deborah Boothby being struck on the roadway.
We focused on an injury to her face, which was consistent with being involved in a physical fight.
She had teeth missing, and there was a large amount of bruising to her head versus directly to the middle torso where she was struck by the motor vehicle.
Her face was completely black and blue. She had lacerations on her face where portions were basically just gouged away.
All of a sudden, you're starting to see, wait a minute, there's more to this. It's no longer a hit and run. It's now a murder.
In cases such as this, it's important to try to figure out the puzzle of what was the sequence of events, because it tells you the story of what happened.
The cold case detectives begin to trace Deborah's movements in the last 24 hours of her life.
We needed to know where she'd been, where she would travel to, who she had been with, up to the point she was struck by a vehicle. We started to talk to folks that were closest to her, family members. She always worked. She was providing a good home for her family. She had a little bit of a nightlife, but other than that, for the most part, she was a single mom taking care of her children.
She lived in that community her whole life. She was also one that was pretty feisty and was not one to back down from anybody. Deborah Boothby's mother said that she had been working that day. She got off work around 7 p.m.
Her mother says Deborah had made plans with her cousin, Brenda.
Brenda and Deborah had actually went to a bar in South Haven, which is nearby Covert Township.
At one point, they split in the evening. Deborah ended up wanting to go out to the Blue Star Lounge, and Brenda wanted to stay where she was at. She ended up going out to the Blue Star Lounge about 10:45.
The Blue Star Lounge was a small after-hours bar that would get a lot of people in the evening hours. It could be a powder keg with things that could happen there.
The family members believe that on this particular night, she went there to confront her former boyfriend, who was Ivory Shaver.
Ivory Shaver and Deborah Boothby had been in a relationship on and off for years. They were always fighting, and there'd been a lot of abusive past between the two of them.
Ivory Shaver had had many run-ins with law enforcement.
Ivory was the type of person that did what he wanted to do. He was just a bad boy, I guess. I don't know if that's what attracted my mom.
The Shaver family is a very prominent family. There are a lot of nice individuals, okay? But like in any large family, there are 2 or 3 bad apples.
My uncle always used to say how he never really messed with the Shavers. They came in packs. So if you had a problem with one, you had a problem with them all.
Detectives learned that Deborah had been assaulted by Ivory just a few days before her death.
There was an argument that took place. It appeared to be over money. He left, and Deborah was pretty pissed off.
As we developed the timeline for this incident and the people of interest that we wanted to speak with, Ivory Shaver was definitely on that timeline.
Ivory was a stone cold man, period.
Michigan cold case detectives have their first person of interest in Deborah Boothby's death, her ex-boyfriend, Ivory Shaver.
He's going to have to account for his movements on that day. And if his explanation doesn't hold water with the police, he's going to be the #1 suspect.
We felt he was an individual that was capable of committing this crime.
They find Shaver in prison, serving time for a home invasion.
When Ivory was initially interviewed, he didn't give up much information at all.
When I was asking him questions about his relationship with Deborah, he spoke of her very fondly.
Ivory confirms their relationship was over and says he was dating another woman, Chevalier Gill.
He admitted to seeing Deborah that night at the Blue Star Lounge at about 11:30.
He said that he left with Chevalier Gill long before Deborah ended up in the roadway.
He said he had nothing to do with it. And he thought she was walking down the road and an accidental hit.
The violent history between Ivory and Deborah raises doubt about his story.
When you receive an alibi, your primary objective is to disprove the alibi. Telephone records clearly are very helpful, but so are video, CCTV, witness information, canvas information. It takes time. You may have spent weeks on it, but you have to chase that alibi down.
They turn to the Blue Star Lounge staff for help.
The bar owner was very reserved, didn't provide us with a lot of information. The bar owner had a girlfriend that also worked out there. And when we asked her about the number of individuals that were in the bar that night, she was very quick to tell us that it was 99. which was the allowed limit by the liquor license. But we worked a lot of long hours, and we were able to obtain quite a list of individuals that we knew 100% that were there at the Blue Star Lounge on that evening.
The problem was that nobody was talking.
There was a lot of rumors about it after it happened. But I know there was people there, like people that I knew and was close to. But people didn't really want to say anything.
99% of the people we talked to said I was in the bathroom. Well, if you knew the bathroom of the Blue Star Lounge, it was one stall, 3 foot by 3 foot, and we had 350 people in the bathroom. We started to see that there was a pattern developing here that didn't make sense.
They were up against a number of different factors. One, a lot of the people had criminal records. Two, they were anti-police. When people are vague with the information that they're giving, that's an indicator to us or any investigator that there's more information there. And the people just do not want to be involved or are scared about the information that they do have.
They just never wanted to get themselves involved. If they talk their fear that now I have to live in this community, nobody wants to be the snitch.
I think that was the most difficult part. They did not want to be talking with us.
All too often, we run into cases where there's a wall of silence, there's a lack of information, whether it's cultural, whether it's just fear of the killers or the bad people involved in this. You have to sit back again and look for the Achilles heel. What's the way in to get this information?
To break the silence, detectives set up an anonymous tip line.
We received a tip on one of our local drug dealers that was known to be very violent. And we kept repeatedly getting tips on this individual. And everybody's saying, talk to him. When a name that significant pops up, you got to be able to say, okay, no, and rule them out completely.
The dealer, Eric Hollis, was reported seen at the Blue Star Lounge the night Deborah was killed.
So we called him in, and we had him write out a statement what he did that evening. He was at the bar before Deborah even showed up.
Police press Hollis about why he was there in a bid to connect him to Deborah.
He said the reason he went to the bar was so that he could create himself an alibi for his extramarital activities. He was, at the time, married, but he had a girlfriend, so we had to discreetly verify that with the girlfriend. It turns out he was at the bar, basically got a drink and was out of there. Deborah was dropped off at the bar at some point after that. So when you look at Deborah Boothby's timeline from beginning all the way to the end, at no point do those two even cross.
This makes the sheer number of calls implicating Hollis puzzling.
In cold cases, it isn't uncommon for an individual to call in to try and deflect the investigation in another direction.
But the interview isn't a complete loss.
One of the questions we asked was, can you tell us who did it? And it was interesting. He didn't tell us, but he said, you need to talk to those bitches. He was telling us, talk to the females. We now have a direction to go in.
There was a number of women out at the Blue Star Lounge that evening. We started off trying to build that relationship with them, but they were very difficult to gain trust.
Normally, I'm talking to females in a cold case setting. If they're not directly involved, they're going to be the ones that will open up earlier than a male would. But in this area, domestic violence was somewhat prevalent, so there was a lot of fear. They don't want any repercussions. You've got to develop a rapport with them. It may take 4 times sitting down with that person on different occasions before they even warm up to you enough to get the information that you need. So it's a long process, and you got to have patience.
Their perseverance pays off when the interviews unearth a familiar name.
There was witnesses that talked about Letitia Holling. She was a friend of Chevalier Gill's. And she was placed at the Blue Star Lounge that evening. She was partying with Chevalier Gill. It was believed that Letitia Holling was one of the last ones to leave.
This means Letitia may know who Deborah was with and how she left the bar.
So with that, we had to really take some time to dive into her timeline and who she hung out. We looked into some individuals who were in the car with her when she left the bar. Kyle and I and Diane, when we sat down with them, one flat out just was in tears and then told us Letitia Holling ran over Deborah Boothby.
After 9 years of silence, detectives believe Letitia Holling may be involved in Deborah Boothby's tragic death.
In talking with Letitia Holling, she was forthcoming about knowing Deborah. And she is also someone who Chevalier Gill confided in.
But through the interview with Tisha, Tisha never admitted to hitting Deborah. So Letitia Holling was one that we did offer a polygraph examination to.
If they're dealing with someone who, say, is not a career criminal, sometimes the polygraph alone can be enough to intimidate somebody into confessing, because it is a tool. You're hooked up to this thing, your palms are sweating, your face is dripping wet, and you're all nervous. And then they realize, am I going to get caught in a lie?
We asked Letitia Holling, did you hit Deborah Boothby while leaving the Blue Star Lounge? The results came back that she wasn't being truthful. We knew at that point when she failed, she's withholding something. So now we gotta go back and figure out, okay, where are you being deceptive? Tell us again what you remember. Now we're going at you hard, because we know somehow you're involved. Tisha did break down crying, so I do believe that she knows something happened. But here's a single mother of 2 or 3 kids, just sitting here going, I'm not saying a word. I've got babies to raise. Is it right? Absolutely not. It's completely wrong. But sometimes as investigators, we have to put ourselves in that position and say, okay, I guess I can understand.
We had to keep building that rapport, building the confidence, and really building that trust.
Over 3 separate interviews, Letitia gradually begins to open up.
She said she witnessed an argument between Deborah Boothby and Ivory Shaver at the Blue Star Lounge that evening. So that brought to light this whole new element. And then you add in, the altercation that they had earlier in the week. Ivory knew a lot more than what he was willing to tell us.
She said Deborah confronted Ivory Shaver, whom was with Chevy Gill.
It appeared to most to be a fight involving a love triangle because Deborah saw Ivory with Chevy.
The drink was thrown on Ivory by Deborah. And then that caused a verbal fight.
And she indicated that things were just getting out of control. And she had no way of being able to stop it.
The Blue Star Lounge closed that evening early due to this altercation that was occurring inside.
When we had this information about this fight, we thought, okay, maybe there's a little bit more to this story. Now, when you go and do your interviews, you want to focus on that fight.
Detectives returned to their pool of female observers to learn what happened to Deborah after the fight inside the bar.
One witness we went into a very dangerous part of Kalamazoo to talk to. We took her to a fast food joint and purchased a burger for her. And I knew that she had some domestic violence in her past. So after about an hour of getting nowhere, again, we used that emotional side. Hey, I know you were a victim of domestic violence. This could have been you. This almost was you a couple times. And that's when she broke down. We then learned there's a second fight in the parking lot.
She tells detectives she witnessed a mob attack Deborah right outside the bar.
She described the beating of Deborah Boothby as dogs fighting over a bone. That's how fierce it was.
Everyone was kicking and beating and stomping on her.
The witness reluctantly names the ringleaders. Her ex-boyfriend, Ivory Shaver, Ivory's nephew, Scotty Shaver, and a local drug dealer named Ed Foster.
Scotty Shaver is just a young kid who was out of control, short temper, in and out of trouble all the time with law enforcement. And that's, from break-ins to drug trafficking, you name it.
Ed Foster was an associate with the Shaver family.
They're both trying to build their own drug trade.
Ivory, Scotty, and Chevy Gill were all punching and kicking Deborah.
They would have never did that had I been there. Never. Somehow she ended up being there by herself. So she wouldn't have been there by herself had I been there.
At one point, Ed Foster hit her so hard that she was motionless on the ground of the parking lot. Everybody froze and thought, oh my gosh, she's dead.
The witness then adds a puzzling detail.
Deborah had been placed into a car, unconscious. And as they were leaving the parking lot, the vehicle that she was in had turned left, which meant that the vehicle went south. That became a question point because we know that her body was found north of the Blue Star Lounge.
Now all of a sudden, you're starting to go, well, wait a minute. If she's beaten And everybody's saying, oh yeah, she was knocked out, and people were saying, we gotta go, police are gonna come. And now she's being dragged and put in a car. At what point was she walking down the road and gets hit? And you're going, there's more to this.
With multiple suspects on their radar, detectives must unravel the mystery of what happened to Deborah Boothby after she was attacked and taken from the Blue Star Lounge.
I think a lot of people were scared of Ivory Shaver and Scotty Shaver at that point in time.
We knew that people were reaching out in the community from the Shaver family and were threatening witnesses.
After it came out, they were investigating them. Scotty came to me, he was like, can I talk to you for a minute? And he was like, I just want to tell you, I didn't have nothing to do with it. I mean, he just swore up and down, I wasn't there, you know, I didn't do anything. We've known each other for years, I would never do nothing like that. So I said, well, the truth will come out eventually. But I just stopped talking to a lot of people because I didn't know who to trust.
With the powerful Shaver family stonewalling, detectives must find a way to get straight answers about Deborah's death.
We knew that Adrienne Burnett was in that circle. We were told that she was in a dating relationship with Scotty at that time.
We went right to her house, knocked on the door, and she said, what can we do for you? And we said, we're here, we've reopened the Boothby case. Adrienne turned white as a ghost.
You can see the fear factor in her face. Obviously, there's something. She's really concerned about why we're there.
Adrienne's now a mom herself and a very good mother. I mean, she was going to school and really engaged with her kids. I could tell that this had been weighing on her. I was just hoping that she was finally gonna get some relief.
We're like, talk to us about this.
Adrienne Burnett admitted to saying, yes, I was at the Blue Star Lounge that night. But she also was pretty vague in her recollection. She said she really didn't have much to do with the fight or any part of that, and was really trying to distance herself from the situation.
When we're just making contact with somebody for the first time, we try to employ a lot of empathy to let them understand where we're coming from. We're asking them to understand it as if this was their own loved one as well. And to let them know if it was, we would be out here doing the same thing for them.
And after the course of 4 hours, Adrienne Burnett admitted to driving over Deborah Boothby. And that's when we kind of stopped and we said, okay, we want you to go through the whole timeline of what happened, what you did, and she agreed. Adrienne was at the bar when everybody got kicked out of the bar. The fight continued.
Adrienne's account was when it went outside. It was a very, very brutal assault that occurred.
And then what happened? She tried to defend herself. She did a very good job, you know. At first, she held her own for a minute there. But with that many people, you know, it's difficult.
Deborah Boothby had gotten knocked down to the ground.
Ed Foster, Ivory Shaver, and Scotty pick her up and drag her to Chevy Gill's car.
Ivory and Scotty pushed her in there. and made her game.
Was she trying not to get her?
Yes.
Adrian Burnett got into her own car. Scotty gets in the car with Adrian. Scotty tells her, follow that car. They drive out of the parking lot, head left. They get to Covert Township Park to a little roundabout.
We get to the dead end. We pull around the little circle area. Scotty gets off the car.
They drag her out of the car, where all four just take turns.
Chevy choked her. Scotty came in here, Ivory hit her.
Did she appear to be scared?
Yes. She's screaming, yelling. Scotty hit her one last time, and that's when she fell down to the ground. After that last punch, she didn't move anymore.
They've beaten her so bad, they believe she's dead.
Chevy screaming, what are we going to do with her? We can't leave her here, everybody's seen us put her in the car. Ivy said, okay, well, put her back in the car, and we're going to run over her, make it look like it was an accident.
They load her up in Chevy Gill's car. They drive her back to the lounge. In the parking lot are still several individuals. Scotty gets out and tells everybody, if anybody speaks, the same thing will happen to you.
Detectives coax a disturbing confession from a fearful Adrian Burnett about the murder of Deborah Boothby.
Ivory and Ed Foster have laid Deborah on the road and have run her over with their car. After that happens, Adrian Burnett is now pulling out of the lounge.
We get out of the driveway, Scotty says, run that bitch over.
And Adrian guns the car and runs her over. Tisha Holling was right behind, probably ran her over, was like, oh my gosh, what did I just hit? Adrian Burnett goes straight home. She is now distraught. Scotty tells her to shut her mouth, and she explains to us she was in fear of her life because if she said anything, if she gave him up, she would be dead.
As far as brutality, this was one of the most brutal cases. Make no mistake, there were people there that witnessed this, that felt that it was wrong, but they also had feelings for themselves of basically being scared of this other family.
Where was anybody to help Deborah Boothby? All these people were her friends, all these people she knew, and nobody cared. They still treated her like an animal.
I was angry. I was angry with people that were there that didn't stop it. I was around these people for that whole 11 years. But I always knew in the back of my head there was something not right. Just the fact that people that I knew and was close to had a hand in taking my mother away. For what?
Armed with witness statements, police move on the 4 conspirators.
Ivory was in prison the whole time we were investigating, and he was up for parole, and we actually went to the parole board and stopped his parole because we knew he was dangerous and could threaten people.
We discovered where Ed Foster was located. We had him picked up in Indianapolis.
Scotty Shaver and Chevalier Gill are also arrested. But as the trial begins, a conviction isn't as simple as it seems.
The thing that made me nervous was our witnesses were so scared. Our suspects are very dangerous individuals, and if you speak, you could end up like she did. During this whole time that Adrienne was working with us, she was receiving threats from Scotty and Ed Foster, being reminded to shut up. One of the things Kyle and I did, we were reassuring witnesses. We would drive to wherever they were, pick them up, get them to trial, and the whole time we were reassuring, nothing's gonna happen. We will protect you. They can't get to you. Just tell the truth.
It's the testimony from those eyewitnesses that reveals the details of Deborah Boothby's final hours.
Deborah got up, went to work. She got off work around 7 p.m. After she got home, she met up with her cousin, Brenda, and she ended up going out to the Blue Star Lounge about 10:45. There was a fight inside the Blue Star Lounge. And eventually she was escorted out of the building about 12:30. There was an additional fight that occurred in the parking lot. She was then put inside a vehicle and moved to the Covert Township Park, where Scotty Shaver and Chevalier Gill and Ivory Shaver and Ed Foster continued to beat her. And they came up with a plan to dump her body and make it look like an accident.
Deborah's body was placed out on the roadway and then ran over multiple times.
And at approximately 3:16 a.m., she was pronounced dead.
I believe the motive was hatred, just an opportunity to just beat somebody senseless. They had just no moral compass to continue to beat another human being to the point that they just killed them.
Thanks to the bravery of witnesses and the hard work of detectives, Deborah's killers finally faced justice after 13 heartbreaking years.
Scotty Shaver, Ed Foster, Chevalier Gill, and Ivory Shaver all received life sentences and are serving them now.
Adrienne Burnett, she cooperated with us during the whole investigation. She pled guilty to second-degree murder. She was offered a 20-year sentence. In that 20-year sentence, she would be eligible for parole in 6.
I did spend a lot of time with the woulda, coulda, shouldas, but I try not to think about it now.
Listening to those details and just seeing how brutal people could be to another individual, it was tough. It was tough. And it really reaffirmed why I do what I do.
That whole law enforcement system, it just inspired me. And I just wanted to be a part of that. I ended up becoming a dispatcher. I'm the person that's on the other line, helping with CPR or helping deliver a baby. And I'm the one who helps other people get home to their families. So I like it. It's a really good job.
Anytime you solve a homicide, there's a sense of satisfaction because of the level of crime that you're working. But in a cold case in particular, it's different because people around the victim may feel that the police have forgotten them, forgotten about their family. And when you can solve it, it's just like no other feeling out there.
I had no clue what to do. I just knew something was wrong.
A brutal killing.
It was by far the worst day of my life.
A dark mystery with multiple suspects.
He was a little cocky, arrogant, hard to talk to.
About anything that comes out of his mouth should start with once upon a time.
We discovered there's a serial murderer working northern Indiana.
We got to the point where we were pretty much just losing hope.
The truth will be revealed.
He said, "I'll kill you like I did Teresa."
Every day in North America, dozens of people are murdered. The key to solving the toughest of these homicides lies in the final 24 hours of the victim's life. To crack the case, detectives must reconstruct that critical timeline. The minutes and hours containing evidence that can help unlock the mystery and catch the killer. Mishawaka, Indiana, a peaceful town a few hours north of Indianapolis.
It was a quiet community, not much going on. There's a nice river that runs through the city.
Homicides are extremely low. We may get 1 or 2 a year in Mishawaka.
I need an ambulance right away. What's the matter? I come home, my sister's passed out. I put her over, her face is crushed on the ground. You still breathing? No. All right, I'll send somebody right out.
On arrival, first responders find 16-year-old Teresa Burns already dead. Detective Craig Whitfield is given responsibility for finding her killer.
When I arrived there, the neighbors were all standing out gawking because nothing ever happened in Mishawaka. Walking into the home, I saw straight ahead, there was a doorway into the kitchen. There's a stairway coming down from the upper level. And the victim's lying on the floor, face down, blood all over her face. And she'd been shot to death. It was a horrible thing to see.
Teresa was a smart person. She had ambitions of being a teacher. She was this cute little girl that blossomed when she became 16. My relationship with my sister was very good. She was very loving and caring. Worst day of my life. By far the worst day of my life.
To solve her murder, detectives must work backwards, reconstructing the final hours of Teresa's young life, starting with the moment her body is discovered.
Steve Burns, he showed up at the house at 5:15.
As I walk up to the door, I hear the phone ringing, and it's my brother, Tony. He was about second grade at the time.
His little brother Tony wanted to know if he could come home. And Steve said, sure, come on home. And so then he hung up the phone.
I looked down and see my sister lying right next to me on the floor. I don't know if there's some kind of prank, so I kind of nudged my sister. Hey, Teresa, right? Joke's over, you know, get on up. She didn't move. So I knelt down, and as I started to roll her over, I had noticed a large puddle of blood that kind of bubbled up off of her.
Then he realized that this wasn't a joke at all and that she was dead. And then he called the police.
A few minutes after that, my mom pulls up. And I was not about to have a policeman that did not know my mom have to tell my mom that my sister was dead. And my mom just screamed and cried out and kind of fell down to the ground a little bit. And from there, things started to slowly just become more of a blur.
Teresa Burns was a typical 16-year-old girl in high school, dating boys and doing what 16-year-olds do. Nothing to indicate that she was some kind of wild child. Everybody who said she was a very good friend, or just a good girl.
I learned from Teresa's mom that she had received a phone call from the school about 10 o'clock that day, and that Teresa needed to go home to change clothes. So Teresa caught the city bus at about, I think, 10:15 and arrived home around 10:30 a.m.
And then at around 5 o'clock, Steve came home and found her. There was a couple-hour window there when she was murdered.
But there was some blood dried on her face, so it was pretty evident that it had taken place maybe a little while back.
Detective Whitfield examines the scene, searching for clues about the killer.
We checked the entire perimeter of the home. There were no pry marks, no forced entry. The person was either allowed into the home or the door was left unlocked and they walked into the home. Teresa was semi-nude. Her bra was pushed up. Her pants had been torn off and thrown into the kitchen. Her panties were down around her ankles. Just by surveying the scene, it would appear maybe it was some sort of sex crime that had gone awry. Was that part of the crime interrupted somehow, or did the person change their mind? We didn't know. What we did find was an ejector rod from a small handgun, which had fallen off while the weapon was being fired. I'd never seen a weapon lose an ejector rod like that.
An ejector rod on a revolver would be the rod that sticks in through the cylinder, making sure that the cylinder doesn't open up. You can kind of tell what type of firearm it could be because not too many firearms have ejector rods. When you have something that's left on the scene, then that tells me that they either wanted to get out of there in a hurry, or it could be just that it's an aftersight.
It was just a clue that I kept very quiet. I didn't release it to the media. I figured that, you know, if somebody knew they lost a piece of evidence from their gun at the crime scene, they may ditch the weapon somewhere. The bullets were removed from Teresa's body in an effort to determine what type of weapon was used, based on what we knew at that time. We believe Teresa was shot with an RG-10 handgun.
This type of gun was a cheap gun, not a well-made weapon.
It shoots a very small caliber, the .22 short.
The fact that she had been shot 4 times in the face, we felt was significant. If it would have been a stranger, 1 shot to the head would have been enough. But this was overkill, this was personal. And so it led me to believe that the killer knew her well. In all cases, we always start within and then work our way out. You don't want to put the blinders on and give somebody a pass because of who they are, how they're related to the victim. Her brother, Steve Burns, found her dead on the floor. He was somebody that we needed to check out.
The numbers of domestic homicides is much higher than stranger-on-stranger homicides. The fact that you're related, in most cases, means that you're a suspect. And so the police will look at family members to see who has an axe to grind with other family members.
One of the things that Steve had done that afternoon kind of gave us pause. Walking in the front door, straight ahead, her body's lying on the floor. And you'd have to step past Teresa's body to answer the phone in the kitchen. It was one of those things that there was a lot of debate within the department on whether or not Steve could be somehow involved in the case. What exactly is going on?
Within hours of her brutal murder, detectives have turned their attention to Teresa Burns' brother, Stephen.
I'm 18 years old. To know that I was a suspect really put a fear in me. What reason would they have to suspect me? I didn't understand it.
So we did do a polygraph with Steve.
It was during the polygraph test is when things really got scary.
And they would ask me, do you know anything about your sister's death? Were you present when your sister died? Are you responsible for your sister's murder?
I was terrified. They were asking me, did I get into an argument with my sister? Was asking if I threatened my sister, all stuff to try and get me to say something that wasn't true. I didn't have anything else to give them but what I knew. And I emphatically said, no, I did not kill my sister, Teresa Burns. So he leans over and he tells me that I failed the test. The polygraph says that you're lying. Okay, so I really am a suspect now.
Believing Teresa was killed some hours before Stephen made the 911 call, they question his whereabouts for earlier in the day.
Steve told me when I interviewed him that he was at work at Burns Rental, family business. And he took lunch at about noon with his girlfriend at the time. They went to the park. Then he went back to work. And then when he left work, he went directly home and found his sister dead on the floor. I called Steve's girlfriend, and then she told me the same story that Steve had told me, that they had gone to the park to eat lunch.
Also, at the fast food place, there was my best friend's mom worked there at the time. And so I would see her every day. So I had another alibi of someone there to say, yes, I was there at this place at this point in time.
So he had done exactly what he told me he had done. This polygraph came across that he flunked. But he went through a lot of trauma with his sister being murdered. And I can just imagine his response in the polygraph being associated with the trauma that he had gone through. So I felt pretty comfortable that Steve was not involved in this in any way.
It was always still there. Even though I knew I didn't do it, my family knew I didn't do it. I never was really angry at anybody. The only person I was angry at was the person that did this.
Vindicated, Stephen points them to a new person of interest.
Teresa had a steady boyfriend. His name was Sean.
I don't think Steve really liked Sean all that much. I think he was a little bit protective of his younger sister.
I'm big brother, so I gotta stick up, you know. You don't want to hang around him. You want the best for your sister.
And apparently Teresa and Sean had a quarrel, but that was just a few days before the murder.
It's not the first time that, you know, her and her boyfriend have had a problem.
I think Steve didn't know what it was about, but he was using, you know, harsh words toward Steve's sister. And he said some things to Teresa, and Steve Burns said, "Don't you talk to my sister that way." We had to interview him in depth.
Crimes of passion are normally emotionally driven. Is it conceivable and possible that the boyfriend might have been involved? You have to look at it. Did the fight that occurred turn things sour? It's a viable motive for murder.
We learned Sean was suspended from school. And he was home with his mom that day. And he says when Teresa came home, she called him at about 11 o'clock, talked to him for, I think, maybe a half hour or so. His mom verified that he was there, but then he had gone to the mall later on. It did occur to us that, you know, he knew Teresa was home that day. And sure, he could have gone to the house. We talked to his friends, and they verified he'd gone to the mall. All his friends said, no, he wasn't really acting weird or anything, and he was crushed when he found out that Teresa had been murdered. His reaction seemed to be genuine. We felt pretty comfortable that he wasn't involved in this case.
Sean reveals a critical new detail about Teresa's last day.
He said that there was a person at the door ringing the doorbell while they were on the phone. He felt like that was very important for us to know.
When the doorbell rang, he had told Teresa to be careful.
She went to check the door and came back to the phone and told him that, look, they needed to use the phone. And he told Teresa, don't let him in. So Teresa and Sean continued talking for a few more minutes, and it was time for Teresa to hang up and get back to school. And just as they were getting ready to hang up from their call, Sean said he heard the doorbell ring again. That was the last time that anybody spoke to Teresa Burns. And he was right, that was very important. But we had to then verify his story.
While checking this lead, Detective Whitfield receives another tip.
I got a phone call from a detective in Florida, actually a friend of mine. He said, hey, you might want to take a look at this guy down here. His name is Michael Lockhart. He murdered a girl up in Lake Station, Indiana, and now he's down here. Maybe he might be involved in that Teresa Burns case. What was most intriguing about Michael Lockhart's case in northern Indiana was that Wendy Gallagher was a 16-year-old girl. She was murdered in her own home. They both appeared to have a sexual motivation to them. They were within close proximity. They're within an hour and a half of each other down the Indiana toll road. I mean, you could get to one place to another pretty quickly. As I started digging in, I found out that Michael Lockhart was a serial murderer.
Detectives learn serial killer Michael Lockhart has been linked to another Indiana murder just 3 months before Teresa Burns was killed.
If an investigator suspects that the killer is a serial killer, they would look at the victimology, if the victims were of a certain type, certain appearance, certain gender, things along those lines.
It kind of matched up with what I was looking at with Teresa's case, at least in general terms. Wendy Gallagher had been stabbed to death, which is a little bit different MO than Teresa's case.
After killing Wendy Gallagher, Lockhart went on a cross-country crime spree, which included armed robbery, rape, and the murder of another teenage girl.
So we run the NCIC nationwide criminal history search on him, check into his whereabouts, track his timeline, see where he was on January 11th, 1988. And it turns out that on the day of Teresa's death, he was in South Florida committing a crime there. So at that point, it made it pretty easy to eliminate him as a suspect.
With Lockhart in custody and his time accounted for, police are forced to move on.
Any murder investigation is a fluid process. So you're talking to a lot of people. You're trying to figure out what makes sense, what doesn't. Who else could there be? Who else can I interview? So you just look for more people to talk to, because you never know where that lead's going to come from.
They return their focus to the search for Teresa's mystery visitor.
We canvassed the whole neighborhood around Teresa's house. We were able to locate a neighbor that saw a young man on the day of her murder.
She did see somebody go up to the front door, so that's obviously going to pique your interest.
The neighbor reported seeing a guy going into Teresa's home at about 11 o'clock, which was about the same time that Teresa's boyfriend, Sean, said the doorbell was ringing. If it were been a stranger, she probably wouldn't have let him in the home. So that means she knew the person. We were able to get a general description for a sketch artist. She described him as just a medium build, dark hair, late teens, early 20s.
The picture looked like nobody that we knew. We had no clue. Not one of us in the family knew who he was.
We released a sketch for all the public to see, but this picture was so generic, it could look like everybody or nobody, and that's very frustrating. This was one of those cases where the media was very interested in it. The young 16-year-old girl, high school girl, was found murdered in her own home. Mishawaka then was pretty innocent. So the fact that everyone wants to see some resolution of this, yeah, there's some pressure that goes along with that. I had an 8-year-old and a 10-year-old daughter, and I'm thinking, how would I feel if this happened to my daughters? So you want to do everything you can to find out who did this and bring them to justice.
1 month after the murder, Detective Whitfield gets a new lead.
I got notified that An RG weapon had been turned into the Mishawaka Police Department. The gentleman that turned it in, his name was Les Snyder. Hey, look, I found this gun, just want to turn it in. But when I looked at this weapon, it's missing the ejector rod. I'm thinking, okay, this is the gun. The guy said he found it in the bushes down the road from his house. I took the weapon out and looked at it, and I discovered that it didn't have any rust on it.
When we receive firearms that are left out in the elements, that'll corrode or even rust a firearm. It wasn't outside. It was somewhere else.
And so, yeah, this is a moment where you start thinking, okay, we're onto something here. We felt that the gun was a key piece of the evidence, so we sent that to the FBI lab for testing. As I started digging into Mr. Snyder's background, it turns out that he has a stepson, Phil Jeans, who at that time was 17 years old. We knew that the suspect that walked into Teresa's home that day was late teens, early 20s. Phil Jeans did have a juvenile record, some drugs, and I think a burglary charge.
He was known to be a fighter. He caused a lot of havoc with people, kind of a bully.
Detective Whitfield brings Les Snyder in for questioning.
He said that his wife told him to get this gun out of the house because she had found it underneath Phil's mattress in his bedroom. The fact that Les Snyder didn't tell us the whole story early on when he turned the gun in, I felt was significant because it meant to me that maybe he suspected that this gun had been used and he just didn't want to be any part of that.
They look for a connection between Phil Jeans and Teresa.
I talked to a lot of 16-year-old kids, high school kids, and a lot of them, they were apprehensive, but I found out that Phil was dating Teresa Burns' best friend.
This was kind of shocking. We had no clue that Teresa's friend had dated Phil at that time.
Teresa's relationship with Jeans, I think, was my girlfriend is dating him, so therefore, we're hanging out. I never got the indications from anybody that they were friends.
But I was able to determine that Phil had been to Teresa's house before. So he knew where she lived. As far as knowing what a motive might be for Phil to use this gun on Teresa, it wasn't really clear for us. But now we have a weapon that we believe was used in the murder. I have a name of a person, Phil Jeans, who had the weapon. Now I needed to find out if Phil Jeans was on Teresa Burns' timeline. So the first time I talked to Phil, he came in with his parents. He was a little cocky, arrogant. He said when Teresa was murdered, he was living in Fort Wayne, Indiana. That's about 90 miles or so from Mishawaka. He said he was working at a restaurant job there and lived there with his brother. So if that would be true, he couldn't have been involved in Teresa's case. But I contacted the HR department at this company and found out that he had quit that job a week before the murder. I ended up talking to his brother, and he goes, Phil left, Fort Wayne, and he came back to Mishawaka.
The story that he originally told was a lie.
As they push Jeans for the truth, he implicates another teen, James Lewis.
Jeans and James Lewis were good buddies. So, you know, they slept over at each other's houses. When you seen one, you seen the other.
We learned that Phil would carry the gun, then he would loan the gun to his friend James. He said that they kind of like passed it back and forth. So now we need to find out more about James Lewis.
My mom, my sisters, none of us knew who James Lewis was. We'd never heard the name before. So it was like, okay, is this gonna be our guy?
Police interest in both Jeans and Lewis has now become public knowledge.
There was a lot of whispering behind the scenes.
Everybody had a story, and then these stories got repeated, and then they got repeated as fact.
When we're dealing with small-town murders, people love to talk. You have to listen carefully. You have to find a way to use their information.
It got back to me that James Lewis had made a comment to his girlfriend that he would kill her just like he did Teresa.
Police have two suspects in the murder of Teresa Burns, Phil Jeans and James Lewis. But they need to determine who pulled the trigger.
We have a gun we believe is the gun. The gun is being carried by two people who knew Teresa Burns.
The alleged death threat issued to his girlfriend, however, places the focus on Lewis.
James Lewis was a hard kid. He made admissions that he knew about the gun.
But he said he only fired it one time, and that was at a nearby gravel pit and just doing some plinking, you know, and target practice. We looked at his whereabouts that day. He was starting a new job.
Investigators interview his employer to verify his shift.
James Lewis's alibi wasn't totally airtight. The days were off by a day or two. I pressured him on what he knew about the murder of Teresa Burns. Then he got upset, his lower lip quivered. He said, look, I didn't kill Teresa Burns, and you can't prove I did because I didn't do it. And he got up and walked out of the interview. When somebody walks out of an interview like that, it certainly keeps them on your radar. You don't have the ability to clear them out of the picture. It made it just that much more difficult.
Police are no closer to knowing whether it was Lewis or Jeans who pulled the trigger.
So we have to look at both of them equally and figure out who was carrying the gun. Was it one person or two people? Which one was holding the gun when the gun was fired and killed Teresa Burns?
With both men denying their involvement, the ballistics results on the weapon they shared finally return.
The results were inconclusive. And the examiner, he says, I can't tell you you have the gun.
An inconclusive ballistic test means that there's not enough individual markings on the bullets or the casings for an examiner to determine if it was fired from a particular gun or not.
That was very disappointing. That was one of those low points in the investigation. Now, the gun I thought I had, I don't have anymore.
Without this critical evidence, the investigation begins to stall.
Over time, the case isn't in the public eye like it used to be. We're working behind the scenes to keep it moving forward, but at some point it comes to a slow, screeching, painful halt.
We're looking for answers. Nothing was happening, and it was just getting more and more frustrating. We got to the point where we were pretty much just losing hope.
I can't describe to you how frustrating it is to work a case like that for so long and not have the resolution for the family. We put in a ton of hours. We put in a lot of work. But more than anything, I wanted there to be justice for Teresa Burns, and that wasn't happening. I worked the case for 14 straight years before I retired. I had to leave the case behind. But I always told the guys in the homicide unit that I think the case is close to being solved. We're right there. We need that one break.
22 years after the crime, the case is assigned to Commander Tim Corbett.
Anytime you open up a cold case, you basically have to start from square one. Now we're talking 2010. This family has to go to bed every day and wake up every morning knowing that the killer is going on with his life. Sometimes the answers are already there and they just need to be refined a little bit. Other times you just have to start it from the very beginning and look at it with a fresh set of eyes.
Detective Corbett finds an adult James Lewis living life on the straight and narrow.
When you're going back 20 years on any case, the truth is easy to remember, lies aren't. When he had threatened his girlfriend that he would kill her like he did Teresa Burns, James was emphatic that he didn't mean anything by that. People make stupid comments. They say things in the heat of an argument. I think James got kind of a bad shake. There were people looking at him and blaming him for stuff. But I believe James told the truth.
Phil Jeans, meanwhile, has developed an extensive rap sheet, including convictions for theft, domestic violence, and battery.
Phil's got a big mouth. So 20 years later, you find other people in his life that he said things to. We learned the weapon was going to be sold potentially within days of the homicide, and Jeans let this person know there's a crime on this gun.
Jeans didn't stop there.
I spoke to several women who knew Phil Jeans. We learned he had a girlfriend, and he told her in very clear terms that I won't use what he was going to do to her. I'll kill you like I did Teresa. He didn't say, I'll have you killed by so-and-so who killed Teresa. It was I. It was always I. Everything starts pointing towards Jeans.
It's been 24 years since the murder of Teresa Burns. Now, cold case detectives believe they know who killed her, but need to prove it.
Phil was the one that was seen with the gun the most. Phil was the one that bragged about what had happened. Phil's the one that made threats towards everybody. It was very clear what our target was, and then it was a matter of taking his story apart. Obviously, technology has changed since 1988. Higher power microscopes, different ways of looking at things.
Police decide to retest their key piece of evidence.
In 2012, I was brought the ejector rod and the firearm, and I was given 4 bullet fragments to examine.
Detectives hope modern technology can help to seal Phil Jeans' fate.
I came to the conclusion that those 4 bullet fragments were fired from the firearm that was given to me.
It's finally enough for Mishawaka police to obtain an arrest warrant.
Tim Corbett called me up and said, hey, we're going to go arrest Phil Jeans today. You want to come along? It was pretty bittersweet to see him finally put into handcuffs I wish it had been, many years sooner, but hey, it was a sight to behold seeing him being arrested for this. It took 20 years to get to this point. Now we have to make sure that we go all the way to the end and get to conviction and get him the time that he deserves.
Critical to their case is the timeline that lays out in detail exactly what happened in the last hours of Teresa's life.
January 11th, 1988, Teresa Burns left for school in the morning, and she needed to go home to change clothes. Teresa caught the city bus and got home about 10:30. Contacted her boyfriend, Sean. While they were talking, somebody came to the front door and rang the doorbell. It was Phil Jeans.
Once Phil was in the house, I believe he had a plan. That plan was sexual assault. Phil is a dominant type individual. There's either going to be cooperation or there's going to be violence. This was a day that Jeans had mayhem in his mind, and Teresa was a fighter. Teresa wasn't just going to knuckle under and roll on her side and just give up.
So Phil Jeans pulled the trigger and killed Teresa Burns.
After a 5-day trial, Phil Jeans is convicted of murder and given the maximum sentence, 60 years.
Phil Jeans is exactly where he deserves to be. He helped us put him where he is. Thank you, Phil.
It was a bittersweet moment because both of Teresa's parents had died, so they weren't there for it. It felt really good for me, but that doesn't hold a candle to how it was for the family. They had to wait so long for this to come around.
It took 27 years before we was finally able to put this person away for what they did. And unfortunately, there are so many other people out there that are in the same situation. They've lost a loved one, and they still don't have the answers, and they've kind of lost hope. I want people to know, do not give up hope. One of the things my mom wanted was, she didn't want my sister to be forgotten. She wanted her daughter to be remembered. And it's one of the reasons why I'm here today, is to be able to say, I'm doing everything I can, Mom, that people remember Teresa.
She was a loving mother. She loved her family.
A brutal killing.
The force that was applied to her throat was adequate to fracture her voice box.
A dark mystery with multiple suspects.
There had been an argument, and he knew that she was fixing to tell the whole world.
He could move around through the neighborhood and not be noticed. He was bragging about being the one that killed Charlotte.
The truth will be revealed.
I think the web that he had put up started to unravel. He knew this whole world was coming crashing down. he exploded.
Every day in North America, dozens of people are murdered. The key to solving the toughest of these homicides lies in the final 24 hours of the victim's life. To crack the case, detectives must reconstruct that critical timeline. The minutes and hours containing evidence that can help unlock the mystery and catch the killer. Lynette, Alabama. A quiet, slow-moving community near the Georgia border.
Lynette is a small town. It's a rural type town, probably 6,000 people. Everybody knows everybody.
Little quirk of the thing is that because so many of the people who live in the Lynette area work in Georgia, the governments of the local area have adopted the Eastern time zone as their standard, whereas just 5 miles out of town, you're in the Central time zone. It's commonly referred to as slow time and fast time.
We don't have very many murders. Most of the time, you might have one a year. Some years you go with none. When the patrol arrived on scene, they were met by a female running out the door. She was screaming at them, "Help my mother, help my mother."
Inside the home, police find the body of 49-year-old Charlotte Waits, who her daughter Heather discovered a few minutes earlier.
She was a loving mother. She loved her family. She loved her work.
Miss Waits was a person that didn't meet a stranger. She knew everybody. She could speak to everybody.
She was generally loved in the community.
Lieutenant Richard Carter must quickly determine how Charlotte died.
You're not specifically looking for anything when you walk into a crime scene, but you're paying attention the moment you pull in the driveway.
The medic stated that it could have been a seizure because they saw foam in her mouth. She had a dislocated wrist. Our first impression was, could she have fallen down the stairs? But as we started looking around, there was other indicators that led us to believe that something else may have occurred. We noticed that there was some blood stains on her blouse that didn't match what we were looking at on her body. There was no blood coming out of her mouth or out of her nose.
And then there were finger marks on her neck that appeared to have been from somebody choking her. It became obvious that the injuries that she had suffered from were not consistent with somebody who had just fallen downstairs. The cause of death was strangulation and blunt force trauma. The force that was applied to her throat was adequate to fracture her voice box.
They used so much force that when they slammed her to the floor, not only did it cause fractures to her skull, but it also caused her orbital socket to fracture.
Charlotte's husband, Barry Waits, arrives home and is confronted with the news that his wife has been murdered.
Barry Waits was our interim mayor, but he ran the National Guard Armory. You know, he was a man of prominence, a very well liked and appreciated person. He was distraught. He began to have issues where he couldn't breathe. He was grabbing his chest, so we sat him down on the couch. I thought he was having a heart attack. We called the medics. They took him to the hospital. Turned out to be an anxiety attack with the stress of the whole situation.
Miss Waits was very well thought of. And her murder demanded answers, especially in a small, tight-knit community.
She had no known enemies. She had no known vices. She had no known debts.
So the pressure was unreal.
To find Charlotte's killer, detectives must retrace the events of her final day. They begin by narrowing down the time of death.
We wanted to make that window as small as we could. That's why timelines are so important, not only with the victims, but any suspects that you develop that you need to eliminate. When we started looking at Charlotte's movement that day, she had gone to her school resource center position, arrived at a normal time. That afternoon, she was scheduled to go to a baby shower, so she left work early to go get her hair cut. We never confirmed that she had gotten that haircut. She was gonna go home and wash her hair, change clothes, and then come back and meet the ladies and then go to the baby shower. And when she never showed back up, they became concerned.
The lady from school tried to call her at about 1 o'clock on both the house phone and her cell phone, and she didn't answer.
And then her oldest daughter, Heather, she got home that afternoon and found her mother unresponsive in the floor. Immediately called 911.
Between the time Charlotte left the salon at noon and the unanswered phone call at 1 p.m., there's a narrow 1-hour window for the attack.
The daughter told us when she walked in that she found the door slightly ajar, which was unusual. We did a perimeter search. We noted that there was no forced entry in any doors. Windows were locked.
The thrust and focus of the law enforcement to begin with was that it was an intruder possibly who had come into the house and committed the crime. But there were prescription medications in her purse, and there was money in her purse, which was right there by her body. There were televisions, there were other items that would readily have been grabbed by some burglar, and none of that was taken.
And we did lift several fingerprints from the immediate area, somewhere in the stairwell, somewhere on the door frames at the front door and at the interior door frames. There was a pile of clothes laying in front of the washing machine. And we found 2 towels that had bloodstains on them. And right away, that was very suspicious to us.
Charlotte Waits' DNA was on the towel. Someone had taken those towels back to the laundry room and then come back by, essentially by her body, to get out of the house. I mean, that's a significant issue to me, that somebody had to know or care about her for them to bother to take the blood off of her. And secondly, to take the bloody towels to the laundry room, put them in the laundry basket, no, that doesn't happen. Strangers just don't do that.
Evidence from the crime scene indicates to police that Charlotte Waits was killed by someone she knew.
So at that time, we had to start with those that knew the family the closest. As in any homicide, you start inside and you work out.
Rumblings of a recent family fallout over an inheritance catches their attention.
Charlotte had an uncle named Ben Brown who had passed away a year to Charlotte's death.
They were divvying up among the people who were heirs to the estate, and There had been a cousin who filed a lawsuit saying that he should have been included and that he was due to get a share of the estate.
The cousin. Wayne Rice had always been part of the family, but when Wayne started contesting the will and the inheritance, that caused some friction within the family, so at that point, they quit talking to each other. A lot of murders occur for financial reasons, greed, so we took it serious. A local attorney told us the night that Charlotte was killed that there was an appointment set up. Charlotte and her husband, Barry, were to meet with the attorney about it.
With Charlotte killed earlier in the day, that meeting never took place.
So Mr. Rice became a possible suspect.
You really find out somebody's true personality when you start fighting over money. I've seen people get shot over 12 inches of land. If you're due something, you're going to stand up for your rights and you're going to request what's yours. Emotions get high. I'm sure he felt very slighted.
Could he have done it? He was the first one that we needed to make sure didn't.
They bring Wayne Rice in for questioning about where he was the day of the murder.
Wayne Rice worked at an aluminum processing plant. He told us he was at work that day.
Wayne Rice was such a creature of habit. Wayne's colleague said that you could actually set your watch by what Wayne did during what part of the day and at what times.
They checked him out. His alibi was totally clean. There was no question about him being there. Mr. Rice could not have had any connection with Charlotte that morning.
Rice also says that his issue wasn't with Charlotte.
Charlotte was in favor of just giving in and giving him some of the money. So he had no real motive to have killed her. Probably she was his greatest ally in his quest for getting some of the money.
He told me that Charlotte was really bothered that that family was being torn apart over money and property. She didn't think anything was worth losing your family for.
The day after the attack, Barry Waits is released from the hospital.
Barry came to the police department, and we took that opportunity to interview him.
Barry had been at the National Guard Armory most of the morning, left there just shortly before 12.
He said that when he left the armory, he told some other colleagues of his that he was going to get a haircut. He went by the barbershop, but it was full, so he didn't stop.
Barry says he then went to purchase a battery for his daughter's cell phone.
Then he went back to work, and he stayed at work until he got the phone call from his daughter. We did speak to his supervisor, and he had received a fax from Barry. The fax had a date and a time on it, which told us what time that we know he was at the armory.
Barry's time seems to be fully accounted for.
He was a well-respected man of the community, and his whole reaction seemed natural. A distraught husband whose wife has just been found deceased.
Barry does provide the name of someone he thinks could be responsible.
Barry brings law enforcement's attention to the fact that his youngest daughter had a boyfriend named Dave.
Kara's boyfriend, Dave, was not liked by Barry or Charlotte. Dave was always into something alcohol-related. He was not someone that you'd want your daughter to date. He probably felt like they were looking at him as a second-class citizen. I think that Dave was upset by that. After Barry and Charlotte told Kara to quit seeing Dave, we did find out that they continued with their relationship behind their backs.
I've worked cases where a young lady actually talked an older boyfriend into killing her parents so they could be together. So, you know, that was something that I did pay attention to.
We interviewed Dave. He was a little frustrated that we were even there questioning him. It got under his skin. He said he had no reason to kill her. He knew that they didn't like him. He's done some stupid things in his life, but he's never killed anybody. He told us that he had been at work that day cutting grass and hadn't even been in the area the whole day.
We confirmed with his landscaping company that Dave was at work during that time.
But we also submitted his prints along with the prints that we collected at the scene. None of those prints come back to him. We comfortably felt that he had nothing to do with the case.
Despite this, police still believe Charlotte shared a connection with the person who attacked her.
Now, this neighborhood that Charlotte lived in, it was an upper middle class neighborhood. A lot of retired people lived there. When we're working these investigations, we tell everybody, no matter how small it is, tell us. We'll make a determination if it's important or if it's not. A lot of times, those small pieces of information they build up, no little piece of information is useless. We got a tip that a few doors down from Charlotte lived a young guy, Evan Johnston. He was a juvenile that we had dealt with for several years, breaking into houses, stealing, drugs. He could move around through the neighborhood and not be noticed.
Charlotte would have known Evan through the school system and through the neighborhood. He would have been very familiar to her.
Evan had told someone that he had planned to break into the Waits house, that he knew that there was some cash there. We felt that if Evan was the one that committed this crime, that Charlotte would have had to interrupt a burglary, and then he would have to kill her because she knew him, he knew her.
If you're breaking into a house to steal spare change and someone comes into the kitchen and you get caught, you could be looking at 10 years in jail. So there are many instances where a person, in order to avoid being caught for a minor crime, commit a much more serious crime.
Police look into Evan's whereabouts around the time of the murder.
We find out that he all of a sudden left town and went to Arkansas. And we thought, well, that's strange.
Anytime you have a suspect who does leave town shortly after a crime has been committed, you immediately think, this is our prime suspect. This is the guy who committed this crime.
Police have tracked down their latest suspect in the murder of Charlotte Waits, Evan Johnston.
We thought, this is it. This is the guy who did it. You know, he fits the mold. So we sent our investigator out to Arkansas to interview Evan.
They question him about his sudden departure from Alabama.
He tells them that this trip was something he planned to do. Evan told our investigator that on the day that Charlotte was killed, that he was over at a friend's house playing video games. He told us that the boy's mother had come in and saw him there. We went over there and interviewed his friend and his mother, and both of them confirmed that yes, that did occur.
Another one of the factors that went into the consideration of whether Evan might have been the possible person who committed this crime was the fact that He was much smaller.
You had a pretty serious, heinous crime, and you had to go, would this young guy been able to have choked her out?
Well, as a matter of fact, Miss Charlotte probably could have beat his butt and kicked him out of the house.
They were able to rule him out as a suspect.
He just wasn't the one.
As Evan Johnston is eliminated, Lieutenant Carter receives a new lead.
We'd gotten a Crime Stopper tip. The man by the name of Kenny had been at a party and was bragging about being the one that killed Charlotte Waits.
He had had brushes with the law in the past, had committed petty thefts and some burglaries and other crimes of that nature.
He always wanted to be a gang member. He was always looking for that association. And that was one of the things that was appealing to us when his name came up, was that he would be a good suspect. He never had a criminal history of any assaults, but we knew that he was headed down that road, that one day he might kill somebody.
Kenny's boast suggests he may well have taken his crimes to a new level.
If you get somebody who's bragged that they did a crime, that's often the solution to the whole puzzle, and you're finished.
The best criminals keep their mouths shut. They just go about their business, commit the crimes, and don't tell anybody about it. Because the best ones know that if you start talking, you're going to get caught.
Kenny could have broken in the house. He could have been the person that done this to Miss Waits.
We got excited. This is the break that we needed. So we went and found Kenny, interviewed him, and he denied having any knowledge of what it was I was talking about, said he'd never been to Charlotte's house.
Among other things, Kenny had an alibi that was probably one of the most unusual ones you'll find.
Kenny told us that he was with another guy named Larry.
They claimed to have been stealing cigarettes from another store when all this took place.
Then they would go to another part of town, sell those cigarettes for crack. They'd go to another location, smoke the crack, go back to the store, steal more cigarettes, and they just spent the day doing this. We went to and obtained the surveillance videos, but the video system that store had wasn't great, and there was multiple entrances to the stores, so we can never say he was actually there.
But with Kenny having named his friend Larry as part of his alibi, police have a second chance to determine his guilt.
At that point, we found out that Larry was in a prison in Georgia. So we made a trip to the prison. Larry told us the same thing, that they had been shoplifting cigarettes.
He confirmed Kenny's story.
An experienced police officer will give little to no weight to an inmate unless the information can be corroborated by other outside sources. And only then will an experienced police officer give it any weight.
With Kenny and Larry's story matching up, they look to the crime scene evidence for a definitive answer.
Kenny's fingerprints were not in the house. We didn't find anything to match him being there at all.
Police are also unable to find any personal connection between Kenny and Charlotte.
The only nexus we had to Kenny being at Miss Waits' house was the story from the party. And Kenny vehemently denies that conversation, and his exact words to me was, "Why in the hell would I kill Miss Charlotte?" The tipster did not come across credible at all. He was trying to get money and trying to throw Kenny under the bus for a crime that Kenny did not commit.
People often will brag about crimes that they didn't commit because it gives them greater status among their gangbanger friends in the community.
When we eliminate him from our suspect list, our disappointment level is bottomed out. You know, you're back to the frustration of, now we're back to square one. We're on fire to go get with these guys. And then when it turns out that they had nothing to do with it, where do we go?
Just as the case begins to stall, detectives receive information that sets it back into motion.
We received a call from a member of the Chamber of Commerce.
He told us that Barry had been scheduled to be at a ribbon-cutting affair in Lynette the day this all occurred, and he didn't make it.
This ribbon cutting had been scheduled several weeks in advance, so it's not something that he didn't know about.
Barry would not have missed an event of that nature without having had some real serious something going on that kept him from being able to be there.
That raised some flags.
So then we started picking away at what he said he did. When we were trying to verify his alibi at work, we went and we spoke to 2 or 3 people that were at the armory that day. What we found out was that they had left prior to him, so we couldn't verify any of his coming or going times.
The one thing they do have is the fax he sent that afternoon.
We had a concrete time of when that fax was sent, and it was only sent by him because he was the only one at the armory at the time.
But the critical issue of his timeline was that he told people that he'd left work and had gone to some other businesses around the town.
Talked to the barber. He said, no, he said, I never saw him come by. So then we went to the cell phone company, and what we found out there was that he didn't go when he said he did. It was several hours later.
And so there were considerable discrepancies in what he told the initial investigating officers and what the evidence itself bore out in terms of where he went and why he was there. And so it would have been nothing for him to go home and have an argument with his wife, kill her, and get back to the National Guard Army by the time he got back that afternoon. In fact, he'd have had time to spare. I don't think anybody initially would have even dreamed of thinking of him as the primary suspect.
Now he's left as the only one who we're unable to eliminate.
As the prime suspect in the brutal death of his wife, Charlotte, Mayor Barry Waits must now prove his innocence.
We offered Barry a polygraph exam. He was asked questions such as, did you kill your wife? Did you have anything to do with your wife's murder? And on each of those questions, he was deceptive. He failed the polygraph.
Believing Barry had both means and opportunity, it becomes a question of motive.
One of the things we have to do is look at what kind of financial issues does the family have. And in doing so, we discovered some things that were pretty concerning to us.
His family had entrusted him to manage some funds that his mother had, and as I recall, it was in excess of $100,000 that had just been put in his care for him to spend for her needs and for her benefit.
Mr. Waits had also been taking money from the armory. Money is supposed to be allotted to take care of the day-to-day operations. He had started funneling into his own account.
But by the time of Charlotte's death, he had spent all of that money. We calculated what all he went through. It was $500,000 to $1 million that he had gone through in a period of about 2 years or less.
Some people are in very, very serious, dire financial straits. You'll have people who have been killed for literally a few dimes. You'll have other people who are killed for millions of dollars. Money's historically been one of the greatest motives for murder from the beginning of time.
Detectives consider what Barry was doing with the embezzled funds.
We could not find any significant gambling habits. We could not find any connections with women. We could not find certainly couldn't find any drug habits or anything of that nature that would have caused him to need the amount of money that he was spending. The only thing that we could consider that he might have been doing was day trading.
This implies he was using the money to cover his losses on the stock market.
Charlotte made a pretty decent salary herself, probably made at least as much as Barry made. So I doubt that she ever had an inkling that Barry had pulled all these financial shenanigans.
He had an image to uphold where people thought they were the perfect family, that they were financially well off, and neither of which is the case.
The web that Barry had put up started to unravel.
Their inquiry into Barry's finances leads police to a new discovery on Charlotte's timeline.
We found out through her colleagues at the School Resource Center that morning that she was killed while she was at work. She received a phone call from Barry. There was a heated conversation.
This is all 10 or so o'clock.
And when she hung up, she apologized to the lady and said there was an incident of some sort the night previous between her and her husband.
Detectives learned the couple had fought over the settlement, set to go to Charlotte's cousin, Wayne Rice.
The estate by that time had gotten down to, in cash, $100,000 or so left. And they were talking about giving Wayne Rice around $50,000 to settle his claims against the estate.
Charlotte wanted to settle the estate. She wanted to offer the settlement. Barry didn't want her to do that.
With Charlotte unaware how desperate Barry was for money, the argument became heated.
She came away very angry and told her coworker, said, "Look, I know you're fixing to get married, but I want to tell you those men will drive you crazy."
So it was an argument the night before, an argument that morning. We feel that the reason he went home was to continue that argument, to try and talk her out of making the settlement. And ultimately, we think that that's what led to the homicide.
The proverbial noose was tightening around Mr. Waits.
Despite the revelations, the case against Charlotte's husband remains circumstantial.
Circumstantial evidence can be extremely compelling, and it can often be enough to build a case. Whether it'll hold up during a trial is another matter. So it's not always good enough.
We never really received what I always called was that silver bullet. That would be the nail in the coffin.
By this point, suspicions surrounding the town's mayor is public knowledge.
You know how small communities are. Everybody knows everything about everybody else's business. So I think, quite frankly, that most of the community had concluded that he must be guilty by that time.
Even Mr. Waits had told various people that they probably have enough to indict me, but not enough to convict me.
Without sufficient evidence, Charlotte's murderer risks going unpunished.
Every detective has unsolved homicides. It is something that stays with them. It is something that bothers them, and it is something that they will not forget. It's unfinished business.
Almost a decade after the death of Charlotte Waits, her husband Barry continues to walk free despite widespread belief he's responsible.
When you're investigating a case and you know who your killer is, you know where he is, it's frustrating. And they've put so much effort and time into it. They're not just going to say, oh, we've hit another wall, we're dropping it. I think the more walls you hit, it's like anything else. You keep going back and what am I missing?
I told her daughters this from the very beginning, that I promised them. I said, your mother's case would never go in a file cabinet. It would always be right here, and we'd always work it. And even when they got mad with the police department and broke contact, it stayed right there.
Now adults, police return to the daughters, hoping they will cooperate.
In the beginning, they felt like we were after their dad, trying to frame their dad. Later on, as things progress and time goes by, they start seeing other things.
Lieutenant Carter slowly gets them to open up about Barry's activities since their mother's death.
Barry told his own daughters that they were suspects in the murder of their mother. And I think the purpose in him doing that was to literally to prevent them from talking to the police so that they couldn't give the police any information that would have been incriminating against him.
Told us the insurance company wouldn't pay Charlotte's life insurance to Barry because he was listed as a suspect. But he was able to convince the insurance to pay his daughters, give them the money. And then behind the scenes, Barry told them, if you'll give me the cash, I'll give you the land from this state. They give him $250,000 cash. Well, he never signed the property over. And that really was an opener to them. When he started stealing and scamming from them, stealing their inheritance, lying to them, then they realized, why should we not think that he's capable of doing this to our mother?
With Barry's own daughters prepared to testify against him, it gives the prosecution team the confidence they need.
Finally, I was convinced that it was a valid, circumstantial evidence murder case, and that it should go ahead and go forward to trial.
Let's roll the dice and let the jury handle it.
The state of Alabama charged Mr. Waits with her death, and it was my job to make sure that she got justice. This was a tough trial because, you know, they had lost their mother. If I did my job correctly, they were going to lose their father.
In 2006, Barry Waits faces trial for the murder of his wife. Critical to the prosecution is the timeline of Charlotte's final day.
That morning, Charlotte went to her office at about 8 o'clock. She received a phone call from Barry at 10. She became angry during the conversation. At about 11 o'clock, she left there to go to the beauty shop and then went home at around 12 o'clock.
Charlotte washed her hair. She had her dress laid out that she was going to change into. She never got to that point. Barry left the armory.
He came home and they had the argument about the Ben Brown estate.
Fight started, and she was trying to get away from him. She probably told him something like, well, that's not your money, that's my money. You know, I'm gonna do what I want to do.
He knew his whole little world was coming crashing down. and he exploded.
His reaction was, now I gotta cover this up. So I think that's when he took her purse and poured it out.
I think he may have, in fact, had time there and then to regret what he had done. Otherwise, he would not have cleaned the blood from her face, for example. Took the towels to the laundry room, put them down on top of the laundry hamper.
He knew he had to get back to center facts just to say, hey, I was here. He didn't realize that we could fill in the holes prior to him getting there.
Even without any physical proof, it only takes the jury a few hours to find Barry guilty of murdering his wife, Charlotte. He's sentenced to 40 years in prison.
When he was convicted, one of the things that bolstered my belief that I had the right person, there was no showing of emotion. He basically said nothing.
I saw a family destroyed. The girls, they should have never had to go through what they went through. It was just a closure, I didn't feel gratified, but I was glad it was over, and I was glad that it ended like it did.
Somewhere in the range of 5 years into his prison sentence that he died. It was natural causes.
Miss Waits was a good lady. She did not deserve what happened to her. Anytime a community loses a person like that, the entire community suffers. I feel it's important for the world to know that there are people in the justice system that continue to fight. Some of the good guys really do have badges, and they really are working for the right causes.
You could apply just about every one of the 7 deadly sins to this homicide. Greed, lust, envy, anger.
A brutal killing.
The first thing that came to my mind was ambush. Someone waited for him and shot him.
A dark mystery with multiple suspects.
We had suspicion that there may have been an affair.
There was an actual fight between the two of them. He said, there's this guy I know that wants him killed.
The truth will be revealed.
He started crying and said, yeah, I'll tell you everything.
Every day in North America, dozens of people are murdered. The key to solving the toughest of these homicides lies in the final 24 hours of the victim's life. To crack the case, detectives must reconstruct that critical timeline. The minutes and hours containing evidence that can help unlock the mystery and catch the killer. Maryville, Indiana, a thriving community just southeast of Chicago.
We have a little bit of everything. We have a large residential area. We have a large business district. It's one of the largest towns in the state of Indiana.
On average, we're usually in the single digits for homicides. We were leading up to a holiday weekend. This was the day before Good Friday, when we received a 911 call. Initially, dispatch said that there were shots fired and that there was a man down.
The victim is 33-year-old John Parker.
John had a vacuum cleaner, door-to-door sales business. He was an amazing salesman. He was hardworking, and he was successful.
He's rolling along one high to the next, and this terrible thing happened to him.
Detectives Donald Toth, Robert Wiley, and Jeff Rice are given the task of hunting down the cold-blooded killer responsible for John's murder.
When I arrived, what I saw was John Parker laying on the ground outside of his vehicle, directly in front of their business office.
John was struck once. The bullet entered lower behind the ear to the back of his head.
The crime scene itself was what I would call fairly pristine. In other words, there wasn't a lot of evidence to be had there.
There were no signs of struggle. There were no signs of a fight. Initially, the first thing that came to my mind was ambush. Someone came up from behind and shot him, and he very likely never had a chance to see or hear what was going on.
From the very beginning, we knew that this one was going to be difficult.
Detectives turn their attention to reconstructing the last 24 hours of John Parker's life.
The timeline of the victim, where they were and what they were doing, is crucial to any good investigation. And when we look at the people involved, be they suspects or witnesses, finding where they are when this occurred is very important. The only witnesses that we located when we got there were Ben Love, the office manager, and Judy Parker.
Judy was crying. She was obviously upset, which we understood as the wife of the deceased. She said that that night, probably at 6:30 or 7 o'clock, John and Judy had gone out to dinner at a local restaurant.
My daughter calls me and said, I'm taking it to homework and we need to get it done. When you out and see like that at the office. So I was stuck. I didn't pick it up real quick on the way home.
They finished their dinner. They went back to the business after the restaurant.
Both of you walking together. We walking together.
Are you walking together?
And then Ben was asking us, well, can I just go home? John's like, no.
Just sit.
Yeah, I'm out of here. And when I got in the car, sat down, and I looked up, and I seen John coming out of the office.
Saw him through the window?
I saw him through the window. That's when I reached down to get my cell phone out of my purse. And then John came, and I seen him coming, so I looked up, and he passed the door. And he opened the passenger door, and he says, well, I'm getting this food for Ben. And okay, that's fine. And that's when I turned back around. And then all of a sudden I hear, and I see somebody go in. I see a figure. And I get out of the car. I see him laying there. And I stood there for a second and I went to John, touched him. I said, John. And I went back in the office. And I opened the door and I go, Ben. I go, Ben, call the police now. Call the police.
Judy really gave us nothing other than this mystery man dressed in dark clothing that she only caught a glimpse of.
Generic, Yes. But that's your starting point.
They shift their focus to the office manager.
When we talked to Ben, Ben's emotional state was that of just being completely stunned. Ben said that when John left, he went to the bathroom, and then when he came out of the bathroom, Judy was inside the business and said that John had been shot. He said that from the bathroom, he didn't hear any sounds. And since he was in the bathroom the whole time, there was nothing Ben could give us.
Although Judy and Ben are unable to provide anything concrete, police still manage to develop a theory.
His Rolex watch and his big gold ring were on his hand. No one went after Judy's purse. Also, it's our industrial area, and it is somewhat secluded.
The opportunity to rob somebody is nil. So it just didn't seem like a random event. It seemed something more personal. And we asked Judy if there was any enemies.
Who do you think would have done this? You could have. I mean, what? I mean, in your heart of hearts.
I have no idea.
One of the first steps was to do our victimology on John. We wanted to see who he was, what he was about. John made his first million when he was in Michigan, before he was 35 years old.
He was able to build this vacuum cleaner franchise into considerable wealth.
And it shows his work ethic and his drive. He knew what he wanted, and he knew where he wanted to be in life. Judy worked for John in Michigan. John fell for her right after meeting her. He was just smitten. Judy had 2 children from a previous marriage, Christina Hicks and Danny Hicks. I believe Christina was 16 or 17, and Danny was about 15 years old. John had picked up the family and moved them down here and renamed the company J&J Industries to be John and Judy Industries.
When investigators are looking into a businessman that was murdered in front of the business, obviously you want to get a little bit of insight on how he conducted business. Did he have a bad business deal? Did he owe someone money?
Here we have a victim who, from a relatively young age, became a multimillionaire. To move that fast in his business, he likely stepped on a lot of people. And whether that fits into the motive for the death, these are all items you have to look at.
Since we had already talked to Judy, who was the last person with him, we wanted to talk to his brother to see what had been going on in case something had happened to spur this ambush. David was very angry and very upset when we met him. He began immediately talking about an altercation that John had had with an ex-employee about a week or so prior to the homicide. The employee's name was Quentin House, and apparently there had been a dust-up in the parking lot between John and Quentin. David told us that they started yelling at each other and there was pushing, physical grappling between the two.
Detectives learn John fired Quentin after only 1 week.
John was not an easy person to work for. And he could be difficult as a boss, he could be very demanding. He was not afraid to swing the axe. If you were not pulling your weight, John would drop you in a heartbeat.
There's always a possibility that someone could have been that upset at work and that they would take it to the level where they want this person dead. It could be that Parker pissed off the wrong individual.
Detectives have identified a man John Parker argued with days before his murder. Disgruntled former employee Quentin House.
To have someone very early in the investigation that may have had a beef with our victim was a terrific lead. Quentin House said the employees were required to make a certain amount of sales demonstrations to get paid. But Quentin said he was required to do more demos than he was initially told. He said, you know, I worked there a week and I was supposed to get $400 and I didn't. He had said that he refused to do these demos. And that's why they had words in the parking lot. Quentin House told us at the time of the murder that he was at his friend's house and that they were playing Xbox. He was forthcoming. He gave his friend's phone number. We definitely had to spend some time verifying his story to make sure that we had a very good picture of what happened that day. And it became evident to us that Quentin House was alibied and that we had to move on from him.
Police continue the search for leads in John Parker's business affairs.
We made it a point to talk to every active employee that was at J&J Parker at the time of the homicide.
What we ultimately determined was that there was a romantic relationship between the office manager and Judy.
What we were learning was that there were several employees that would either stop by work to check their schedule or would come in when there shouldn't have been anybody there, and Ben Love and Judy Parker were caught having sex by several different employees.
Obviously, Ben became a suspect. We didn't know if he was trying to get rid of John to be with Judy and possibly take over the business. So our investigation more focused in that direction.
They bring Ben Love in for a formal interview.
Ben was smooth, he was mildly charismatic.
Ben denied that there was any sort of romantic relationship between them.
He stated that he and Judy were great friends, that they worked very well together, that they were a great management team, and that he was, you know, just like a member of the family.
But Ben's proximity to the murder was the problem. He acknowledges that he was there.
There was a great portion of that evening when he was the only one in the office. And the information that we had about what happened at that point came from Ben's mouth.
So you've either got Ben as the shooter, or you have an unknown third party that approached and committed the homicide. However, if Ben wasn't involved, he may possibly know about what occurred. We had to get him to break loose with any information that he had.
Under pressure, Love finally cracks and reveals an incident from a year earlier.
He said that Judy and John had brought her cousin, Tim Mendoza, up from Texas. Tim had had some problems down there, and he was given the opportunity to turn his life around. Ben and Tim Mendoza became roommates.
But the Parkers' act of generosity seemingly came with strings attached.
Judy's daughter, Christina, had come to the apartment, and she had asked to have a private conversation with Tim. Tim went into the bedroom with her. After Christina left, Tim came out of the bedroom bewildered. He was depressed, he was sad, and he confided in Ben. He said that he was not brought to Indiana to turn his life around. Judy had used her influence on John to bring Tim up here so that Tim could kill John Parker. We've never seen anything like this. This is the stuff that they make up for TV.
That's what gave us the first inkling that the family was involved,
We confronted Judy with that plot. She said that Tim had seen John be mean to her, grab her by the arm, or call her names, and that Tim offered to kill John for her. She told him not to even think about it. And at the time, she dismissed it because Tim had left to go back to Texas. But Judy didn't mention Tim until we brought Tim up to her. And Judy's story changed throughout the course of our interviews. When we started, it was that she and John were in love and they were successful. Everybody liked him. But the more we talked to her and started asking pointed questions, then it came out that John had a temper and he became less of the saint that she was painting the picture of the very first night. In my 25 years of doing this, I've seen the emotional arc after someone's killed. We watched her and her body language and the things she said, and especially the things that she did when we weren't even in the room. It was a little different.
Detectives want to speak to the other family member involved in the alleged plot, Judy's daughter, Christina. But they quickly run into a problem.
Indiana state law states that if a parent is a suspect in a crime, that parent cannot give permission for law enforcement to talk to their children.
We were contacted by an attorney that indicated that he was representing the entire Parker family, and he was putting us on notice that we were not able to approach or talk to them anymore.
But police can investigate Tim Mendoza's whereabouts at the time of the murder.
What we'd gathered from law enforcement authorities down in Texas was that, in fact, Tim Mendoza was locked up at the time and wouldn't have been capable to be the shooter on that Thursday night.
As Mendoza is ruled out, detectives receive a curious new lead.
We had a phone call from a school resource officer in Crown Point, which is the next town south of us. He told us that he had some information for us.
There were two kids called Earl and Kevin. They were residents in a juvenile detention halfway house where they were allowed out if they had jobs in school, kind of reintegrate them into society. They came to the attention of the Crown Point Police Department because Earl was found to have $201 on his person. And one of the rules of the halfway house was you didn't get to have cash. Their story was that they were scamming this kid from school.
It was ultimately told to us that they had received that money from Judy's son, Daniel Hicks, to have John Parker killed.
Detectives now have 3 new suspects in the murder of John Parker: his stepson Daniel Hicks, and 2 of Daniel's friends, Kevin and Earl.
Danny Hicks is the second eldest of Judy's children. He did have his share of run-ins with law enforcement, with school officials. He's a bit of a wild child. We had felt at that time that we had a very large break in the case, that we had discovered a conspiracy to commit this murder. But we still don't have the trigger man that killed John Parker. So we needed to find further evidence, again, to corroborate the story.
The same state law that blocked an interview with Christina also bars their way to Danny. Their hope now lies in connecting Kevin and Earl to the murder.
When we talked to the individuals at the juvenile center, we were able to confirm that Kevin, in fact, was detained at the facility on the night of the shooting. and would not have been involved in that particular homicide.
Detectives learned that Kevin's co-conspirator, Earl Dantzler, was already out on the night of the murder and has since vanished.
The timeline for us seemed to be similar to that of our homicide, which made us very suspicious. We had put out locates on him. Every person that had a snitch in every town was told to look for him. His picture was passed around. His name was thrown around. Earl was everywhere and nowhere all at the same time.
The hunt for Earl does, however, throw up a new lead.
We had a gentleman come to the police department and say that he had information that Mike Campion might be involved in the homicide. Mike Campion lived in the same neighborhood that Earl Dantzler lived in. I would say that he was locally infamous. People knew who Big Mike was. He was a local flop-about, for lack of a better word, didn't have a job, just kind of hung out and bummed cigarettes off people, and just wreaked a little bit of havoc when he could. We found Mike's roommates, and they had said that Mike had come into some money, and that was unlike him. He was buying things, and he was spending money on other people. And again, this led us to believe that he might have been involved.
They finally tracked Campion down.
He told us that he had spoken to Earl pretty regularly before and after the homicide. And he alibied himself by saying that he had been arrested in February, but didn't get out till April 20th, which would have been 3 days after the homicide. What we learned by checking the arrest records through the jail was that he had been out since March.
With his blown alibi and connection to Earl, detectives must now determine how Mike Campion fits into the timeline of John Parker's murder.
No matter how confident you as a suspect are that you are not going to confess, you should check that belief at the door. My clients always tell me they're not going to talk to the police, but when the police hand me over the disclosure, I see a 2-hour confession. The police will break you down. They've got the skills and they've got the time.
His story initially was that he talked to Earl, and Earl told him that he was hired to kill John Parker. He changed that story into, well, I did talk to Earl about it, and then I went there in the car with him. So we pushed him on some details. Then he admitted to hiding behind the dumpster with Earl when Earl ran out to go shoot John. He had a voice stress test where he was found to not be truthful. So then we really pressed him on his involvement. During the middle of the conversation, he put his shoulders down and his head back and he said, I want to tell you guys this one thing, but if I tell you this one thing, I know I'm going to prison. At which point, Don and I exchanged a bit of a look, and we said, go ahead and tell us. So then he tells us that it wasn't Earl that ran up and shot John Parker, but that it was him.
We asked him to show us how you approached him. Show us where you shot him. And Mike indicated that he had approached John from behind. He had shot him in the head, and that he left the area.
So we get the confession. All this work, all these people that we'd looked at, and we had someone that actually admitted to being the trigger man. At that point, there's a certain amount of elation.
I made the decision to detain him and incarcerate him at the Lake County Jail.
But you can't just go to court with someone's confession. Anybody's statement can get thrown out at any time. A crime as big as homicide and murder, you have to be able to corroborate the story and prove that it's true.
To confirm Campion's story outright, they need to speak to Earl Dantzler.
We had sent out feelers and we had done searches on family members of Earl and his grandmother, Dolly Villagomez. And we learned that Dolly had moved to Las Vegas. We reached out to Las Vegas PD. They sent detectives over there. And the detectives verified that yes, Earl was living out there.
Investigators went to Las Vegas to find him and put together a timeline compared to the time of the murder.
Earl confirmed that Danny had hired him to kill John Parker. He confirmed the transfer of the money with Kevin. But he said that he and Kevin put this plan together that they were going to take this money and there was nobody to report this to. Because how do you report that somebody stole the money that you paid them to go kill somebody? They felt that it was a perfect scam. But then Earl said he and Dolly moved to Las Vegas, and that was the last he had heard. He put Indiana in his rearview mirror and didn't know anything that had happened until we showed up at his doorstep. We tried to confirm where he was for the homicide. He was nowhere near the state. He was 1,800 miles away, and there was no way that logistically we could put him in the timeline of events that led to the murder of John Parker.
This throws Mike Campion's involvement into question.
The largest hurdle that we had with Mike Campion's story were his repeated conversations with Earl Dantzler. I saw Earl at the store. I saw Earl walking down the street. He told me how to make some money. Earl was in Las Vegas the whole time. He was never here. That was too big of a hole in his story for us to consider Mike Campion a viable suspect. I don't know what his thought process was, but we came to believe that he would rather be infamous than nobody. So he put out there that he was the one that pulled the trigger. It was a great story to tell.
I've read about him, and you hear stories about false confessions. I had never had one. Looking back after that interview, that was a false confession.
It was frustrating. It was. But by this time in our investigation, frustration was a daily occurrence. Every day it was beating our head against the wall, just trying to make a little bit of progress. Our suspect pool in this case was so large, we found it beneficial to just start eliminating people that it couldn't have been. And eventually it came down to Judy, Danny, and Christina.
Detectives investigating the murder of John Parker are now convinced his own family are directly responsible, but have no evidence to prove it.
We felt that all the pieces of the puzzle was there. There's just one piece missing. Judy Parker, Daniel Hicks, Christina Hicks. We needed someone there to feel a little bit of pressure, maybe to talk.
It's very frustrating when you have information that you believe is very relevant to the point that you could solve this crime, this murder, but you're prevented from getting there through a set of circumstances. You can't go home and have sleepless nights over something like this. You have to keep thinking of a way to get around it. Keep working on the case.
With Judy's lawyer blocking any interviews with the family, detectives need to find another way to place the gun in one of their hands.
One of our ploys was a flyer that said we were looking for information involving a homicide that occurred in Maryville of John Parker. We must have handed out several thousand copies of this flyer. A short time later, we received information that 3 other students had actually been approached by Christina.
What we learned was that Christina was soliciting people she knew to see if they had a gun to sell. What we found out, she met a school friend in a parking lot of a local restaurant and had purchased a .25 automatic pistol. And this happened about a week and a half prior to the homicide. This was a huge break for us.
The prosecutor's office kept telling us, we want more. There's not quite enough. We want more.
We felt that it was necessary to serve a search warrant on the house. We showed up early one morning, knocked on the door. We woke them up out of bed. Everybody was in their PJs. It was a methodical, almost grid search of the house. But we didn't find the gun. To say it was a setback, it doesn't meet that standard. We were very upset. It let all the wind out of our sails.
It was frustrating to feel in our hearts with the interviews that we had and all this information surrounding Judy, Christina, and Danny that, hey, we want to charge.
Leads and new information were coming in less and less frequently. We learned that Judy and Ben had moved back up to Michigan. Danny had moved out to Arizona, and Christina had gotten married and was living locally.
We felt that we were so close that it could be solved, but we just needed somebody to break. You just have to keep chipping away at it, and hopefully something will break loose.
In February 2006, 3 years after the murder, detectives get an unexpected break from an unlikely source.
Christina's husband, Eric, had some run-ins with the law, drug-related.
So we picked him up, brought him to the station. I started leading into if Christina had ever talked to him or spoke to him about the murder of her stepfather, and he said she has. He didn't know a whole lot of great detail, but I gave Eric enough information in the interview to let him know that we knew what had happened. In his mind, he thought, oh, they're all caught. They're done. We asked him, I said, are you willing to go in and speak with Christine? He said, I'm willing to do anything to get out of this trouble for this drug warrant. He gets in his truck and he drove home. We followed behind. He goes up and started speaking with her. And he's telling her, you gotta speak to Detective Rice. He's a nice guy. He knows that you're involved. He knows that their mom's involved. You need to go in and talk to him. And she starts crying. She goes, okay, I'm ready. I want to go in and talk to him. I do.
Detectives have finally broken through to one of the conspirators in the murder of John Parker, his stepdaughter, Christina.
She told us Judy planned this out and sold everyone on this plan. Judy had a game plan for her riches. She had a game plan for how she was going to get it.
Christina admits that John was killed for his $1 million life insurance policy.
Judy was able to convince everyone that once the insurance paid out, she was going to take care of everyone.
And Judy kept telling them, we'll all get basically a piece of the pie. She didn't care about anything but that money. During the interview with Christina, she gave detail how her mother gave her money to go purchase the gun that actually was used to kill John Parker. And she said that Danny was the person that shot and killed John. And Judy forced him to do this. It was disturbing to know that Judy was setting up her own children to kill her husband because she couldn't find anybody else to do it.
When we approached Danny out in Arizona, I made the statement to him that, you remember me, I'm Detective Toth from Maryville. We just talked to Christina yesterday, and she gave us everything. And I think it's time for you to come clean and talk to us about why it happened. And at that point in time, he started crying and said, yeah, I'll tell you everything.
Danny was just overwhelmed with the stress and the emotion that he'd been holding in for all these years. And he admitted that it was him.
Christina and Danny's confessions, along with a detailed timeline, give detectives a clear picture of John Parker's final hours.
John spent most of the day with his brother. That night, probably at 6:30 or 7 o'clock, John and Judy had gone out to dinner. They dined at a local restaurant. Before they left the restaurant, Judy had made a phone call to home and spoke to Christina.
Judy called home because Danny needed a head start. He needed to be at the business waiting for John.
Christina gives Danny the keys to her car. He's not even old enough to drive. Takes her car, drives it all the way into Maryville, parks at a local business, and walks up and hides behind a dumpster.
At approximately 9 to 9:15, John and Judy traveled to the office. They went in, spoke to the manager, and came out.
Danny walked up behind John. And shot him in the back of the head.
You have to put a lot of blame on Judy because Judy was the adult. I think Judy convinced the two teenagers, whether it be by greed or ignorance.
Judy Parker, Daniel Hicks, and Christina Hicks are arrested and charged with murder.
Christina got assisting of criminal charges, and she got the least sentence. Danny got sentenced to 23 years, and Judy got 33 years for orchestrating the actual homicide itself. It is a tragedy. John fell in love with this lady. He took her kids in. He made them part of his family. They were all going to reap the benefits of his hard work. John was ambushed. Cut down in his prime. Nobody deserves that.
It saddens me that something so silly as money would make them want to do that. But greed was probably one of the first evils, you know. What's the Bible say? The love of money is the root of all evil.
There's no doubt in my mind that she brainwashed Danny and influenced him into killing her husband. I kept thinking back and looking at that mug photo, and I'm seeing this little boy. I felt for him that his mother made him do this. She's an evil person to make her own child do something so evil.